Good evening and welcome to Champions Poker Live from Champions Club in Houston, Texas. Tonight it's PLO with the Stallions featuring Rockets Will. It's a 5-5-10 with a $20 straddle pot limit Omaha game. This is Dan Fouts. Joining me tonight in the booth is the one and only Fireman Scott. How's it going tonight, Scott?
I'm pretty good.
I'm pretty good, Dan. How are you, brother?
I am doing very well. It looks like we've got another stacked lineup for today's pot limit Omaha game. You can see what everybody's starting with here. Between about $2,000 and $5,000 for the most part. These guys were playing a little bit earlier on another table. That's why the stacks are so different and weird. But should be a good game. If you haven't watched this stream before, it runs a little different. We're going to have Will doing a lot of the talking. Here he goes.
Starting now.
Oh, we can't talk about that?
No, you're fine. Oh, what's up, Chris?
Results
Welcome, everybody.
It's so bad.
To the pokers. Yeah, we're starting. You ready? Turn it on. They want to hear you, Sam.
Hey, Donnie.
Welcome to the Poker Stallions PLO stream. I'm going to be the host today. Scott's going to be in the box as well. He is going to be playing later. But we got a big lineup today. Good game in store. Got one of our last players getting here now, getting ready to fill in, and then our one empty seat here is for Sanjeev. Everyone knows Sanjeev. We got some regulars. Water's returning, become a staple on the stream now. Sweater guy next to me, Peter. Sam has been on a few times before. El Tractor came in his costume today. He got a little cold, so he put a shirt on. We got my good friend Paul G in the 8th seat tonight. And then we got a newcomer out here who's not a new face to PLO in Houston. Everyone, if you play PLO, y'all recognize Tommy. Tommy's going to be providing some of the action with us today, I have a feeling.
Hey.
He was recently just telling us about his no limit hold'em experience. You played the tournament out here this month, right? This week?
Yeah, I bought into the tournament for sure. Well, playing it is a different.
So tell us, you were telling us about a hand where you kind of forgot you were playing hold'em. You're so used to playing PLO and you undervalued your hand.
Yeah, it's been about 6 years since I played Hold'em, and we were early in the tournament.
Me and you early, Paul?
I got 2 sevens. I raised 2 callers. Flop comes 7, 8, 10. Guy to the gun bets 10,000. We got like 40,000 total. I call. Guy on the button raises to 40,000, and my PLO instinct just went to muck the hand right away. There's no way PLO bottom set is never good there. So I caught my card.
Bottom set good here?
Midway through. Well, who are we up against here? No, you're dead. Toast.
I tried to bluff him. It didn't work. I tried to bluff him to get a check. It didn't work.
Yeah, so luckily we caught our cards midway through and didn't full bottom set there.
Yeah, if you did like me, I was realizing that after the bullet I was in, I would probably need to get top 20-something place to break even. Obviously, first place is going to win money. Yeah. 230,000 it ended up being. So, what a great tournament. I want to say congratulations to Tommy Zhang. He ended up winning it. Came into our town, beat us all, and left with all the money,
Took
man.
the money,
Doesn't feel good.
Everybody was rooting for Jerry.
Yeah.
Keep the money in Houston.
Yeah, once I realized I was going to have to run really deep to get out of the trap, I decided to just dedicate my time to playing cash and PLO, have more fun, not stressed all the time. So I do enjoy tournaments, but man, they
I told you I don't play Hold'em.
they're a lot better. PLO cash is a lot more fun.
Yeah, what would we do with 2 cards?
So you ran pretty deep in the PLO tournament as well, though, didn't you? We played a little bit day 1 together. I think I saw your name on the board day 2 going.
Got 11.
11. Wow.
That was a fun tournament. The structure was phenomenal.
Yeah, that was that was my favorite tournament in the series.
I think they did absolutely phenomenal with that.
The Bounty was also a fun tournament. That was the only one I got any money back in. Ended up pulling a 5K Bounty and a bunch of 500s, but had a chance. Played a chip lead pot with like 2 tables left, and I got in 2 8s versus Ace Queen and Ace Queen, and they still hit a queen. So, welcome to Hold'em.
Welcome to Hold'em.
These two are just carrying on a casual conversation. Wow. Houston legend. Houston legend Sam sitting right in between Will and
A little
Tommy.
more calm from the last stream. Last time we had some crazy people here early, and then we also were playing a little bigger. This is the game we normally like to play, 5-5, 10-20, you know, get a couple straddles in there, make it a little better.
Tommy's going to have the best hand in this little pot here. This is, you know, I always compare the poker games to boxing matches. This is the beginning where the two,
Top
you know,
two,
the
then
two guys are just dancing around each other. Nobody's really committing. Nobody's really taking any big shots. Everybody's just slowly feeling each other out, getting comfortable on stream.
yeah, we just keep reds on there.
As I mentioned, Sam right next to Will, Houston poker legend, and Tommy there, just super popular guy in Houston, well-dressed, cool guy.
Yeah, the game's on. Tommy won his first hand. Or
I gotta
first
go.
two hands, I think.
Anyway, so
Fun to be around at the table.
Yeah.
glad I can tell a story. I'm out
It's
of
a good thing about the stream. You can only leave loser.
Yeah.
I was sitting next to Tommy earlier. We were gambling, and somebody said, "Hey, Tommy, can you tell me where to get a suit?" He's always well dressed. Oh,
Super
and
man.
got his yacht master on too to match
Michael
his
commentating the
blue
second half of
suit.
this. You're right here.
Pick up a couple tells, come back in.
Yeah, depending if I'm winning. If I'm winning, if I'm losing. I'm
Yeah,
off
it's a nice
the
looking piece.
Well, he's a well-kept man.
Man, Peter. What's up?
And Paul, I'm not saying he's not
Everybody
well-kept,
newcomer to the stream.
but I describe him
We got
more
Chris
as a
in here.
gangster.
There you go.
Flocka, Flame.
What's up, Chris?
For all of us, he's gonna.
Not me, Will. As soon as I'm up, I'm out of here, bro.
Did they say Flocka?
See you midnight.
Yeah, that's what he said.
What if you?
I think
for a month or what? Like,
that's what the one seat's screen name is going to be.
Okay.
next week.
I'm already stuck. Paul got me.
It'll be okay.
200.
You can leave. It's in the pot.
Middle set here for Lawyer Paul.
This atmosphere is nice and quiet and enjoyable. Kind of weird without Larry here. Yelling it out. No, he's not allowed to come anymore, Sam. You kicked him off.
You got to needle the guy when he's there and needle him when
Because
he's
he pulled
gone
a
too.
He's a pain in the ass.
And he's a pain in the ass and he's a jerk. People around were just, asking, if he could behave a little better before he comes back, and I don't know if he will or not, so he likes to misbehave. And I'm not a babysitter, 2,500. Here's 500 to get you started.
Somehow this is going to end up with me apologizing to Larry.
Well, I'm sorry too, Larry.
No, but
Sometimes after the stream, I'll go to my phone and I'll have messages, because we don't have our phone on here. And Chris was watching the other week, was like, "Seat open, I want to get in that game." I was like, "Next week, I'll get you on. We'll come
Yeah,
play."
I saw that Sunday at the quarter 50 game. It was like everybody was winning or stuck more than 10,000. So that's my kind of game.
Yeah. So that's our plan, is we're going to have this type game and then start having 25, 50, 100 game that, it's kind of weird when you got the whole pool of players. Like, I know you like to play bigger games.
That'll be a fun game.
You like to play some bigger. But every once in a while, there's ones we like to play maybe me personally, once every couple weeks. It's not one I want to play every day.
I love playing
I like to go home happy no matter win or lose. I lose in that game, I don't go happy ever. I'll take a Woodford neat. Yeah.
For those of you out
Drink it
there
too,
that don't
water?
always watch this Tuesday stream, it does run a little bit different. as I was saying at the beginning here, Will and usually Scott's at the table also, they kind of like to keep the conversation going and sort of self-commentate. We will, of course, do some commentating from the booth here, but we kind of stay quiet and let them do most of the talking.
And I took advantage of them. So now I'm going to be drinking tonight, and y'all aren't. Y'all can take advantage.
Well, Nick, you know, he's not afraid to just open out into the field, but he's got a good hand here. He's got top pair with an open ender and a flush draw. He leads out into the field and gets looked up by Peter with a bigger flush draw, and Paul with a set of fives still in the lead.
And you'll see that a lot in Omaha where everybody's got something and the equities are running pretty close. But everybody misses here, and Paul's set is going to be good.
Well, I liked Nick's first bet because it got him, it made it able for him to see all three streets. But, oh wow.
How you been, man? You been out to Vegas?
I thought Paul was going to look him up there. Nice hand,
Yeah,
Nick.
I was with you. I didn't think that was going to work.
You
Didn't make sense. Like the check on the turn if you had the straight, and nothing really changed on the river. So, but aggression pays off there.
I think you
Yeah.
can raise your chair, too. You seem like you're sitting kind of low. I don't know.
Got the set to fold.
Middle
I
one.
was about to say stand up.
Nice hand, Nick Waters.
There you go. I was like, hey, you seem like-
He asked me if he could wear my lucky hat again tonight, and I'm not saying I won't give it to him if he really needs it, but
The pool is really
I wanted him. I wanted to keep the hat away from him. I wanted him to get confidence in his own game and his own self. So I'll let him go out there this first hour or two without it. And let's see how he does. So far, so good. Played that first hand really well.
My buddies love going downtown.
I like going down there,
It's
too.
fun.
I don't like staying
Yeah.
down there all that much, but
It's changed a lot.
I stay at the Golden Nugget every once in a while. But.
I like going to shoot dice at like Binion's, where the guys are like 85 and been shooting dice for,
They never
for
mess
60
up.
years. Like the greatest craps players in the world all
Man,
lined up there.
And they're like, don't worry, I'll control everything for you.
Yeah.
that game is
I'll control all your presses.
Everybody's weakness.
Take 5 back.
I like Sweater Guy's hand here, especially in late position. Those rundowns, 8, 8, 9, 10. But Will double suited,
Yeah, me too.
ace 10, 7, 7.
Oh, games in the
Also a great hand.
Are your weakness?
Yeah. The big
The
league
casino-
of mine is
The casino's my weakness.
casino in general.
Yeah, 100 to go.
That's why I like
4
here.
ways to the flop. Pretty routine. Everybody's about.
casino.
Like, no, let's
Everybody's
do
got
not.
about an equal chance to win.
Don't do that.
Too slick for all
Until
that.
now. Nut flush for Sam D. We got 2 pair for lawyer Paul. So much talking this week, I can barely speak.
Well,
And-
you know, that just goes to show you a little bit about the game of Omaha. You know, when you go four ways to the flop, it's often going to be like this. It's just 4 equal hands. And so to be successful, to win over and over and over again, you're often going to have an equal hand. So you got to have some intangible things, some extra things that are going to make you better than your opponents.
This is an interesting one for those who don't normally play Omaha.
You trying to try me?
The double paired board, it's harder for a player to make a full
drinking
house
yet.
on a 2-paired board, unlike Hold'em, because you have to play 2 out of your hand. In this case, he did make a full house there, and the nut flush was no good. But not a terrible bet by the nut flush there normally on a double paired board.
Yeah, it's much less likely that your opponent has a full house. And just unfortunate for Sam, wasn't able to have his flush hold up.
Throw me black if you want.
Mentioned Will Benson, El Tractor, in his overalls today with his red tractor on his hat. It's a new look for Will. I like it.
Yeah, full tractor mode.
He's got the champion shirt under. He was walking around with his overalls and no shirt on earlier.
Yeah, it gets a little cool at the
Yeah.
streaming table with the AC back there. So
It looked good. It looked good. It was just
We've already
there was
played more
no
hands.
females in the building. It was all dudes, and
He was here.
I think he felt weird. He's like, let me put on a shirt.
yeah, when I first walked in, I was like, "Hey, man, no shirt, no shoe." Oh, it's you, Will. Never mind.
But I thought he was going to do the stream with no shirt. I wish he would
I
have.
think that was his plan.
That would have been cool. It would have also been cool if he was drinking coffee out of one of those Fireman Scott mean mugs like Peter has. He's just drinking out of a regular coffee cup.
Or an old tin cup like the the lid of a thermos, that'd be good too.
Girl has
Yeah.
feelings. Woo. This man got feelings for you.
Houston heads up 6 ways to the flop.
Sam D's got him a little hand here, but really the strongest thing about it is he's got 2 4s blocking the wheel, and the wheel is the nuts right now, and he's got the button. So, you know, when everybody checks you, that means weakness, right? And you've got blockers to the nuts. So let's go ahead and place a bet. Sam's a pro. He knows what he's doing. Easy game.
After a couple of, what was it, 2 weeks ago? I was wearing Scott's hat. And then
Gets the job done with a raise. Doesn't even have to see if he completes that wheel.
You won a ton with it on, and Larry won even more with it on. I almost wore it today.
He wouldn't give up the hat no more.
No.
He says you want to have to earn it.
Scott needs to wear that thing every day.
I do wear it almost every day.
He's got too good of hair. So
Well, I don't know if you knew or not.
Here it comes.
His hair is his trademark.
It's there.
Not his grandpa.
Grandfather said.
Well, the hat's nice, but they're right. Hair is the
It was
trademark.
funny. We talked about that last week. I hear Scott in the booth because he's there laughing. He's like,
it's true, man. He's got good head of hair.
He does.
I got the 20.
This looks like a long distance.
under the gun. You can do it on a boat, but we're all doing it on a gun.
Single suited aces for Rockets Will.
Coming in all nonchalant, telling jokes, raising it up with aces.
Getting action with kings and jacks behind him. I like that jacks hand too. Jack, jack, 9-8, double suited, everything working together.
Well, I would like it too if I couldn't see these cards.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we see
Here we
aces,
go.
kings, jacks, queens. I mean, obviously the aces are a big favorite when all of
Yeah.
these other Broadway cards are out there.
But these are all, you know, all
Someone's gonna make it?
pretty playable hands, you know.
I thought if
Will
everyone
Nick,
calls,
Nick
you get the
Waters
option
is
to get
stretching
another.
a little bit with the 3, 5, 8,
You raise
9.
and every single person calls, you get another option.
I'd like to see a heart flush come and
Yeah, but hard to fold in Omaha when everybody calls, you know. It's literally there's no muck right now. Got 2 mystery hands.
well, look, I mean, nobody's got anything. It's got to be Peter, right?
Yeah. Peter or Vaca Flame Flam. Vaca Flocka Flame.
Deuce!
Diamond.
No 7s anywhere. Checks all the way around. King high spades now for Sam D
Check.
that we can see.
Yeah, when you got a flush and a multi-way pot like this, you're just checking it and hoping that it's good. You definitely don't want to bet it and get raised.
Sure, 9 ways, second nut flush on a paired board. Yeah, I'll just check and try to win.
I mean, not that serious, guys. It's just poker.
And El Tractor
All right, there we go.
taking a small stab here to see where he's at.
Well, nobody was showing any interest at all. And
I feel like I'm in a really bad sandwich here.
You are.
Yeah.
So Sam's now going to raise it up with that flush, see where he's at, and it looks like he's just going to take it down.
Sam's making it look too easy.
Surprising with almost every
the
card in the
Champions
deck
Club
out
flush
there
or
that
seven
nobody
at all.
had a 7 or the ace high flush draw.
Casual. Came ready for war.
well, we've talked about Sam a lot. Will and I have. He's one of those guys when we were the youngsters in the room. He would come in every day and literally take all of our money. Me, at least. He took all of my money and beat the hell out of me, and then would go home and shake my hand. Good game, Scott. Nice to see you. See you again tomorrow. And now here it is 20 years later, and he's doing the same thing to a whole another group of people and still doing it to
You
me.
want to accept a bottle of wine?
Will's happy to pay for it.
And you invite him to your game.
Well, you know.
Listen, no, I'm closing out my tab.
Gotta
We're playing
give
after
action to
stream
get
a little
action.
bit.
Literally one of the nicest guys in all of
What?
Houston poker.
I got like 2
I mentioned
drinks
earlier
and
he was a
dinner.
legend. He really
You're like, oh
is.
yeah, that bottle of wine that Tony put on your tab was $1,200. I was
cold
like,
in here, though.
oh, no wonder. No wonder they just wanted to leave.
Yeah, the bottle of wine ordered on the stream last week.
Just remind me of my straddle, please.
It started a lot of controversy this week throughout Houston. Everybody wanted to know how much was the bottle of wine. It was a $1,200 bottle of wine. Tony thought it was $350, and I knew that was expensive for Tony because Tony's tight.
We were talking about this.
Right.
So Tony was pissed when he found out the bottle was $1,200 and he didn't want to pay for it. He made Will pay for it.
98%.
I didn't blame him because Tony was losing and Will was winning. That's the way it works.
I gotta try to see that.
Sam D with the double suited aces this time, flopping the nut flush draw
Sam.
and top pair.
Yeah, anybody watched the stream that last week?
Sevens for
They all
Will.
had an advice for me.
Yeah, they all want to tell
Backdoor
You
diamonds.
know, this is the first time you watched me play or what?
you. It was just a bad.
You're getting beat up.
Sanjeev is talking about last week's stream. Yes, a lot of people did watch it.
No, so you know how brutal I ran, but
You did. It was.
A lot of the players,
and then no, that when I really have a hand, no, I get
a lot of
bluffed
people
by
were
the
upset with
Will.
Oklahoma Larry folding aces the last hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Larry.
That was pretty weak.
Yeah, that was pretty weak, and you know, we're trying not to have tight players on this show.
Well, you got clubs. I was afraid of
Larry said, you know, he didn't want us to have Paul on the show anymore because Paul only played aces.
Any hand you can, get off Sam.
Because Paul only played aces,
He always knows where he's
but
at.
Larry folded aces. So what are we gonna do with him?
They weren't unsuited aces, to be fair, but
I got more, I guess. Huh? You want to fold the top two and
With an overpair.
last hand of the night, everybody given action. You should probably at least see a flop with aces, I would say.
Well, yeah, especially if you're up $33,000, people don't want to see you folding aces, and they don't want to see you not straddling. But you know,
Yeah, give
Whoever's
1,000
first
back,
time
miss the
it is,
flop,
yes.
and then fold.
that's him.
that's the thing about poker. You may not always want to put the straddle on, but if everybody in the room is putting the straddle on, you might want to do it too.
And the game after the stream,
Yeah.
just so I know, is
Today?
the real game. I know you got to work probably in the morning. Can't stay real late, but
Wait, so but what? Wait a
the game
minute.
between like 11 and
thought you
2
were
a.m. I
off.
would say is the best time.
Oh, so you drove all the
Last
way
week I
and
saw a
back?
guy get quads, beat by quads after the stream.
Yeah,
That was he beat him.
that was sick.
About a 2 a.m. hand,
Sam turned
Flop
quads.
came as straight, so they didn't check. Sam turns quads. He turns top boat pretty much, and then he rivers quads. Rivers quads as well.
Not today.
You were there.
No, you were there. The hand against Sam. When you turned quad tens and I river quad kings.
You were there. You were too busy fighting, but you were there.
Yeah, you were fighting with Jason.
Too bad that's not on the stream.
When somebody,
That was the hottest I've ever seen Sanjeev.
somebody's trying to take Paul out, know that
Yeah.
I could get nasty,
So I was like, man, I need Sanjeev on my side. I was
You
scared.
want Sanjay on your side.
Tommy Shipp raising it up with aces.
Sanjeev came prepared today. He wore his winter coat.
I always am prepared, no,
I don't think I've ever in my life ever seen Sanji upset or.
Oh.
Oh, I hadn't either until last
seen it.
Tuesday.
last week, no, that,
And he had every right to. It is.
I mean.
Drunk
Will-
people,
Will was upset too, no?
Yeah, I was too. I don't really get upset.
Guys, before I played poker, I
I'll get
was in
upset
the
until I'm really upset.
Houston Fire
I get
Department, and
right.
before that, I was in the United States Army, and before that, I played sports. And, the poker community is kind of like that, especially players who play with each other all the time like that. We like to police ourselves. If somebody's out of line one week, we're going to get them back in line. Hey, this guy was acting up, or this guy did this, or this guy folded aces, Somebody's got to put you back in line, and
Where is Scott today?
He's
I'm here, brother. I miss you.
He's watching all of us.
We're gonna switch at some point.
gonna
He's
tell
come
us how
play.
terrible we were.
They're playing tag team.
No, he talked about how good y'all are.
Everyone's gonna do it up front, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I've been talking about how
Probably
good they are
losing
because
less
they
than
have
being
been
there.
playing good.
He's giving the
Most
rest of
of
us a chance.
I mean, I did see
He got me before we got
one person fold aces pre-flop.
Scott, just joking, okay?
People pay.
Scott's gonna be commentating this, and he's gonna come out and be like, "All right,
You mean tell me you lose a hand?
you, maybe you."
People
That's
pay
right.
thousands for poker software. Scott figured it out. He's just going to watch the booth for a couple of sessions and then come beat the crap out of everybody.
I know all your secrets.
Yep. You can do. Oh, I remember when
Greatest
you.
poker
I remember when
software
you
ever.
did
I'm gonna
this.
watch you guys for.
I remember when you played the hand like this against Tommy.
Yeah.
I can't believe they haven't figured out. I've been doing this for years. When I showed up at the poker rooms 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and started
I wanna get a
filming
good
everybody's
picture
hands,
for the stream, so I stop looking like I'm like
it wasn't for
been
YouTube,
outside.
so I could
in
learn
my
how to
car
play.
all day.
Lawyer Paul double suited queens. And
Sam's got
calls
aces.
around it. Yeah, Sam's got aces in the
This guy,
straddle.
Man, you know,
Too
it's,
aggressive.
We got, can I
it
get a
just
seat
seems
change?
like the players who play good also run good, don't they?
I know.
Yeah.
We should have capped him at
I've actually played with
Okay.
Sam for
2K.
15, 20 years. I've never seen him lose.
I know. He strategically. We're drawing seats next time.
Great PLO 8-hand for him.
Handful of balls in?
The ace deuce tray. That's what you want.
I've had to meet Sam many a Monday morning and hand him money. I've never had to meet him and collect money.
Heads up we go. Oh no. Queen, flop, Lawyer Paul
Wow.
smashing it. Nut flush draw and top set. Should be an easy one for Sam to get away from, though. He does have backdoor hearts.
Well, he's bet the pie. Sam didn't, you know, this is a pretty good flop for aces in general.
Sure.
And so he's going to take a big stab at it, and then he's probably going to be just
Yeah,
committed.
well, yeah, he's probably priced in now. You're right. Only another 1,000 to call.
I had Queen 8 here.
6,000 in there.
Probably would have been all in if I called the
Yeah,
500
and he's going to be
more.
drawn almost dead. One ace or
Y'all
runner
want, what do y'all
heart.
have? Y'all want to tell us?
Stop setting up flush draw.
Wow. I would have made 8
Nice hand, Paul.
Right there. That's so sick. Oh, he really did have top set.
That's what I told you. You asked me what I had.
We call that the Carlot George in Houston. Actually, we
That's
call
right.
it the Abu now. We were talking about that earlier. It's the Abu. Wow, I made quads. That's so sick. Oh my gosh. That would have been the biggest train wreck ever if I just called the 500. I have Queen 8.
Nice hand by Paul. Drawing slim pre-flop, but had Sam almost drawing dead on the flop.
Catch me out.
Taking a
Pull
big
that
lead
Scott
now,
play.
Catch me out.
4,500
I'm
Pull
winner.
that Scott play. If I
That's
shot
obviously
falls,
early in the
there
day,
to hit
but
a one-outer on you.
that's a good way to
Flop
start.
dead, hit runner.
That's the way to do it. It's an easy game.
Simple.
Get there and hold.
I was dead. I had ace Queen 8.
So I see what they're going to do. I've seen this before. They get Sam stuck, and then they're going to send me out there to get him even. I know the score.
Oh, you had Queen 8.
You're the
Yeah,
mobile
I turned-
poker hospital.
yeah. I'm not
Bro,
folding,
because Sam
like-
can, whenever he does get stuck, he can move some chips around, and
Call on the first responder. There's an injured man at the table. Get in here, Scott, and help him out.
That's why I don't play PLO.
He just fought middle pair, or top two pair versus top set and ran out quad. Something's going on. I wish I would have got Paul, but I don't really like winning against Paul.
yeah, Sam, very soft-spoken man. When I first used to start coming to the poker rooms, I'd oftentimes have my fire department uniform on, and he would pull me to the side and he'd whisper, "Scott,
Except after school.
are you sure that you want to do this poker thing?"
I don't know what that is.
Well, it seems like it worked out okay for you.
Yeah, this week.
Well, yeah.
I think that plays
No, I mean,
At one time.
I wouldn't change.
yeah, some of the games back in the
I wouldn't change
that was the
anything.
heyday Houston
Poker
like
is
there, when 52 really got
The best
I had some great memories.
occupation.
52.
When I was a
yeah,
kid, I used to want to be a movie star or rock star. I got a little bit older and I realized I didn't want to be anything but a poker star.
Heyday around there was tough to be. It was COVID, so everyone was here because it was crazy. The games were.
Ben was probably
Insane.
my favorite person to play poker with.
He plays up here. I'll get him for the stream one time. We play the bigger one.
Really?
Yeah, he played here. He played the stream one time at the beginning.
I'm playing with him every week.
Really?
Twice
Oh, I love Ben. Over at a strip center?
a week. Yeah, Wilkers.
If you wanted to go twice with Ben, you used to have to say, "Please, Mr. Ben, can we go twice, sir?" And if you said that, he'd let you go twice. If you didn't,
Whoa.
He wasn't
Never-ending
going twice. Didn't matter how
string
big the
of
pot was.
premiums for Sam.
Could be 6 figures. You had to say, please, Mr.
Yeah. Sometimes you wish it was one of those nights where you just got easy folds. But some nights you get a bunch of premium hands and they don't seem to work out for you. That's
Lose a big pot every single hand.
Yeah, that's how it seems to be going for Sam right now. But we're 30 minutes into this stream, and I do not expect him to be loser by the end of it.
Right.
So this is a good chance to get all his money back and some. Sanjeev's got a nice hand.
A couple of really nice hands here.
El Tractor with a nice high-low hand.
Yeah, double suited. There's going to be some money in this pot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't anticipate El Tractor going crazy here, but he's definitely going to call at least on the button with this hand.
I don't know. You know,
if anybody's going to isolate, it's going to be him.
I was going to say, the thing is with his hand, if I'm on the button and I have a bunch of big cards, suited big cards, I may want to see a flop because I can make a lot of nuts. But even though you can obviously make an ace high flush with Will's hand, you can make a lot of straights and flushes that aren't the nuts, and they may be good against one opponent or two opponents.
Right. And if you flop your wheel
Here we
draw,
go.
then you've got a decision to make.
By
But
the
if
way,
you got the
Tom,
money in there already,
Yeah,
and you make a
I
wheel,
was-
good job.
Yeah, I like Will's raise here. I like it more than just taking one off, you know.
Sure.
I'm not saying that I don't take one off there too and just make the call, but it's just like, hey, every once in a while, let's add something else different in here. And, you know, he doesn't want to go multi-way with a bunch of deuces and threes. What's he going to make, a wheel and then lose to a 6-high straight? You know?
Right.
So
Well, that's why he's the best, and I'm.
I didn't want to
commentating.
influence the action, but we all
learned
know
something
you're
every time I
folding.
watch him.
No, I mean, I
Putting
think when he
500
did
in the
it, he
middle
was
without
hoping
calling. I know you too well.
he was hoping to get heads up,
would've
but
played
I was like, what are you
he,
making us wait for?
you
We
know,
know you're putting
knew
it
very
in.
well he may get a
Y'all
second
got it,
strike.
obviously.
Especially if he's got 2,000. He already put 500.
You know, so
No.
you just got to go for plan B. You got to make a hand.
Yeah,
stream.
Just for the camera, Sanjay. I've seen that play 1,000 times.
Well, it's funny because I used to at the beginning of the stream, I wouldn't care, and I would always talk and be like, Sanjeev, we know you're calling, just put it in, you know. But people were actually typing and getting so mad. They're like, you're influencing action. I'm like, no, I'm not. We all know he's calling. We play together every day.
You got anything, Sam? 25 bucks? You got anything? 20 bucks.
Who do you got?
Actually, you know what? I'm going to take. Okay, I'll take Will. You get Sanjay.
I got Sam.
We got?
20 bucks.
Yeah, I was trying to make it full that.
Or no, 25.
I got
25.
Sam.
You got
No,
an
he's
ace?
got it.
Oh, 20 or
You have an
25?
ace?
20 bucks.
Well, even the guys that folded want to get in on the action, so they just make side bets on each other's hands.
It's the only way you're going to be able to win with Sam at the table. Just make side bets on whether or not he wins.
This is how he does it. He just, you know, loses a couple of hands, then crushes everybody.
No, not at all.
Who's got Sanjay? You got Sanjay?
You got Sanjay?
You got
Yeah,
Will?
San-
I got
yeah.
Sam. All right.
I actually like my better luck.
Sanjay is.
I'll tell you guys what, make it friendly.
Y'all want to bet after the? Oh, I haven't seen their hands.
No, we already.
I'm going to take Sam
I know.
after the conversation.
Oh, he has one.
Especially since you probably blocked your queen, too.
Yeah, he has all my
got
outs.
ace queen.
Y'all want to bet more?
I like your hand.
So I don't mind your hand, Sanjay.
That killed, but I like.
Ooh, I like Sanjay.
What you got? Queen.
I got.
Oh, queen in the
ace three
window.
deuce.
Diamond.
Ooh,
Diamond. Oh, you got
Diamond.
all diamonds.
Sam could be tough to beat now.
10 or queen.
Y'all want to bet more? Or?
Royal flush draw.
We said 100. Uh-oh, we got 6 outs. Oh, minus 1. 5 outs.
5 outs.
Tractor needs a 3.
8, 10 or
Put
queen.
the jack of diamonds out there. Let's make it interesting. Ooh, that can't be helpful for anyone.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Flush, right? Yeah.
Nice hand, Sam.
Island. Yes. Wow. What a
Yeah,
trigger.
not bad, Sanjay.
What a hand.
Good job,
I
Sam.
don't
Good
mind
job,
you. I
Sam.
thought your hand was a
You're
lot. I mean, honestly, I
finally.
thought your hand was a lot worse than that, Sanjay.
Spade draw.
I thought you were
I had to be stuck for 30 minutes.
That's how it feels.
pretty strong.
I don't like how the other half lives.
11 hands in. Feels like it's been forever, though,
If
when
you
you're
would've
that
switched
guy, you know?
the queens, you would have won. You had the queen of diamonds instead of the queen of
Bud move.
Only problem about here is if you don't
The
eat your
funny
food
thing
quick,
is
it gets cold 'cause
they're
it's
getting
so
it in
cold
there
back
anyway.
there.
It's freezing.
If Will
I
just
got the
calls.
special shrimp pasta. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
He
I just like
flops
to
the
see guys
nuts.
win who need the money the most.
Sanjeev flops top two, turns 3 pair. I mean, the money's getting
That one
in.
is real tough times
They should give it to you. You don't
Yeah.
know
for the household, right?
What do you have? You did not charge it.
I don't know.
2,000.
I just want to see your
I
card.
said ace queen.
It's clean.
I had ace queen. Ace queen, 3 deuce.
I think that was the first time I seen Will lose, man.
Once I put 500.
Once you go
hand?
500, I know you're not
Don't dream
folding.
some stuff up, because I lose them all the
And
time.
especially with that hand.
I'm sorry,
I just don't say it, anything.
He's just advertising. He likes giving people a head start.
That might be true.
Makes it fair. It says lose, kings win.
Oh, you're 20.
Yeah, you're 20, Sanjay.
Thank you.
I'll try.
Sweater guy with a nice hand on the button.
Tip from the dealer now. What is it?
A lot of people in the chat saying you need to be at the table, Scott.
Okay, we may do a switch out in a little bit.
I wish it was more masculine than that.
You know, we've had a lot of people telling us, you know, hey, we wish you were back at the table, or hey, we like you in the booth. So we like being able to try a bunch of different things
Be
out.
grateful you didn't get an umbrella
100%.
with that.
Got to order a family or drink.
Get you a blue Hawaiian next.
Perfect little.
Yeah.
I mean,
Problem is when the
I won't
bartender
fold
got the
I
ticket,
won't fold
they're like, "Oh, for a
aces. I
girl,
know
put it in a
that.
girly glass, lemon drop.
Yeah, it's a rare occasion.
Nobody else was, but I was.
I was rooting for Sam.
I wasn't rooting for you.
I had money on
Sweater
it.
guy with the gut shot to a straight flush and the only good
I
flush
won my
draw.
biggest pot of the day.
Might be your only pot of the day.
Yeah, Peter with a nice hand on the button, getting to the river. And comes a blank.
Still has the
Still-
best hand, but he's not
still
going
the
to feel
best
good
hand.
to have jacks here. Jack ace.
It should probably check to him unless Nick throws one of his feeler bets. Yeah, Peter's just going to take this down.
Quad 6 is really good.
Yeah, I was talking to a buddy of mine on the way over here. I said, you know, you look at a hand sometimes pre-flop and you're in love with it.
Ace jack?
But then after a flop, you
Biggest
reassess and you say, hey, this is a situation where
Return card.
I was expecting to just get max value out of it. But now that I see the flop, this is a situation where I'm going to try to keep it small and hope to win a small one, you know, because I know I can never get the nuts. I suspect I have the best hand, but I'm never going to have the nuts. So my mindset from flop on is not going to be, how do I get max value? It's going to be, how can I keep this thing manageable?
Not right. That's not right.
Sure, pot control is a big part of this game.
Only hands that won last 2 weeks around the button.
Folded the first quads of the
The
evening.
only ones you play. I folded quads.
Oh, okay.
Remember?
Second quads, baby. Oh, yeah. That's right.
You 10,
The old
Sanjay.
queen 766 there.
What's next for champions tournament-wise?
I think they got a series in May coming up. Right before we go out to
that's fine.
Vegas
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
for summer, hopefully.
Like the last series, or?
I'm not sure if it's going to be. I'm not sure exactly what it's going to be. I know they're going to have
One high roller they were thinking about.
pretty good guarantee, a high roller one. By the way, the high roller champ this year, Gabby, good friend of ours. Gabby's one of the nicest guys in poker.
Call.
Been around a long time, had a lot of success.
And
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations to our boy Gabby.
Yes.
Got
Shout out
he
to
played that
Jerry,
really well.
of course, the Joker.
100 even.
Oh,
Honestly,
you right?
yeah.
the viewership of the main event had to be like
Thank you, Sanjeev.
200 watchers. Then Jerry bust and went down to like 6 people watching.
I signed off as soon as he went by.
I mean, I did too.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's talking about.
Yeah. Everyone was rooting for Jerry. He's definitely the fan favorite.
His all-in was the best. Like, 700. Like, wait, Jerry, why'd you say 700 just now? No, I could have been 700 million. What?
Yeah, he's right. Jerry,
Everybody's rooting for him.
Houston Poker Stallion.
Well,
Houston
I think he already had like a
favorite,
40 or 50% rail here.
ran
for the
deep in the
final
main
table,
event,
so-
as did
Yeah,
Cosmonaut.
I wanted to come. I wanted to be out here, but
And the great thing, he's not even born. He wasn't even born in this
No. no, he's adopted by Houston.
Two players flopping the nuts
Been here
here.
long enough.
Yeah, he's
Ship It and El Tractor.
Yeah, been here long
El
enough.
Tractor with the better redraws.
Found myself in a good spot yesterday that I couldn't leave, so I didn't get to come up here and sweat, but some of us were still trying to make up thousands and thousands of dollars we put into that tournament, so.
Not Sanji.
I know, Sanjeev, that'd be the cheapest tournament you had.
Yeah, I escaped main event. No.
Thanks, Sanjeev. You could lose like 15K today and you'd still be up by missing this weekend in the tournament. Just kidding. You probably would have bagged your first or second bullet. You probably would have bagged on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Play 5 more times,
And play 5 more times. Just
trying to get
for the heck
more
of it.
chips.
I only fired one bullet at the main event myself,
I started
Dan.
with 2,500.
And after watching somebody,
Yeah,
not only somebody not from Texas, but watching somebody not even from the United States win it, I mean, congratulations, bro. But it made me a little pissed off. I'm like, damn it, I should have fired another bullet and got in there. I was
Yeah.
expecting one of my boys to win it,
Right?
but
Jerry did run super deep. We almost had a Houston regular
Y'all wanna
in
hear
the
a good
top
story with
3.
Jelly Roll
Made it
from
to
this
4th
week?
place. That's pretty dang good in that
Tell it
tournament.
after this.
well, I realized the fire inside me was so lit watching the final table that, like, when I was thinking about playing the Champions main, I was still thinking, like, I'm going to go play the main, or I may fire a bullet, or I may do this. But definitely thinking as myself. But as
They know I
watching
said-
the main
oh.
event, I was watching it
So-
as
so
Houston.
this was the
And I
jelly
was
roll I
like,
had.
this is the last time I take a
We
main
had,
event this
the game was playing big all week. for tournament.
nonchalantly.
You get in
You
the
know,
stand where
next main event,
in on
I'm not
turn.
only playing for myself.
10-9,
I don't want anybody who's not from Houston winning, so I'm going to be playing an extra level
Jack Queen
I like that.
from now on. The
turn
fire
comes
is
at 8 of
lit.
Diamonds, giving him queen high diamonds with the nut straight, giving me top set with the same straight, and we get in for about 10,000 there. And I have a 9-out free roll full house. He's got an 8-out free roll flush, and I hit the full house on the river. Scoop about 22K pot.
Nothing better than PLO than hitting your jelly roll.
Yeah, especially when it's a good one. Like,
I mean, happens once every like 5 years.
and it was against it couldn't be against a better guy, like the nicest guy in the world, loves to play. It's a Hold'em player. It was one of his first times playing PLO. Had ran his stack up to like 14 a mid. You remember he won 50K on the Hold'em stream a couple weeks ago, and I think he's a doctor. Is he a doctor? Is that right? No?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I saw him on the stream. No, that
He's just a lot of fun, a lot of action, always having a good time.
It's like I saw him on the stream. I just didn't know he won 50K.
El Tractor with another nice
I did a
hand.
challenge thing on the Stallions a long time ago where I was talking about jelly rolls and free rolls and PLO and how that's what you play for. You know, I did like a 2-month challenge and I had 2 free rolls the whole time for a decent amount of money. I missed both of them.
Yeah.
Shot the putt.
Yeah.
So what I was saying is like, I mean, that hand that I played the other day, I've been waiting for that hand for years.
Yeah.
Literally to hit a hand like that. To get the hand and to hit it. It's been years. So, and I play a lot of hours. So
No, you, nah.
just to think that like that's how rare they are, but that's what you play for in this
Yeah.
game because you can win some really big pots.
Yeah, Will won a few big pots this last week like that. Really playing well. As I said weeks ago, right before he won the Biloxi main event, could be the next Phil Ivey, very Phil Ivey-esque, crushing the cash games, crushing the tournaments. Not only just using his wins and influence to benefit
You
himself,
open on
but
Sundays, or that's usually time with your wife, or
you know, trying to do something with the poker stallions to help the future of poker.
yeah.
So most
We're in good shape, I'm
most
good.
times he's free.
Yeah. So you're free most of the time.
She's very supportive. Again.
Yeah, we're lucky to
no,
have him
Sunday,
here,
Sunday.
the Champions
Thursday. I think Sunday's
family
gonna be the day
on
we
stream
aim
every
for
week,
Tuesday
watching him
game.
Okay, that works.
Okay.
crush
Tuesday's
this
tough.
game and grow.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we usually have pretty early meetings in the Galleria. And,
Yeah.
But yeah, Sundays are
I
good.
feel like Sunday afternoons are always a good time for poker.
Yeah.
Especially when football's not on and everyone's just like
Yeah.
bored and knows what
What
to
the
do.
hell you do. Yeah.
It's good when football is on too because you can watch football. But yeah, I like playing cards on Sundays afternoons.
I'm gonna have to get more of a backstory on Will
I think if we just
Benson's.
put the word out, Josh would play. That was here.
Outfit.
Out there.
Yeah.
A bunch of guys that would play.
Second hand.
And we could get a good game built every Sunday. I feel like
I think so too.
it only
You
takes
put in
a group of 15 guys to start, or and then that quickly
It's not
grows
like
to
you're
30
10,000
guys, and then
on.
next thing you know, people are going to be, hey, I save me a seat at one.
I know it.
When people are like signing up for the seat, like this game, really, like most people try to reserve a seat a week in advance or whatever. Same thing with the bigger game. I feel like we could do it easily. It just takes a group of us getting together and doing it. Me, you, Will, Sam. Peter would play, but he lives kind of far away. It's kind of hard for him to get down here. I mean, just like multiple times a week. Yeah.
There's my lady.
Oh, but there is another big game on Sunday. I forgot about that.
El Tractor limping in with the aces this time.
Playing
One
it
of our good
sneaky.
friends that's on the
Yeah.
stream sometime, too.
Probably hoping to re-raise if it comes back around.
Yeah, your early position.
Flops top set, but with 3 clubs on board.
Yeah, gonna have to proceed with caution. Sam flopping
that.
Why waste some time?
a
Not in
flush.
last place anymore.
Did you
El
play the bounty
Tractor
Sunday, or
blocking
did you
his
play any
straight
other
flush draw.
tournaments? You bagged the bounty.
Yeah, bounty.
Did you get any bounties?
Yeah. 500, just like you.
500 votes. I pulled a 5,000.
You got 5,000.
Oh, yeah,
What was the big bounty?
25,000.
25,000.
25,000?
Ben got it.
Ben.
Ben from Louisiana.
I don't think I know him.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy.
He showed no reaction.
Like,
He pulled it. He said, blind me out. I'm going to go put this in the bank. Cashed it out. Went to the bank, deposited it, came back and finished the tournament. He was like, it's drawing interest if I put it in today.
Safe run out for Sam.
I like Ben. He's hard to get a read on, though. He doesn't show much happiness, sadness, nothing. He's
Whether
just
he's up or
straight
stuck,
face
you
the whole
wouldn't even-
time.
You wouldn't even know if he's up or stuck. You got
Yeah.
the same face.
I used to play with Ben when I was in college at LSU.
Oh, yeah, yeah, he was-
Riverboat Casino in Baton Rouge, yeah.
Wow.
That was 2-5 no limit back in 2004. And then he just one day popped up in Houston at 52. I haven't
Yeah.
seen him in 20 years.
Yeah.
Hey man, how you doing? He moved down here to play PLO.
Yeah.
And I've known him a long time.
Yeah, I run into some people that I used to play with back in like at the Isle of Capri,
Yeah.
like other places down in Louisiana that they come down here and I see them like, oh man. You know LSU, the guy that wears the LSU, Jimmy, Asian guy that
Yeah,
wears the LSU.
yeah, he plays that in Katy sometimes, yeah.
Plays at Katy. Yeah, I used to play with
Good
him all the
fold
time
by
down in
Will.
Mexico. When I saw
Yeah.
him, I was like, he's one of my favorites. He's like the nicest guy.
That was one of the things I was going to tell you about the live stream on Sunday was, and it's a guy that y'all know from Northside, I never played with him, but he had the nickname Flyboy. And I was like,
tell
no,
me.
there's only one Flyboy.
Oh.
He's no longer with us. But
No
that,
longer
was,
with
that
us.
guy used to come to Baton Rouge
Jimmy Spears.
and terrorize
Fly.
us.
We called him
We
Fly.
call him
Yeah.
Fly Boy. Fly.
I mean, we used to get text alerts when I was in college that Fly's in town. And I mean, I was selling my
Played with
books,
him
trying to
forever.
get as much money as I possibly could to go play in that game because he was
know
he was
he's
going to
in-
bust you or he was going to.
You know he's in like the Hall of Fame for billiards.
Yeah.
Yeah, for one pocket.
Yep. He used to come down and terrorize us. when we
Yeah,
were in college.
for back to about probably 2011 to 13, 14, he played a lot in North Houston and
Very aggressive.
He's played Q-Sticks.
and would stay up
JJ's game.
Q and Cook.
all hours of
Yeah.
the night. He would play.
Or JJ's game too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was one of those guys that could play
Forever.
Chino sessions, like
Oh yeah.
30-hour sessions.
Yeah.
Stuff.
The stories we used to talk about back in the day, shooting pool, like in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
Awesome stories.
I mean, he had to be in his, 70s
Yeah, he was late 70s.
then, and he was still playing, like, he'd fall asleep at the table every once in a while, you know? But he was,
Yeah.
he'd been there for 2 days. How do you not fall asleep for a little bit?
He knew my dad. My dad was a pool hustler. He knew my dad when I brought him up in Baton Rouge. I think those guys that played together in the 50s and 60s.
They're driving all over.
Yeah, it
all
was
over
probably a
the
pretty small
Southwest.
group.
Yeah.
fold?
Yeah, the other flyboy is Tony Sanchez. He's
Yeah.
a pilot. He's a good friend of
I
ours.
hadn't seen the name Flyboy since then.
We told him that too. He's like, oh, that's my email. I think his name is like flyboy
Yeah.
at gmail.com.
One gold.
We said since the other one is passed, he can use the name now.
5 layers.
That's fair.
If you Google, Fly back in the day and see his picture, he was a stout guy.
Yeah, he was a beat
I
like
believe it. Yeah, I believe it.
yeah,
Big,
so-
strong chin, huge upper body.
Flyboy Jimmy Spears. I spent a lot of hours in my young poker career playing shorthanded and heads up with them. I learned a lot from them. Those stories that they're
I'll
talking
take a
about.
second right now to give a shout out to a lady I met today named Sherry, the dog park. Took the dogs in the park today, and Steve was with me, and he just gets to talking to people, and he's like, "Oh, watch this on TV." I know. Steve is my father-in-law. I know he's a very, very unique person. He likes to talk to people, so.
He does.
He was like, "Oh, if you want to follow him, watch this." So she's gonna be watching. I think her husband plays poker too, so I'm like, I'll give us something to do on a Tuesday night. There's nothing else to do on a Tuesday night really. Might as well tune in to see El Tractor give it away.
Oh, Sherry. That's great. Will out there
I'm more of a
meeting
fourth quarter player.
the
I know. I've seen.
I've seen that. Yeah.
new
I've seen
fans.
him try to get.
He gets hot in the last hour, wins every hand.
Yeah, I've seen him hit a three-pointer to send it into overtime before too, and then just go off in overtime.
Ice up when it matters.
We want new fans tuning into this show, not just
First quarter.
stuck poker players at home
Will-
trying to figure
Will's
out how to
already got
get
one
good
of,
at their
One
game.
person here
That's
winning
right.
for the day, Scott.
Yeah, I got
In the booth.
New
Double
players.
up through Will before the stream, so.
Well, I saw Will a few days ago wearing that hat. I said, "Hey,
Wasted y'all's time.
Will, what's up with that tractor hat?" And he said, "It's his tractor hat." I said, "All right." Then I walked up today and I saw him wearing the tractor hat with overalls and no shirt under it. And I was like, baller.
Overalls and no shirt.
Well, no, they did.
He's just trying to get in some big games now, trying to create a new image.
People kept saying, like my family was like, why are they talking about Will, like the other Will, and I was like, it's not the same person. There's 2 or 3 Wills.
There's like 4 Wills on
And
here
I was like,
sometimes.
listen, I'll just use my online moniker. I'll just be El
There you go.
Tractor or whatever.
One time it was me, him, Willie
It's
D,
three-
and,
it's
and
just
Billy
too
D.
confusing
So
for
4
me.
Wills at the table.
I was just like, whatever. He was here first. Like, I'll be El Tractor.
Okay, he's
I didn't
using
even
his
want to raise it. I
online
just didn't realize it
name.
was on me, and I was like, I can't
I
just
appreciate
flat
that
here.
decision. That was
Just me and you,
a lot of things I
Sanjeev.
could buy with $100 kit.
Oh, this is the rivalry for sure.
Classic matchup.
Yeah, even with a
Man,
pair
I
in
didn't
his
see the
hand,
photos, I probably called.
pretty equal, 55-45 here. Likely nobody's going to hit anything. I think Paul's probably going to know Sanjeev has aces. And, well,
Check.
Diamond draw now.
could be interesting. Yeah.
So these guys are like best friends. So you saw that they just checked it down, played real nice with each other. Oh yeah,
They don't have.
aces isn't much.
Well, they
Okay.
kind of had to. The hands dictated.
He's got aces.
But it would have been interesting if a
Ooh, I would've won
flush
that hand
did
even though I didn't
come.
have the best hand. I'll pick up king high flush. And
Yeah, with that
two gutters.
ace of diamonds.
Yeah, I'd like to see if Paul would value bet his flush and to see if Sanjeev could maybe raise
I
him
like
with the
trying to
dry
bluff
guy.
Sanjeev. It's easy.
But small pot, a little hard to
Hold
do.
everything.
It's a good thing about this
Try that.
game, Pot Limit Omaha.
There's
If
a
you
couple
want to
people
do
I don't
something
even try to
creative,
bluff.
if you want to make it
Sanjev's not one of them. I
dangerously
tried to bluff
creative,
Sanjev. I've been caught on
then
the
you got to
street
do some
3 or 4
work
times
and
on
build it
both
up to
times.
that moment where you can be
I only tried to bluff
dangerously
Sanjeev
creative.
just go after the stream,
If
like,
nobody's
say,
really
hey, go
put
back
in
and
any
watch the
work
hand
and
I
it's
got
just
you.
been lackadaisical and you look up there and
I
there's
haven't
just
been able to do it yet. I haven't bluffed
a nothing of a pot, well then there's not much you can do. So it's a game where it takes a lot of forethought and
You get that one bluff through. You're like,
planning streets
Every time I go
ahead.
like, oh,
makes up for the other 7 times it didn't work.
Bro, I feel Fireman Scott will call me with 4 blank cards just to say he called me down.
called you down.
He will call me with anything.
That's not just you.
Yeah, it's just me.
Okay.
Because he posted a lot of people.
No, that's not true, Nick. It's never, well, I only play poker with my friends, so.
No, it's not just Scott that calls you down either. You bullshit a lot, Waters.
Thank you, Will, for clearing that up.
7, 8 balls.
Chris, when you get your cards, put them in here in this box.
None of these hands real big. I like Peter's hand
Just make sure it reads them.
a little bit. Sanjeev's hand's okay,
That's the best way to do it.
but you know, a lot of
All four ends
these
for a little
guys are content to just go small to the flop and then let the magic happen after.
Check's good.
4 checks.
But as I just mentioned, can be difficult to get very creative if nobody's raised.
Right. Pretty small
Deuce,
pot.
diamond.
Deuce.
Yeah, you can have a bluff all planned out, but it don't work if you hadn't done any work to it. You know, it's not like no limit hold'em. You can't just sit there and sit there and sit there for 3 streets and then just say all in. If you want to get something done, you got to start working on it early in Omaha. You got to not only work on it early, you got to know what everybody's stacks are so you don't overwork it.
3 calls. Heads up.
Used to go to the Alec Free in Lake Charles.
Yeah.
Those games
Sanjeev
were
goes
wild.
from the bottom
Remember
end to the
when
top
Juarez
end.
played over there?
They used
Yeah,
to,
makes
they used to
them
be fun out
nuts.
there, man. When they had that boat on the left
Swear
side.
guy misses 2 pairs and a flush draw.
2 pair.
Straight.
Did you check at the end?
He wasn't gonna call.
Well, you got to sit out though. You checked the nuts.
Well, Sanjeev, you're going to find
All right,
yourself
we'll
with
let you play
Oklahoma
tomorrow.
Larry sitting on the
That's a
rail.
penalty, bro.
Yeah.
Checking the nuts is a penalty.
I don't think you knew he had it.
I have sat next to him, no, that's more time than anybody else probably.
The main thing that we needle each
No
other
way he
about
would've
is
called.
not
If you
gambling.
get the nuts against me, know that I won't.
Because
call
what we
either.
don't want is somebody
Yeah,
getting
me too,
too
me too.
tight and just sitting
Yeah,
on
I
their
haven't played
chips.
with you, so I don't know.
No,
You never played with Tommy?
If you got to needle
Don't
your
play together.
opponents anyway, you might as well needle
Up there, right, yeah.
them for playing too tight
Please do the same for me.
and doing things
Please do the
that,
same for me.
Yeah,
you know,
we play
famously,
enough, no?
Oklahoma Larry folded aces on the last hand of the night while being up 33K and wouldn't
I only bet the
straddle.
nuts on the river.
You know, that's kind of looked down upon. That's sort of what
Obviously, you just checked it.
Sanjeev right there. It's so looked down upon that
nicest guys on the
in
street.
a tournament you would
I'm
get
really-
penalized for it.
No matter.
Right.
But yeah,
only
these
'cause
guys are
Larry's
getting
not
too
here.
tight around here.
Oh, God, no.
And,
Yeah,
and
sitting
Shane.
next to him, I'm a prince.
Shane's nice. You mean?
No, Shane, I
You
said.
mean? Oh. We thought of a new name for Shane. Actually, not we. A group.
Houston has
Someone
spoken.
thought of a new name for Shane. I don't want to throw you under the bus in case he's watching.
He's watching.
Calls.
It's Come Plain Shane.
It's a good name.
It's a good one, a good nickname, right?
Raise 60. 8 balls.
We're gonna see if that'll spread out the country club.
I still kind of like the name
9 calls.
Gotta get with Mark on
Freight
that
Train
one.
Shane.
Online, he's a different animal.
1 call.
I heard he's been tearing that up.
Yeah, we had Shane on here last week
I
and
can understand how
Chan.
and that day, it just.
exciting stream, and I'm sure we'll have both of those guys back
started
on
out
here
running
soon. They did not fold aces pre-flop. They were mixing it up quite a bit.
Played out there.
Speaking of not folding aces, Rockets will
The dealer. and-
3-betting here with ace-ace 6-3 single suited.
2, 3,
Sending it back around.
Man, what a nice spot, because Sanjeev has a really good hand too. And Waters has double suited queens, so
Yeah, Sanjeev was the initial raisers here. He's definitely not going anywhere with that hand.
yeah, very nice spot here for Will. Let's see what the flop holds.
300, he was priced. 350, he was out.
300 just sounds so sweet.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
Vodka
out.
playing
350.
Y'all seen
Badoogie
the
on the
movie?
button.
300.
I've been wondering when LaFlame was going to play a hand here.
Oh.
Just waiting for that 7-high Badoogie to get in
I think I
there.
was gonna bet this one in the dark.
He was probably feeling the pressure. Damn, I've been here an hour. I haven't played a hand. Let me go ahead and step it up with this one.
Right.
Just drop it. Rob, look, just drop it. Drop it, drop it. There you go. Good man.
800.
How's it feel, Will?
And I don't know
Found a
if
better
Will saw the flop before you bet or not,
Even the dealer.
but this is a really good flop for Sanjeev. Top 2 pair,
Oh,
nut flush draw.
That said he was
Good bet, Will.
Yeah, Will kind of bet it instantly. They were encouraging him to bet
not good at all.
as soon as the flop came out. I don't know if he saw it or not, but it doesn't matter. As you said, huge flop for Sanjeev.
And Will's going to know exactly where he's at here. This is either the kind of hand that Sanjeev has or a set of kings, and Will should be able to suss that out. It's just a matter of how much is in the
Why did I
pot
bet?
and what does he think.
Well,
yeah, it's not that much more to call, so he's going to give the action.
Stream will deuce. Deuce.
yeah, I mean, it was close. He went all in for 2,000. There's the nut flush for Sanjeev.
Got flush.
Nice hand.
Yeah, Will's drawing dead. He knows it.
Wow, big hand.
No, I was ahead.
Are you familiar with how to play all these big hands? You got aces, you got ace, king, jack,
Go
nine
ahead.
suits.
It's a pretty good flop for that hand.
Neil, if you're watching, I can win against Will once in a while.
Well, I bet in the dark. I actually had the best hand on the flop, but I think you were probably favorite. Well, you turned me dead. So you were definitely a favorite after the turn. I was dead.
I wanted you to just fold, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Lawyer Paul still doing the best right now. Still early on in the stream here, though, about an hour in. Paul up almost 4,000. Sam and Sanjeev up over 1,000. And it's Will and El Tractor at the bottom of the board right now.
Suckers. Absolute suckers.
That's right. That's why they keep getting invited to the games.
I had a guy around town, goes by the name of Fat Kurt. And I was playing with Fat Kurt one night, and the next morning I showed back up, and he's raring to go. He's waiting for me at the door, and I walked up, and he said, "Scott, you're not going to believe what happened last night after you left." And I said, "What?" And he goes, "I lost all my chips on the last hand of the night." I said, "Kurt, there's a reason it was the last hand of the night. If you wouldn't have lost all your chips, it wouldn't have been the last hand."
Right.
I wasn't a bunch of that. That is aces.
Oh, okay. That's a perfect flop for me now, so
Yeah, that was a big one.
I just wanted you to get out of
No, it
my
was the
way.
perfect turn.
Will is not mucking.
Could have
his
came
hand
deuce,
on
deuce
top
like
of
I
the
wanted. He said it. Deuce, I wanted deuce, club, deuce diamond, deuce heart.
7 call, 8 call,
On that, they all want something.
If this card's above a 7,
9 call,
All right. They all like little ones, like Peter's wife.
Decision.
I like El Tractor's
Be
hand.
nice.
I mean,
100,
for obvious reason.
Got the nines, got a
well,
rundown.
no, normally I would just raise it, but I don't want y'all.
Got
I
a
want all the
suit,
hundreds
got
in,
the
so-
9 of diamonds dry.
call 100,
And look,
5 calls,
he's, I guess, favored in the hand.
Yeah, Will also with a nice hand there.
7,
The 2 Wills
8 calls,
looking good on this one.
Oh,
Family part?
thank you, Sam.
Yeah, if you name your son Will, it's likely he's going to turn out to be a good poker
145 in the
player.
dark.
Rockets
See if we
Will
can spin this
going
up.
all in blind.
Will now is like the Phil of the early
No,
days. There was a lot
I'm
of
only
Phil
doing one card.
Locks, Phil Hellmuths.
So I know what card
You
I'm
know,
on.
now there's a lot of Wills.
Right. Especially in this game.
If all y'all fold, I
Nice
will
flop
give
for the
everyone
guy
back.
who went all in dark.
I'll give you more
Middle
time to
set,
save it next time.
gut shots
Everyone
of
back at
Broadway.
quarter.
Them 9s still got clubs, though.
Yeah. And Ship It flopping the bottom end of a wrap.
I know. I thought people play those cards.
That can't be good for anyone.
Some more outs for El Tractor. Can catch a 5 now. Have the
Yeah,
nut
I
straight.
don't think anybody wants to do anything real creative here when you got an all-in player.
Yeah, and Ship It makes his nut straight. That 7.
Will has 2 9s blocking the straight. He's feeling like maybe a a bluff would win here, but with a player all in, it kind of ruins your bluff. You know, how likely are you to win the main pot, even if you get the bluff through?
Right, you're going to win a $300 side pot.
He may be,
but he might think he's good against Will's hand for the main also with the 2 pair.
yeah. I mean, unfortunately here, Shipp It has the nuts, so
Yeah.
unfortunately for Will, it ain't gonna work.
Yeah, not this time. Good news for Shipp It.
I screwed myself by not having more chips.
$1,000 out of that.
No, you want to fold it anyways.
We both had tens. Oh, I thought you had
Had you in trouble.
He wasn't going on with that.
That's what I'm saying. I might have saved myself by not having more chips.
And the blockers.
good hands. Jeez.
For a blind hand, I'll take middle set with the gutter at the nuts. Backdoor nut flush draw.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Yeah, I thought it was not a bad move by El Tractor at the end. Like I said, he had blockers to the nuts and 2 pair. His 2 pair could have easily beat the all in.
Right. Yeah, with Will going all in dark, he's likely to have aces or something like that, and he's beating a lot of those kind of hands.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's more than 1 9 in the deck, though.
Sometimes 1 9 sucks out on 2 9s. Sounded vaguely dirty. Don't listen to that back.
I started carrying 2 9s back in the Army. I was I guess you call him like a tank commander. And in those tanks, you don't really carry M16s anymore. You start carrying pistols. I started carrying 2 9s back then. So when I transferred over to poker, transitioned over to from the Army to poker, it was pretty easy. Just went from 2 9s to 2 9s.
There you go. I mean, I figured you'd probably won some big pots or a tournament or something with the 9s, but that's a cool backstory for how you got started with them.
I actually have like 7 different origin stories for the pocket 9s.
Oh, you're like the Spider-Man of poker.
I have 7 different origin stories for the pocket 9s. But the most true is that one. I did carry 2 9s in the Army.
Suited ace for Lawyer Paul.
Flocka still ain't really catching any cards, so he says, well, whatever. These 4 will do.
Yeah, I mean, it's PLO. If it's not a million to call, you're never super far behind. You can peel a flop for $20 and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, you get all geared up and ready to play on the live stream. You come on, and all you get is Badoogie, 7-4, deuce 5, 10-6, 5-5. You say, come on, man, I want to play a hand in front of my mama.
Pretty weak, yeah, and then you limp in for 20, and some jerk with aces raises it up to 150, and now what?
150?
Got a call with those 5s.
I call.
Just kidding.
Thank you.
Cannot fold.
Hold on.
Look what
Here
Will.
comes a 5.
Will woke up with 2 9s here.
Again.
And a suit. See if they can outrun Tommy's aces.
No, I'm good.
Check.
Flocka somehow ahead here. It's got open ender. And then the 10 makes it so if the 9 comes, he also makes a 10 high straight.
Oh, okay.
So not quite a wrap, but big piece of that. That card's going to change some things.
Well, nobody has an 8 here, so that's going to put Shipp It, and it brings a nut flush draw. So that's a really good card for Tommy Shipp. And he's going to have the best hand with aces. If nobody fires at this, he'll win. But look at Will, sensing that nobody has anything. He's got 2 9s.
Yeah, blocking that straight, the 9-10 straight.
Yeah, he's pretty sure nobody's got an 8. Nobody bet it. Nobody's got a straight because he's got 2 9s. Let's go ahead and take this one down. Nice hand, Will.
You got it?
Oh.
That'll repair. Thought it was good.
An overpair to the 8.
Will usually says like 3 or 4 different things. If somebody asks him what he had, he'll say like 3 or 4 different things, and one of them's true. One of them's true.
Right.
One of those.
There you go.
Yeah, that's gonna fat guy if he's hungry. I mean, what kind of question is that?
I can hear you right here.
I would like a drink, a beverage.
Yeah, if anybody wants a wine, no, will buy Opus one for everybody.
3 bottles. 3 bottles.
never
Let's go.
Can we get a couple bottles of Opus for the table?
Put it on his tab.
The only thing that bothers me about Will buying
She was
a
a bearer
bottle
of bad
of
news.
Opus
She
for
was like, oh yeah,
Tony
by the way, you owe 1,300. I was like, what?
is
Oh, I didn't even win that much.
You taking drink orders?
I'll take another one.
Tony would never, ever approve buying a bottle of Opus for Will.
Right.
Never.
Big rock and water. Bottle of water.
The 9s are going around. Sweater guy with them this time.
3, 4.
Big rock.
But now you see,
I need more
Tony did lose like 14 or 15,000 in the game. Will usually wins 14 or 15,000. So in Tony's eyes, he's like, buy the wine, bitch.
Right.
5 players.
And Larry could have said, hey, I folded aces. I'll get the wine. But he didn't.
No, he didn't. I heard Will. So I mentioned earlier we had a guy who was playing a bit on the stream, Paul P, played a few times, and we had to let him go because he was only playing aces, is what Larry and a few others were saying. But it looks like Paul may have a seat again now that Larry's throwing those aces away.
Yeah, we can't have guys don't even play aces.
So Sanjeev, how was the birthday party this weekend?
It was great.
I saw some pictures you sent. They looked like a lot of fun.
I told my wife, no, you cost me the main event, no.
She was
Cost you what,
she was like, I saved you
Cost you
15,000.
8 buy-ins?
She was like, honey, wasn't this a great weekend? We got to save so much money, and we got to stay at a nice house on the lake. No, it looks like that's one of my favorite.
You
it's
know
one of
the
my
funniest
favorite
thing was that, we have a family chat with Neil.
Yeah, you told me.
I did tell you?
You messaged the wrong chat.
Yeah, Neil wrote me and I said, Dad, do you know this is the weekend that Mom wants to go is the main event? And I said, yeah, I didn't have any choice, no. That's the weekends he wanted to go out, no, unfortunately. And he writes me, no, that, Dad, you're talking in our family chat.
That's got me in a lot of trouble before, too. Think you're texting back someone, or you're texting
My wife
someone else?
pretended, no, she did not read it, no.
2, 4. 20.
That's good. I mean, you were just saying it's all about her that weekend. Wasn't anything bad, really. She's be okay with it. Did y'all get in the water at all? Too cold, huh?
Raise 115.
Was y'all's house up on top of one of the cliffs?
16.
Yeah, it's nice up there.
It was just, our granddaughter was in such a good mood
Holes,
that just made Venus.
7 hole, 8
Yeah, it made her whole weekend.
9 holes, 1 hole, and 3 holes.
Dan, I talked about it last week, how sometimes all the hands
Did the kids
kind of look
from
alike.
Northeast come down? Or from
Yep.
south? No. Just one.
It's cool right now. No?
Okay.
They'll be here in summer.
They stay for the whole summer
Sometimes
down
it
here?
feels that way.
That's nice.
All hearts, though. One of the hands will stand out now. Sanjeev flopping second nuts.
What's the pot?
690.
A little scary here. You can go either route, you can just lead on out with the second nuts, expect it to be the best hand and hope it is, or you can check it. Here it looks like Tommy's going to come along with top set. The good part about leading out in Sanjeev's case is if you get somebody with top set, they're going to call you like Tommy did. Bad part is if somebody has an ace high flush, you're drawing dead. But check on the turn to exercise some pot control. So Sanjeev's going to win this hand.
Good. Okay.
Ooh.
It went check on the river.
Good.
I'm thinking if I was Sanjeev, I would have just
Slow down.
bet full pot, and if I got check raised in that way, I'd just be like, nice freaking hand, bro.
Nice guy.
Right.
Mr. Nice Guy.
I said, he may have nuts and slow playing.
Yeah, don't check that against me. I would have bluffed you with the queen high dry girl.
Yeah, I would have called you.
Top set.
There was no doubt I was calling. It just
Oh, no.
didn't want to make it too expensive for
You
myself.
don't want to get check raised?
So right there, you see, he said there's no doubt he's calling, and that's why he went check on the turn to keep it small, so he could call.
Getting check raised.
I mentioned earlier, there's hands where you know absolutely I've got the best hand. I want to get max value. There's other times where you're like, I'm pretty sure I want to get good value, and I'll be happy with good value. But don't necessarily want to get every chip in the middle.
About what?
Right. When you don't have the nuts and you can't make the nuts, keep it small.
You're scared, I'm excited, you know.
Making hands.
The only good part is he's checking the nuts, the nice guy. So
Yeah,
I'll play
checking the nuts last to act.
So I hope I never piss them off.
And checking the second nuts last to act sometime too.
If I ever pissed you off in the past, please forgive me.
You never do, no.
One, three, four.
You know, I was talking to some of the guys earlier this week about what a small sample size this is. You know, we really only get 5 hours. And the game moves a little bit slower than normal, being on live stream and being for an audience. So they are kind of small sample sizes. You know, and some of the players who haven't been winner, I expect them to be winner by the end of it. And some of the players that are winner, I expect them to be loser by the end of it. And when I say the end, there really is no end.
Right. It's one long poker game, and in this stream, we're probably going to see less than 100 hands. So sometimes you get stuck, and it's tough to get unstuck in 100 hands.
Yeah,
but
I remember
tomorrow they'll get there.
Yeah, I remember the first, say, 4 streams we had, people were telling me, they were like, Scott, you seem to be playing an awful lot tighter. And I'm like, well, for one, we're just kind of working out the kinks on this stream. And 2, we've got people like Oreo Jimmy kind of going nuts every hand. And in a small sample size, when somebody's playing super aggressive and they're running hot, you kind of you got to let them burn out a little bit, you know? You got to wait your turn.
A lot of action.
Yeah, positions critical, and just the feel of the flow of the
Five in the
game.
window, I got excited. And then I saw another 5, another 6.
Something like that.
Cards around the 5. I was playing in that range.
You can choose to play a strategy that's going to be a lot more streaky also. You know, there's kind of the way I play. So
Blind 50, Peter.
take me specifically.
Game going.
I play a style that tends to run a lot more streaky than, say, a style of Peter Fry.
Is that a blind or?
Peter Fry is usually not going to win as much as me,
It's not a straddle.
but in general, he's going to book more consistent, smaller wins.
Right.
He can go to 400.
Just different players, different styles, just like any sport or any fight. You will play a style that suits you and your personality and your experience best.
Calls 100. 6 and 7 calls. 8 calls. Raise 5.
All right, my man Nick Waters here raises up. He says, I got 2 queens and an ace and a king, so it's unlikely my opponent has pocket kings or pocket aces. I've got to have the best hand
I'm not
here.
going to let the blind hunter get me in any more trouble.
Makes it 500 pre-flop. Let's go.
Yeah, I'd say leave a couple if you don't mind.
Yeah, and that $100 blind bet from Rockets will helps him get a lot of money into the pot, so now you can really work with this hand. 4 ways to the flop, over 2,000 in the middle already. And he gets the nut flush draw.
Yeah, good flop for Waters here. Best hand, best draw, and it's a recognizably best hand. You know, he knows he's got nut clubs with an overpair, so no reason not to just put the money in and go with it here. You're probably best. If not, you know, you can draw out. What's Paul thinking about here? Not much. Paul needed some kind of straightening turn so he could bluff with those 8s.
Even he wins, no, he always wants a run out. No.
Yeah, it's a special.
Go ahead.
It's pretty good.
Way ahead of me.
You like it?
Not flush draw, right?
Ooh, that was about the best flop I could ask for, open-ended with 9 high and flush draw.
At 3, 3, 3, 7.
No, I needed that.
With flush draw? Oh, not flush draw.
Fight. Ace king suited.
Ace, king, queen, queen.
Yeah, ace clubs?
Ace king clubs to king.
All right, good. I was in a lot of trouble then. 6 outs. Oh, I had 2 4s too, so 1 gonna be club, 7 outs.
Well, they were right earlier. Now that I know how they all play.
You gonna go get them tonight?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be in trouble if I come in there.
$50 blind raise from Rockets.
Looked at
Will.
one, it looked really good, so I was like, you know what, the rest are gonna be similar, same range.
Well, it looks right now like everybody wants to play good for their families and friends tonight. Somebody maybe Will needs to needle them or put a bad beat on somebody.
Anyone go outside today?
Interesting just call from Sam here with the double suited aces, hoping somebody else will jack it up.
Well, yeah, he's hoping somebody gets sneaky, but this is not a spot where anybody seems to be getting real sneaky. I say that the last time he made it 100, Nick Waters made it 500.
Right.
But in general, you know, there's not a Shane or a Super Mike or somebody going crazy and 3-betting every hand. So I would have liked the raise by Sam, especially since you got double suited, ace, ace, king, 6, and he flopped spades.
Yeah, the good news is he does connect.
Yeah, just like the hand previous. You know, Nick got a pretty nice flop for his hand, and so did Sam. You know, all 2 spades.
Probably get action from Sanjeev here with top pair and an open ender.
Yeah, no spades for Sanjeev, so can't be too in love with his hand. And Will with an overpair and a gutter. Going to be drawing a little bit slim. No backdoor flush draw either.
But gets to close the action. There's quite a bit of money in the pot already.
Set of jacks for Will, but also bringing the nut flush for Sam.
And goes with less than half pot.
Good play, Sam.
Deuce! Diamond!
Will's not loving it. Needing the board to pair. Okay, I guess the river came out and the board did not pair. Sam's nut flush is going to hold up. And bets a small amount again.
Yeah, half pot again.
Yeah, trying to get Will to call something.
Shows deuce diamond. That's not coming.
Will was calling for.
You know, that just shows you the difference in a real Omaha pro. And typically, like a new Omaha player, 1-3 Omaha player, they'll come in with a hand like Sam's on the turn, and they'll bet max value, and they're just, I wanted to get you out of here, Will, because I didn't want you to make a flush. And you go, Sam's betting half pot because he's wanting Will to call. He's wanting to get that flush draw to call.
Turn top set. Try to gamble at you. Yeah, right guy.
It's kind of a good example of letting
Just joking.
letting your fears
He at least had a straight. I'll tell you that
get
much.
in the way of your value.
Chances are he had a flush.
Getting the max value, or the most value, or the best value out of your hand is one of the most important parts of the game. And
Sure.
when you're scared of everything, in Omaha, people are,
I didn't have the deuce of diamonds in my hand.
a lot of times scared of the
went
nuts.
for it inside the-
Prevents you from doing your job correctly, and that's getting max value on your hands. Right there, Sam did a great job. And so did Will. I mean, not falling for it on the river. When the board didn't pair, he knew where he was. Each player knew where they
Early
were.
for Will. It's early.
Yeah,
It's
we're
never
only,
too late for
we're only in the second
Nah,
quarter,
he gets,
so
he
we're only in the
gets, he
second
gets
quarter.
hot late.
Last 30 minutes.
Will
that's
needs a
all I need.
halftime pep talk. is
Yeah.
what-
Yeah, Will needs last 30
He
minutes.
needs the
that's
coach to talk to him.
Man. That last 30 minutes a couple weeks ago was, he won every pot that was of significance.
Is that? Oh yeah.
He was like,
Yeah, there
couldn't
was-
win a hand all stream. We're not really losing any, just like kind of card dead.
it. Take it easy.
And just went hot.
I got real.
Aces again, man.
You can fold.
He got in one hand.
I'm glad Larry's not here. We'd have a lot of folding. There's a lot of aces going around tonight.
They are going around. Single suited,
The reason I'm
pretty well connected for lawyer Paul. He raises it up.
I'm gonna win this.
I was
Okay.
talking that
You
about that
might.
with a buddy of mine.
100.
It's probably the best hand I've had all day. So
Six of them in three
if I don't win with this hand, I might
go
let
home.
Scott come in early tonight, guys. 'Cause this is a
Almost a
monster.
nut badoogie for Rockets Will.
Said the same thing.
I said Will was going to be, if Will was stuck, there's no way he's going to want to give up his seed.
That makes sense. Nut flush draw for Sanjeev.
Waters got top two pair and the queen high flush draw blocking.
Yeah. And he will be potting.
Well, he's got the button, he's got the hand, everybody checks to him. Bet it for value, there you go. Not a lot of, not a lot of turns you're going to be afraid of with the diamonds here and two big pair.
I wanted to turn it over, but the wrong guy bet.
I had two of those.
And Paul gets to close the action here, so he's going to call with his gut shot to Broadway, the
Sometimes.
over pair.
It's not just you.
He just called because I called. No?
I feel like Paul hates me.
Oh, of course not.
More outs.
Should have a bet of full pot by Waters here for 1,600. Max value, brother. There you go.
Damn.
Yeah, Paul picking up a double gutter now.
When you get hands that are pretty clear cut, now of course somebody could have a set of sixes or something like that, but if you're Nick Waters in your mind, you got to be thinking top two pair and a flush draw. This is the best hand. They are drawing. I'm going to make them pay max value for their draw. Especially when it's a flush draw and you got blockers to it, because there's something about colors and shapes. People love flush draws more than they do straight draws for some
That's why they're
reason.
trying to give you action. I like when I get
You
action.
want it, no?
That's what you wanted. Come
And
on.
again,
I bet I want them.
Paul gets to get in there.
Wow.
Double gutter. Over 6,000 in the middle now. 6,660.
Well, I
That's gonna
mean,
be the pot of the
if you're
night
Paul, you
so
doubled
far.
your outs. You went from having
There's no way.
being able to hit jacks to being able to hit
So far.
a 7 as well.
16 times 4.
And you figure both of these guys have diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
And look at that.
Nice hand, Nick. I told you you didn't
Queens
need that
full
green
for
cowboy
Waters.
hat.
And now it's so little, Paul might have to call with aces up. 8,000 in the middle, less than 1,500 to call.
1475.
Yeah, he's gonna have to give him this 1,400.
Bear or bad news?
Nice hand,
And Queen Eye
Waters.
Diamond? Damn, big hand.
And not flush draw.
Hey, two blockers. Second number.
Nice hand for Waters, and just like that, up $6,000.
It's all right.
Paul's been tagging me since what, 2 months now?
Nah, nah.
Well, see, sometimes you just walk around Fireman Scott's hat for just a little while, and it gives you enough confidence to go out there and bet your top two.
Figure that one out.
Played by me.
I had 4,000.
You folded a 3.
Need a brush.
I had deuce 3, 5, 6 there, I think, or something like that. Just for Badoogie. I was just
Show
trying
off.
to, give you all a little bit. Maybe a flop of quads.
5,000.
You're talking about his session the other day, the last 30 minutes.
Black's fine.
I had 3 sessions a couple weeks ago where I lost like 5 figures each session, and every time I'm going home, like, what am I doing wrong? Maybe I'm not good at this game. Maybe, do I suck this bad?
Not playing long enough.
And then the last session, the 4th session, I ran like God for the first like hour. I was like, oh yeah, I remember how to be good at this game.
That's all you need.
make really good
Nothing
hands,
good.
make everybody else have the second best hand, and hold. And yeah,
Game's real easy.
game's real easy. What was I doubting myself? It's the easiest game in poker. Get there, hold. Yeah, easy game.
I could talk about
Forgot
their
how to
little
get there.
conversation there for
Yeah,
a
you can't
long
skip that
time.
part.
Yeah. Well, it's even worse if you forget how to hold.
He's right.
When
This
you're
is a
getting
humbling
there.
game.
Charcuterie board.
You're on a losing
That's a real
streak. It can make you
expensive
feel like exactly what he said, like you've forgotten how to play
Get there, but you
almost.
don't hold.
But I think in the middle of all of that,
Or when you get there and you have the 2 blockers and you try to bluff raise.
Rockets Will gave a great piece of advice that I think people nowadays are forgetting.
wondering what you're
People
doing
usually get every single thing backwards and wrong in poker. And so usually people think the secret to winning, when you're a beginning player, you think the secret of winning is hitting and running, winning a hand and then getting away from the table. And that's actually wrong. You should be trying to sit there longer and learn your game and learn how to play and get in there and fight it out. I like to use the example, if Michael Jordan was playing basketball with somebody for money, he wouldn't go out there and make a basket and then try to go and quit the game. He would try to keep making basket after basket after basket. And Will told Tommy that, you're not playing long enough. Put in a session, fight till the end, get a win, and sometimes you're playing too long. People identify that real easy, Hey, I was played for, 18 hours straight or 2 days straight, and I gave all my chips away. But sometimes it's harder to identify problems like not playing long enough.
Yeah, you got to put in the time.
Yeah, I've had that conversation a few times today. Somebody called me this morning and was asking me some advice on something similar, and our conversation kind of went down this same road. And I told him, well, that kind of became a problem for me, where I kind of started looking at things more hourly, and I started going home at the end of 5 hours. Even if I was loser, I wouldn't care. I would just go home after 5 hours. And then after a while, I started saying, maybe I need to be fighting till the end more. Maybe I don't need to just accept this loss after 4 hours. Maybe I need to, this is the night where the game's good and the conditions are right, and I need to fight it through and play 10 hours tonight instead of 5 today and 6 tomorrow. Will is really good at identifying what game's good and what game he has a chance of getting out of the trap and getting a winner at.
Sure.
Sweater guy, making a fold here.
Yeah, big all in pre-flop here. Oh wait, there's a board out there. Okay, we're a street behind on the
Yeah,
graphics.
the
He flops
graphics
to
were a little
straight.
messed up for us. Okay, I see. Yeah, it flopped to straight and Peter folded.
So it's a big 4-bet pre-flop though,
Okay.
and
Didn't have the dry guy.
Paul with the 9-high rundown, flopping the best of it. Sweater guy gets away from the kings there. A nice pot there.
Had it on 3.
Yeah, to your point, what you were saying there, I used to think similarly, like of poker is sessions, and oh, I won 100 in this session and 100 in this session, and then I lost 500, and then I won 100 and I won 100. But poker's one long game. You have to think about it in those terms. And
Well, you know, and it's going to go either way, and things are going to change. There was a time where I was playing too long and too fast and too wild. So it's like, okay, I need to take this and turn it down, go a little bit slower, a little bit shorter, And then I caught myself going a little bit too slow, a little bit too short. This is the great thing about this game. It's going to keep you working forever.
Where'd you have that hand?
Which one?
We flopped a straight. 5, 6, 7, 8. Somewhere.
No, king queen then.
Not a hand that can win.
Well, obviously. Just save me from going back and looking at it later.
Full house.
Well, I'm going to have to root for Lawyer Paul on this one.
Queen.
No suits, but who needs them when you got 2 9s, a jack, and a queen?
It's a pretty hand.
Didn't care about that 1600 or whatever.
7 playing.
Will's needling Paul for calling off that bet to Nick Waters
Nice, Elix.
with the aces a while ago.
Well, when I called turn,
Sam's flopped the nut flush draw and blockers to the straight.
Yeah, if the diamond comes. Like the
Very
diamond
nice.
comes,
Going to lead out and bet 100 and hopefully build a pot up that you can bluff at. Obviously he'd like to make the hand, but if it comes like a deuce or a 3 or a 4 or a king or a queen on the turn, look for Sam to go ahead and continue betting big like he's got the nut straight. Well, he makes the nuts. How about that?
That's another option also
Yeah.
with a hand like that.
You can tell the difference in me and Sam. I'm always expecting to not make the hand, and how can I win this hand if I don't make the hand? Sam just makes the hand, whatever.
Well, that's a great way to look at it, though, when you're playing Omaha, because a lot of times you're so focused on your draw that you miss the opportunities of playing your other cards or your other, creative ways to take down the pot if you do miss.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, not even for show. My mind, when I saw his hand, I immediately went to the 2 8s as blockers. If you make the nut flush, then good. But let's try to get some work done on our own. And that's bluffing this hand with the 2 8s. That's what he did. He made the flush, though, right away. Good hand.
Probably didn't have a lot of time, right? You played basketball?
Played a lot of 3-4 because I went to school.
Yeah.
You're 10, no?
What am I doing now?
And as I mentioned earlier, you got to have some money out there to be able to get creative. And Sam looked up, and he had that opportunity and not much in the middle, so he had to lead out from early position and bet, try to build something up.
Right.
There's Peter getting his evening tea, probably his chamomile tea out of his Fireman Scott mean mug.
Patrick and New Jimmy and
I love that he packs that thing around with him.
I do too. We just ordered a new case of them yesterday, but we realized when I give my coffee mug to people as gifts after beating them in a hand,
10 years old.
sometimes they're mad and we're afraid they're going to break the mug, throw it down and smash it. So we got metal coffee mugs with my face on them.
I love that.
I'm going to hand them out to people at the next Champions tournament every time I bust somebody.
Vegetarian.
El Tractor getting creative here, raising it up with 3 aces in his hand, suited.
Yeah, I love this play. He knows what he's doing. This is a game of information, and he has more information than anybody at the table right now. And comes Broadway or comes a flush board, well, he's going to be able to take the lead. And he could actually make a hand. He's got, and look at this.
He's a cool guy.
He flops. He's got an overpair, the nut flush draw, and a gutter ball. Sitting well. Nobody else really has anything. Sanjeev has a pair of 8s.
Who was that big one, like a Matt Shire?
I know that look.
Yeah, he was a year.
He's thinking he could turn to 10 and have everything.
Well, he's thinking, what could this guy have on an 8-5 deuce board? He doesn't play 8s, 5s, or deuces. And like Sam, El Tractor, living good, just makes the hand.
We have played countless hours of video games together.
Yeah. Did he? I'm not going to say it, but did he have the same nickname in college that he did in high school?
Not.
Okay. It's inappropriate for the stream, but use your imagination. He had a very specific
We
nickname.
called him Fat Back.
He had a similar nickname.
loves it out there in Germany.
Oh yeah, well he's traveled the world. Yeah. I'm always envious of his pictures and videos. He tried to start a little vlog and was going down to Colombia and doing all that.
Busy, 'cause I told you that case was going to go to trial. So it's real busy right now. That and the damn. So that one's supposed to go to trial.
Man, we talked a little bit earlier, Dan, about the main event. It was super exciting
Cool story
to see Cosmonaut, Poker Stallion, David Masvidal at the final table, along with the aforementioned Jerry Yen.
Where it was a huge game. He's awesome too, yeah.
Yeah, it was a great
huge game
event.
And, we were like down
that
by
whole
one,
week, buzz in the room.
Drove the paint. And got
Dude,
down really hard.
there was a buzz around town. I mean, you know, I go everywhere. I play everywhere, play every game, and talk to everybody, and there was a buzz in town. Everybody was excited about that Champions main event.
Yeah, it was good to see. And broke records in here. Biggest single flight we ever had. 1,033 entries to the 1,500.
Amazing.
Pretty awesome. Yeah, I think we had 413 players in the final flight.
I don't know how I let them slip away. Next one, Dan. Next one.
Even the best players only cash in a small percentage of tournaments. That's the frustrating thing about tournament play. But all you can do is give it your best shot, play your best that day. And I'm sure you did.
Well, actually, no, I didn't play very good. Honestly, I mean, I was mixing it around. I didn't expect to get knocked out so early. I was just kind of mixing it around, throwing punches, and then...
we'll cancel that pep talk then.
Yeah, I was messing around, throwing punches, and next thing you know, I found myself with a second nut flush and against the nut flush, and just didn't work out.
You had most of Side Springs there.
But no, I didn't really give myself a chance to do anything spectacular. Just...
Yeah.
Ship it with a mirror and the dry ace. Sweater guy. Straight flush draw. And Sanjeev. Well, I don't know.
Everybody playing this one pretty small.
Aces full for Ship It.
Jumped in the plunge, came here all shivering already. I mean,
Freezing.
it's even colder.
It's ridiculous.
It's really hot. Yeah. It just turned off. I heard it.
Thank God. It's freezing this
This is our
place.
chance. Warm up.
Sanjeev gonna pay this bet off of 600.
Top low.
What you got, Sanjay?
Nice thing.
I had a lot of plans for that. I know. I got a lot of hands that would play out really cool on the stream if they just.
All right, Nick Waters without the hat, 7K winner.
I mean, yeah, that's boring. Go for a heart.
Ship It, this week's special guest in the suit in the middle of the table. Second highest winner, 3K. Sam right behind him, treating the new guys well.
I was going to say it's good to invite some new people and see them doing well on the stream. I know these guys are not really new people to you, but new people to the stream.
Yeah, they're new to introducing them to the world. You know, some of these guys are just cool, man. You know, Tommy Ship's a cool dude. I'm glad that he gets to come on here and do his thing, play his hobby in front of the world, and have us talk about him a little bit. And you know, it's cool. Same thing with all these guys. El Tractor is a real player. You know, he plays big-time high-stakes poker with big-time people all around the world. And he's a returning guest of the stream. He likes it here, you know. He champions his home.
Yeah, he has a good time with it, and super nice guy and fun to have around and to watch him play, especially when you can see his cards and stuff. It's pretty cool. See how his mind works.
Vaca Flocka Flame raising it up with a double suited rundown. A little spacey, but as we said earlier, my man ain't really getting anything. So
Yeah.
any double suited, somewhat connected hand looks good enough for him.
Yeah.
He wants to get active. Let's go.
Best hand he's seen so far, probably.
Will with some kings. And look at that.
Flopping it. But
top set against a wrap. The two hands we pointed out. Anybody else with anything? Oh, Sanjeev with a flush draw. Yeah. We're going to see some definite fireworks in this because Vaca Flocka Flame has straight draw and flush draw.
yeah.
You know, and Will has to be wondering, he's got top set, but he's also got the ace of clubs dry. So if you don't expect your callers to be calling here with a flush draw most of the time if you have the ace dry. He's expecting a straight draws from these two guys.
Great turn.
Yeah, the nuts, still the nuts.
For Will.
You know, but the hand, does it get even bigger here? No, I guess he could hit a 9 on the flop. Stays the same for Vaca Flocka Flame. His hand looks about as good as it can get, but he's actually in really bad shape, especially if Sanjeev comes in here.
It sounds like Sanjeev folded.
Okay.
Probably putting one of these guys on the nut flush draw and the other one on.
Queen high flush.
Yeah, at this point, you're hoping Will just has a set,
Three clubs.
and he does. Will has 1-9 blocking.
Straight gets there.
Yep, straight does get there.
With a stream.
And Vaca just suffering from bad card distribution, decides to take a stand with a pretty marginal hand and gets there. Gotta love it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. As we said earlier, the man's
Double
just trying to
suited,
play a
yeah.
hand. He's excited to be here. He wants to play a hand. That's the best they gave him. That's what he went with, and was able to run down Will's top set. Uh-oh, I got a text message. We're being so insensitive.
Straight flush for straight flush.
Dealer change coming up here. We're running
I don't know
another
if you noticed
tournament
from the
this
stream, but
Saturday
whenever he
at
loses,
noon. 240 buy-in, 25K guarantee. Come on down to Champions Club right here in Houston, Texas. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South. Check Poker Atlas for details on that tournament. Should be a super fun one. And we still have our promotions going on for the rest of February. $1,000 drawing every day at 10 p.m. Must be present to win, but we will keep drawing until somebody does win. You earn tickets to that drawing by playing in the cash game. Every time you get a flush or better from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. and then double tickets from midnight to 8 a.m. And those tickets will stay in the bucket until the end of February. Come on down and check it out. Also have the morning high hand still going. Plenty of ways to win here at Champions Club, and we are the only poker club in Texas with a hotel on site. So it's a great place to stay and play. Play for 8 hours in the cash room and get yourself a comped room. Giovanna going out, Eben coming back in. Two of our best dealers here. We're lucky at Champions Club to have some of the best dealers in the world right here.
I thought you put the 50 on.
I did, but he said 40. I don't care. 50's fine. 50's fine.
Blind 50.
50's,
There's
yeah.
no straddle.
Yeah,
Double straddle. You put the blind.
Well, she's a little prettier than him, but he's good too.
That's true.
Yeah, only the 20 is straddle.
Sweater guy. Aces and jacks.
now.
I love it.
It's live now.
I gotta give you. I gotta give you.
Prettiness decided how good of a
Yeah.
tournament or a poker dealer you were. I wouldn't have gotten very far. So I'm glad that's not what it is.
Double paired hands in Houston, we call them weird hands. So anytime you have like 7-7, 4-4, 3-3, 8-8, we call it a weird hand. Peter here,
He's got a good weird one.
with a good weird hand. Even got a suit in there. We be clubbing.
All the aces spoken for, and 3 of the flush draws spoken for. Lawyer Paul flopping diamond flush draw, but on a paired board. Just checking around.
Paul unlikely to be going anywhere.
$200 to bet. All 3 players still in.
Ooh,
Jack's full now for the weird guy.
best hand gets better. Peter Fry, the sweater guy. Lyricist. Famously wrote the song. Fireman Scott. He's a legend in the game with the WSOP bracelet. He's got poker fame.
Great tune.
I only listen to it every single morning of my life.
Do you get into a power stance?
Yes, I do all of that in front of a mirror in my underwear.
I believe it.
Listening to a song, drinking coffee out of a coffee mug with my face on it.
It's gonna be a cool. I mean, it's better. We're gonna get better games,
I
but
thought y'all were going to the east. I thought it was gonna be Auburn, Alabama, move to the east, and Texas.
Peter
Oklahoma
knew I
to
was a
the west.
sucker the day he met me. He was like, this guy's got a big ego. Let me help him build it up.
LSU Bama event has been
Yeah, Brian Kelly.
pretty good.
Before Saban retired, Brian Kelly was like preaching for it. I just want to make sure we still get Bama every year. Every LSU fan was like, shut up, Brian. It's like, been here 2 years. We've got 25 years of misery against this dude. Shut the
Gary
hell up.
Ellerman in the chat asking when you're going to get in the game. We don't know.
Yeah, whenever, you know, I gotta say, there's a lot. We've had a lot of games that I am more eager to jump into than this one. The guys are not going too nuts here. Everybody playing pretty good poker tonight.
Plus, there's aces every hand. I mean, how can you beat this game when every single hand somebody has aces?
That's true.
Make funny.
Aces are nines.
So I was like, let me change majors so I don't have to graduate.
I did that 4 times.
El Tractor with the double suited jacks hitting this one pretty hard.
Well, Sam not only has aces, but he has ace king jack, and he's got the ace of diamonds dry.
True.
Very big hand, and you're in dead last. I mean, how do you like that?
Vaca Flocka flopping top 2.
What is this?
Firing out.
Sam is in last place. How is this? What does he have here?
Get me out of here. And the next semester, I'm in.
I got all my transcript.
Yeah, it feels like top pair and a wrap should be in better spot than that, but he doesn't have the diamond draw or the spade draw.
Yeah, his ace of diamonds is just dry.
Well, then I went computer science. So I got all these computer science classes.
Yeah.
And then I got business school.
What do you think about looking at play?
Taken all those classes.
Outside.
And El Tractor is blocking his outs, and he's blocking El Tractor's outs, so that Queen 10 likely to hold up.
Or finance. Greaser. Like, they're not getting it.
Diamond's much more likely than the straight.
El Tractor can't be going anywhere. I mean, he's open-ended with blockers and a flush draw. He's just thinking, do I want to get all the money in or call? But he's not going anywhere.
Well, he's also probably trying to decide if somebody's on the king or ace high flush draw, because then otherwise, then he's just open-ended.
I learned a lot in college. Not necessarily from class, but
Yeah, just keep it going.
the experience.
Oh man, I can't imagine a better college experience than LSU. I'd recommend that to anybody.
Lays it
45
down.
from New Orleans.
I lost myself in that hand a little bit. I was thinking that
Well, you had gray hair when you were 18.
I was
so
thinking that
probably-
Will had blockers to the straight
Probably
with those
can
two
win a
jacks,
long
but the
way.
straight's not actually there
Yeah,
yet.
girls thought I was a
Right.
professor.
Well, and it comes at a jack on the river.
Professor Shipp.
No, we just have
Sam's
a good line. We got it. There was a
Broadway
real popular
draw
bar
gets
I went to,
there.
called
Yeah,
Tiger.
it's going to be spades,
Should've gone
so
to a bar called Fred's. And I'd go up to a girl and I'd start talking to her, and my roommate knew.
oh, he's still going to
He
bet
would come
it.
up to me and he would say, "Hey Tommy, we got to go. We got baseball practice in the morning." I'm like, 20 more minutes, man. 20 more minutes. Like, no, you know, coach gonna be pissed. We got baseball practice in the morning. I didn't play baseball since I was 6 years old, obviously. But every girl went from not interested to, you play baseball?
Baseball at LSU.
And then you kick them out at 6 in the morning because I got fake practice. And it was great. It was like the best.
Oh, I gotta go to
Tie it
practice.
all together. I gotta go to practice. You gotta get out of here. It's 5 in the
Look, the
morning.
mayor's there.
Yeah, it was,
You're playing above the rim.
oh, buddy, it was.
I remember 6 a.m. practices. They were not fun.
Yeah,
With 8 a.m. class right behind us.
they're not bad when you don't have to go to them. Yeah, those bucks. Yeah.
I remember one practice we had at 6 in the morning. We had our coach sent out progress reports to all our teachers, like halfway through the semester. Every single person, they would say like,
Flocka making the
6 during
call.
class, shows up late, you know. Every single negative thing that we had on there, we had to run a suicide.
Oh, the whole team had to. No matter if you
team.
had a
Very
bad-
light
you had a bad
call
progress
by
report, then people that didn't have
Anyone
Flocka,
that,
Flocka.
The only way you did it is if you had none on
Straight
your
got
progress
there.
Oh, I could see
Flush got there.
Patrick and Brandon getting real pissed at that. Well, Patrick was probably part of the bad progress report.
Sam could
Yeah,
have been
Brandon
slow
had
playing a
that.
bigger
Brandon
hand at
real
the,
pissed at
the
that.
whole time.
Yeah, guys, you need to go to class.
Good bet by Sam.
Disciplined as that guy was growing up, 100%.
Yeah.
Tough one to lay down. Maybe just looked bluffy to
Pretty crazy. But anyways, we were all
Flocka.
we were
He
all
probably
throwing up,
doesn't
and
have
it
as
was
much
like
experience playing with Sam as we
7:45,
do.
We have class at 8. He's like, all right, I'll go shower. Like, class was tough.
Yeah.
Cramping in class.
Maybe he got a live read that made him suspicious
just
of
gave it
Sam.
away?
Or sometimes you just get married to a hand.
Yeah.
That was for Sam. I wasn't for the stream.
Nobody's ever happy when Sam gets all the money. They're like, what the hell?
Right.
Why'd you give it to Sam, you know? He's already rich.
Well, most of you probably already know this, but I do have somebody in the chat asking to explain Omaha. So just a quick rundown. It plays very similar to No Limit Hold'em. The difference is you get 4 cards in your hand and you must play 2 of them. You must play 2 from your hand and you must play 3 from the board. So it plays a little bit differently. If there's 4 spades on the board, you don't have a flush unless you have 2 spades in your hand. If the board has 2 pairs on it, you don't have a full house unless you connect with 2 of those cards. You have to play 2 out of your hand. So makes it a little different. Go ahead.
Basically, just take all the things you love about Hold'em and double them.
That's right.
Much.
Double the fun.
And look, as soon as Vaca Flocka Flame goes bust, the very next hand he picks up
Go
nines.
stack of black
What the
and
hell?
stack of green.
And suited. So in this game, you really want all of your cards to work together, if possible. That way, if you flop 2 pair, you've also flopped a straight draw. Or if you flop a flush draw, you want to be able to make something else along with it.
Yeah, you know, I like to tell people that in Omaha, the board is going to be very dynamic and very changing. So you want a hand that's going to be very dynamic and very changing. If you just have, you know, 3-3, Jack King, you know, and you flop a set of 3s, well, that's really all you're going to flop is a set of 3s, you know. And if you flop an open ender with King Jack, it's just going to be an open ender. It's not going to be a wrap. So you kind of want, you know, especially playing full tables, 8 or 9 handed at Omaha, everybody's got 4 cards. You want to have a dynamic hand, you know.
Like this one here, Shipp It flopped quads, but he also had a straight draw. So
to back it up. Yeah, this one kind of pretty easy to play. You know, and I'm talking optimal. You know, just like I said earlier with Vaca Flocka, he's not picking up any optimal hands. He's not picking up any optimal situations, so he went with what he had. You know, it's a complex game. There's lots of elements to it. I'm just trying to give you one little perspective of one little thing as I happen to notice it. But that's the thing too, you know, a lot of times I would like, if I've got a rundown in my hand, I would like my gap to be in a certain spots, or I'd like to be double suited, or I'd like my cards. But a lot of times you got to take what you have. Say, well, you know, I'd like to have the nut flush draw here, but I don't. I've got, you know, a queen high flush draw, so can't exactly go for max value here, but I may can win a nice pot.
Yeah. Other thing to keep in mind when you're playing Omaha is the hands typically run a little bit bigger because there are more cards out there. Like the average winning hand in Hold'em is 2 pair, but the average winning hand in Omaha is a straight.
Yeah, 2 pair, especially bottom 2 pair. Ask Tommy Venus, it don't get you far in Omaha. Ship it with a weird hand, the original, double suited, 6-6, deuce, deuce.
Deuce diamond.
Looks like I control a lot of the destiny of how I think it's going to get through.
Looks like it calls around, and Rockets is going to raise it up to 100. Mystery hand here. We'll find out in a moment.
You're going to take it down. Or everybody was going to call one of them. You know,
Everyone's calling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't make it.
What's the line of one person?
I didn't
fold?
pot it because I was like, we can make it 100.
Yeah.
And now we know how much is in the pot.
What's the line of
700.
getting one person to fold?
705.
0 for everyone to fold. It's a little bit higher if someone re-raised.
Let's say one person folding for
The
100.
re-raise
I don't
factor is
want them to
bigger
know
than the
that,
fold
man.
factor.
Yeah, I think so.
This is embarrassing to raise with this crowd. This is creativity, is what they call it. This is for the stream.
Check.
Check.
Sanjeev. Let's see, what do we have here? I gotta try to look at all these hands.
Right.
420. Smoke them if you got them.
El Tractor with top pair and a gut shot.
Son, you got more chips hidden back there?
See.
No.
Dang.
No, he's just got this.
Sanjeev. Also a top pair and a gut shot.
Coming for you.
He's got kind of a combo hand here, though. He can pick up more outs on the turn.
You know what I
some
want?
backdoor clubs there.
Deuce.
Waters with an open ender
Diamond,
and backdoor
give him
diamonds. And
Okay.
Rockets will with the mystery hand,
What do you think he's got?
doing all the raising and betting. I'm guessing he's got an overpair or like aces or something
There you
like
go.
that.
There you go. You wanted it.
I wanted the deuce of diamonds, but deuce of clubs will work. Lucky Lau.
Oh.
Flesh.
Sanjeev picks up a
What
club
up?
draw. Not a
He can
great
say
one,
hi.
You
but
say
it's the
hi.
only one
You
we
can say
can
hi.
see.
We welcome people on the show.
How you doing?
Top pair, straight out, club outs.
Good to see you now.
Not good to see you. You take all my money.
And Water is giving it some thought here with just the bottom end of an open ender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does not pick up diamonds.
I feel like I met some other lefties.
I'm lucky, Will. You know what the river is? Deuce.
Yeah, throughout the night you're gonna have
Diamond.
hands that you're
How
gonna
much
have
does he
to
have?
make some tough calls,
Less.
gonna have to make some
I know,
good
how much?
letdowns or laydowns, and this is one. I think I could have laid this down. You know, you got, like you said, the bottom end of a straight draw, and even if you get there, it can't be clubbed, so you're looking at maybe 6 outs. I would have probably got rid of that hand there, but it's Waters, and he's gambling, and he made a straight.
Yeah, he's got the bottom end of the straight, which is the best hand we can see. We don't know what Will has. Probably not a straight, or he doesn't check there.
All he's fucking got bad straight draw.
I know.
Hard to beat.
Will probably had a set of nines or something like that. The way he's
Fuck.
bet the whole way. Only thing that makes sense to me, we saw a lot of tens already.
Waters gets there again.
Guess I should have bought it.
Sounds like a busted set to me.
Well, I mean, I think
I did
Will
before.
wanted Waters obviously to call.
I did a little while
It
ago.
just, he got there. That happens sometimes, you
Yeah.
know. Yeah, it's a funny game. You're like, please call, please call. Why did you call?
Right.
Hey, you behind Sanjeev.
Yeah.
You love your opponents because of, you know, they're your opponents, but when they beat you, they frustrate you.
And that's another thing about Omaha for those of you who don't know this game or are not familiar with it. It's a drawing game. You never have anything until the river's out there.
Yeah, if you're one of those people who you're big on like who had the best hand, I had the best hand, or my hand was made, you're gonna be awful frustrated playing PLO.
Right. If you flop the nuts straight and you don't have any kind of backdoor draws, you might as well just fold. It's never going to be the nuts. You
Yeah,
know?
I mean, in this game, you get people who think they got the best hand even when they're behind in equity. So
Right. And that's the thing. This is the game where you can flop the nuts and be behind in equity. You know.
yeah,
It's very odd to look at the numbers sometimes when you see what's out there.
Need a brush.
man, there's a lot of good hands here. 9-10 Jack Queen for Peter. Sam's got a
You got
weird
2,000,
hand, and Sanjeev's got nines.
See, and here's an example of counterintuitively. The 7s and 3s has more equity than the 9s and 5s,
Yeah.
just because of the distribution of the other cards. So, yeah, you can't go by, well, I had it before the flop, you know.
Yeah, it's just doesn't even matter.
And Sam D flopping bottom set with the 7s and 3s.
Yeah, it's one of those here where you kind of want to be a little bit cautious with bottom set, but you also want to know where you're at.
Yeah.
So,
The sweater guy could peel off a card here because almost any turn makes him a nut straight draw. But the bet
I think they have the.
of it, which was mistyped,
Yeah,
it was
that was a miss.
5,000, but it was supposed to be 500. But
I was
still,
about
the
to say,
bet
if there
size
was,
there.
if there was 5K in the pot, he better come out potting it right away.
Right.
Man, I like Sam. What a nice guy. Always been good to Tia and I. Always been good to, well, really all the young poker players around.
Cold.
It is cold.
Just thinking about the 2 sets I flopped against 6 outs. Did I get there both times?
90% of this game is seat draw. You got to be really good at that. Helps a lot.
It's dodging.
You'll buy it.
Sanjeev with a double suited hand, early position makes it 50. Trying to make something happen, and oh, lawyer Paul, 3 bets with a premium. 9-10, Jack Queen, double suited. Vodka Flame coming along with kings. I like the call by him here. No need to re-raise. You got a disguisable hand, a big hand if you flop a set,
Was
a
that
big
necessary?
flush if you flop a flush. He's also got the 7-6 to go along with it.
Calling you rather than raising you.
Unfortunately for him, Sanjeev's got a lot of his outs.
Could I get one?
And Will with a double suited hand too.
All babies.
All the 5-4s getting excited. Will got the
He has to do
5-4
something
open-ender with 2 backdoor flush draws.
That's a great one. I want the one with a boo on it, actually.
Calling my shot after he won wasn't.
And
Our
I
game
like
bros from the
Vodka
game got this for me
not
for
being
Christmas.
nervous about this one, getting in there with his 2 kings. It is the best hand, but Will's raising it up here.
He's also blocking top set there with the 7 in his hand, so feeling pretty good about his overpair.
We enjoyed
I like
poking
Will's
fun
spot here because if they were all just betting and calling with, so you got to think here.
Was it?
There was a bet and 2 calls, so the 2 calls are probably light. Will's thinking if I just put in a bet here, I may can just take this pot down if Sanjeev wasn't that serious.
Twice?
You just want to chop their money and no, I'm just joking. We can't go twice. We only go once.
But Sanjeev
I really wanted to
gets
get
it
that
in
through,
anyway.
Sanjeev. Why'd you have to freaking call? At 5 high right now.
Me too.
Oh, we got the same draw? I got 2 backdoor flush draws.
Sanjeev's gonna be way ahead if it's just him and Will.
I got 1 that's good.
Wow.
Maybe. Me too. 1650. There you go. For the stream! Sanjeev.
Give me my ace.
Yeah, give me the ace. Dang it, I really thought I was going to get through. I knew Paul was bullshitting. I wasn't sure about him, but I was willing to gamble. I saw him hit open-ended earlier. I thought I could maybe hit one. You have a pair?
Ooh, Will catches
We got a
up,
pair now.
takes a
Hit a
big
queen.
time
I
lead.
had one too.
Bad beat there for Sanjeev.
You got the nut flush draw, too. Straight.
Oh, they chop it up.
I know it was a bad card.
Open-enders both get there.
Ah, diamonds and clubs.
Shove it.
Diamonds and hearts. You want a old bricker. Queen.
Oh, he had me with
Great
king,
turn.
he had me with king high, so yeah, it was a good turn.
Great turn.
Can't go to
All
sleep
right, you
losing
take
a
Paul's
king high.
500, I'll take Chris's 500. You throw this on top.
What time does the stream go till?
11.
11.
Yes, I get the extra 5.
Speaking of that, I may have to step out and take a break for a second, Dan.
You're more than welcome to do just that. And let's take a look at the leaderboard now. Just over 2 hours into the stream, and Waters is up almost
Sorry, Sanjay, I should have let them say
$10,000.
My man.
Sam and Shipp It both up multiple thousands as well. Everybody else in the red. It's all Waters show right now.
Well, Waters, you know, as I mentioned earlier, he asked if he could wear my hat today, and I wanted him to go out and see if he could do it without the hat. But he said it's been a thing. He said everybody's been asking him, hey, where can we get one of those lucky hats? It's green, you know, my hat has a greenish tint to it. And I said, well, next week I'm going to play on the stream. Will's going to be out of town. I'm going to play on the stream.
Yeah.
There is no in between.
I'm going to wear my green hat. I can't give Nick my lucky hat anymore when I'm in the game. So I'm going to wear my lucky hat, but I'm going to bring him my black hat.
Oh, freeze them out.
See if he's
them out.
lucky
Or
with
3
that
hours.
thing.
3 hours.
I
can't
got
prepare.
whiskey, I got a blazer on.
Turn it off for like 3
Crank
hours.
it down a little
I
bit.
came prepared. I'm wearing shorts and t-shirts. Yeah. Give us a break.
My,
Race.
even though I'm wearing pants, no, that is free.
I like the venue real quick.
Gangster Paul, Lawyer Paul raising it up with King, Queen, 10-10 with a suit. Peter's wife likes little ones, so he'll get in there with
On you.
this premium high-low hand. Ace-10, 3, deuce with a suited ace.
I did.
Freezing over here.
Sanjeev with a suited ace and middle rundown, and Sam with kings. What else would it come?
Nobody with a 4 dangler. Checks around.
Well, them little ones for Peter. He's going to like those. He may take a stab.
Yeah, picks up nut hearts and a wheel draw.
Sorry, I did not know. Then by, sorry.
I think he raised it up, right?
Yeah, it looked like it 600 or 800.
Yeah, it looked like
600.
somebody bet 200. And Lawyer Paul bet 200, and Peter, as I suspected, raised it up. They're little ones. That's what he likes to represent. He has the nut flush draw. He has. Yeah, take that one down. Nice hand, Peter. At a medium pace. All right, guys, I will see you back in a few minutes. Hold it down, Dan.
You got it.
Both plays in Ben game. Who else plays in Ben's game from the old days?
Those people, I go over there. Work up there. Anybody with me.
They let white guys in?
No, only Bill, the old guy.
One white?
Yeah, one white.
Can you get an exception for a second?
No,
I have a resume. I'll bring my resume. I got a professional job. I work 5 days a week.
no, but nowadays, not those old people, but a lot of new aging people.
Oh, really? Every time I would bring Erica into the high limit room over there, Ben would have the same joke. Goes, "Oh, Tommy, it's not the same girl you had last week. A different girl." He thought it was funny as hell, and she heard it 20 times. Every time my wife walked in, "Tommy, it's not the same girl you had last week."
That's better than saying it just once.
Yeah.
See, babe, I told you it was the same joke.
Yeah,
That's
just
full of
it
shit.
lingers for fucking a week.
They recently started playing like 2 months back.
Yeah, I always respond to that. I know.
Yeah.
She knows. I'm just just kidding.
I've never seen anybody run so good in red or black in my life. He was the absolute
Mario or
best.
him?
Ben had to. Mario was second. Ben had to be first. Ben beat Lee out of 70,000 the first night Lee was in town.
Lee's the worst red or black player I've ever seen in my life.
Lee was trying to convince Ben to.
Remember
Lee
Lee,
Williams,
the
bald
bald
white
guy?
guy.
He lost so much money in red or black.
Dude, his
So
first time ever playing in Houston, he came to the game and he had heard about Ben and he wanted Ben to stay, and so he's like, Ben was leaving. He's like, "I'll play red or black for 10,000 if you promise to play another 30 minutes." Ben agreed. Ben beats him. 10,000. Ben stays another 30 minutes. Half hour goes by. Ben says, "All right, I'm leaving." Lee goes, "Well, you can't leave. 20,000. Play for 20,000 if you stay another 30 minutes." Ben goes, "Okay." Plays him. Beats him. Another 30 minutes goes by. Lee says, 40,000. If you play one more hour, 40,000 right now. Ben goes, "You sure you want this?" Lee says, "Yes." Lee all red. Lee had, I'm sorry, Ben had black. All black comes out.
Thought about betting
Lee
that,
gets
but-
scooped for 70,000. So for his first night playing in Houston,
I was looking
red
for
or
the board
black,
to pair with the
and
Duke.
it was all the cash that he brought on the trip. So he had to go get some more.
You know them, they're fucking gamble.
He gambled, man.
He's sick.
Gamble hard.
Oh yeah. And Ben didn't give a shit.
$40,000 coin tosses, I would say, is gambling.
That was Ben's MO, man.
It's still the same.
I mean, I never went to Lake Charles with those guys, but he used to tell me all the time that they send a helicopter for him.
Ben?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I believe it.
They said they'll send Tillman's
Period.
helicopter if he asks for it. With him and fucking Go and David.
I believe it.
You know what's funny is
One trip Vegas, they lost 12 million.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Fucking high roller back.
I never
Fucking Go used to
seen-
have 100,000 a game on baseball.
I believe
He'd have a sheet of baseball games, 100K a game.
Ben's got no breaks at his game. I mean, from when I saw it, he never said no.
Lee
He
didn't
never
realize
said
that.
no.
He was
Big
chirping
as
up the
you
right tree for that.
one time I went to go meet my uncle at a Vietnamese coffee shop right here in Bel Air. I pull up and he's sitting with Ben on the porch.
Oh, yeah?
I was like, I know this guy.
He's still, I mean, to date, I've played with everybody in Houston. He's my favorite person I ever played with. That guy
He was like,
so funny.
Oh, he's like, oh, that's my friend. We drink coffee every morning. He owns this place, this whole shopping center. I was like, oh, makes sense.
David
You
plays.
Sanjeev. You made 200, I
All the
think.
new faces.
Yeah.
Peter made it 200?
On tilt.
It's a decent game.
Normally I would call that.
The first session I went there, I was
Not even
like
joking,
36
my hand was number call.
Which is probably average number, I would imagine, in that game.
Yeah.
It's a huge amount, I mean, it's a big amount of money in, that game. Yeah, I can imagine you beat it up. Remember the first time we played that game at Prime, there was a huge pot. I got a video of it, a huge pot. Ben had like 25,000 still behind, called 12,000, turned his hand over because he thought the betting was done. And him and David were still heads up with like 25,000 each. And Ben was like, oh shit, I didn't know, oh shit, no. And then he takes David's cards, he turns his cards over. He's like, betting done. It's like, kid just turns my cards over, Ben. What the hell are you doing here? He didn't realize there was more betting to go, so he.
So how'd they play that out? They just bet with their hands up?
I mean, at that point, like they had the table covered by so much that nobody really said anything.
They were friends.
They just played it. Yeah, they played it out.
Friends, everybody knows it.
Yeah, and so it was just like.
That's David Dirty's brother or whatever?
Yeah.
I ain't seen him since Prime or whatever got raided.
Yeah.
He's a good player. David.
Good player?
David is a good player. Ben is a good gambler.
I mean, that game was tough. Like, you know, it's all you want to about like the skill level of the game, but you get a bunch of guys in there with a bunch of money playing PLO, they'll put some hair on your ass for sure. They would come in for 60, 70,000 every time.
El Tractor and Sweater Guy both with jack high rundowns. Very similar hands. Shipp It finds ace, queen, queen, 5. Suited spades on the dealer button. It's going to raise it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine. See if Ben will give me an invite. Tell him I'll bring Erica. That'll get me in.
Bring a different girl.
Sanjeev getting in there with the jacks, double suited.
Live stream, Will. It doesn't
Jack, Jack,
Oh,
8-6.
no, not really. But, you know, just so he can say the joke, but it's not a joke.
454.
Vaca Flocka Flame with all wheel cards. 2 5s in his hand will make the call.
Sometimes I forget. I've actually gotten a lot of bad text messages when after the stream I go back to, well, you said this.
Who the fuck cares?
I don't care.
450.
I'm saying, y'all should hear the shit we say at the games that aren't recorded.
5 ways to the flop. Over 2,000 in the middle already. And Sweater Guy flopping the only flush draw.
Check.
Lots of 2 pairs straight draws out there.
Woodford.
Checks around to Shipp It, who has an ace, and he bets big, 2,200. Sweater Guy with the open-ender and the hearts, as well as a pair, unlikely to fold here.
$2,200.
Yes, sir.
Sweater Guy's problem is he may think his flush draw is no good. The third nut flush draw. If that's the case, he only has an open-ender, and he's not getting a right price, so he gets out of the way. Shipp It did have the dry queen of hearts in his hand. Good board to bluff at, and he gets it done.
Where are all the gypsies tonight?
Haven't seen
I looked out there weren't any in there. I was expecting to walk out in a room full of PLO players and
This is probably the best stream so far.
quietest.
Yeah.
It's been very nice.
It's the worst one.
It's not your time to shine yet.
Yeah, I've forgotten
The
every
last 30 minutes, man.
every setup flop has been shoved up my ass.
You're like the closer.
Yeah, he's got 2 more hours to go.
Comes in at
Will,
the end,
we're about to
shuts
make a
us
huge
down.
comeback.
All right.
Both of us.
Let's do it.
100.
Go.
I was blind, so I mean, just joking.
Four ways to the flop. Sweater guy with a mystery hand. Trying to get it red there. 2 queens on board. Sanjeev flopping a set, or triple queens. And on the button.
I misread my hand. Thought I had a queen. It was a 6.
That's a crazy mystery.
Yeah. 6s look like queens a lot of the time.
4s and aces.
Yeah. 6s and queens, 4s and aces.
Yeah. Keep playing then.
$50 blind raise from from Will rather.
You might have me.
He's saying every time you raise, he wins, so he's just gonna keep playing.
Yeah. I raise this one too.
I know. So Sanjay gonna win.
Ooh, that first card was good.
Since when?
I'm not gonna look at the rest
Ah, yeah.
until it's my turn. No, I'm gonna look at one more. Oh, same card. Can I get a quarterback if I fold?
Yes.
I'll check.
Sure.
You're not even there.
How about that one?
All right. Makes it fair for me. More fair for me.
Makes it tougher. Check.
Beautiful flop for Sanjeev. Nut flush draw, open-ended, straight flush draw.
Thinking of a turn.
Sam with a wrap,
Is that the one? Getting close.
but the board pairs. Rockets Will picking up 777s.
Yeah, I hit it.
He's also got the open-ended straight draw. Everybody's got a 9-6, it seems like.
Sam says I don't care.
I'm back, and Will's got 3 7s, but he's not real proud of the kicker, so
not much
just
of
going
one,
to try
but
to
that's all.
ease into a river and win a small pot here. Oh, Sam makes a straight.
Yeah, Sam completes the wrap. Not going to be proud of that either with the board pair. He'll just turn it over and take the pot.
Will visibly frustrated there. You're kind of in a tough spot. You know, you got the best hand on the turn, but it's not one you can really bet and protect because you don't have a big kicker with it. So you just got to hope to hold out. Wasn't able to do so. The wrap got
No
there.
blockers to that hand.
I'm ready for the last part of this stream, bro.
Not blocking the
Let's
jack
do
of the
it.
10. That's what.
I could play or I could stay.
Well, those guys are an hour ahead of us, so the game's going to end in 90 minutes. In real life. But it's two hours and 30 minutes for us.
Oh, 90 minutes then no. And I told you, I knew this was a possibility. If Will's stuck, he's not going to want to get up from the table and
course
switch,
not.
which
Yeah.
is fine for me. I told him, we talked about it all week. We've been playing with the different formats, and he's like, what do you think, Scott? Well, I obviously want to be on the felt because I want to play, and I want to be with the guys, and, well, I'm the prettiest one. So I want to be out there on camera, but I also really like being in the booth.
You ever
So
play this game as a
me and Will can cut off each other
No, we don't really ever do
an
it.
hour apart.
Right.
I've only done it once. It's makes the game go nuts.
Well, the good news is he can still
with
pop
Jared
in
in
here
Vegas.
and talk.
Like the most
Because of the
boring
delay,
quarter
the game will be
50
over
ever.
and he can still pop in for
We
45
started
minutes or
playing stand-up
whatever.
For the next 7 hours.
Yeah, I think it's going to be cool.
37,000 in 7 hours playing.
whenever
You don't wanna do a stand-up
I'm
game?
out
We
there
might get
playing
Tommy
and
for
Will's in here
30
commentating.
trying to win $1,500.
Well, if we'd been playing from the beginning, I would still be standing.
It was supposed to be for one round.
I don't think I want to.
It was supposed to be for one round. We played for 7 hours straight.
Will's been one of my biggest fans from the start. Obviously, he picked me as #1 original stallion, and I brought home that bracelet, as he knew I would when not many other people, you know. So if anybody's going to be commentating on my play, I'd like for it to be Will.
Sure.
Scott's
Yeah.
not coming anymore.
I'm sure having a good friend commentating too, it's like he can make fun of you a little bit, but he can also, you know, cheer you on and the whole
Stuck a little
thing.
bit now.
Yeah, and you know, I realize that in my game, I'm going to be on the edge, reaching for something, trying something new and creative all of the time, and I like for somebody who knows what I'm doing.
Sure.
You know, hey, Will can tell right away. Oh, Scott's got ideas for these
We were playing out
blockers in
there
the
at
back door, double flush draw, you know.
3 good hands going to the flop here and 1 bad flop coming out.
We gotta go see that.
I might be joining you.
Wait for me.
Vaca Flocka firing out here. 2 backdoor flush draws. Gut shot to the wheel.
No, he's got less. It's like 1100.
1100.
Yeah, what else can anybody else have? Just go ahead and bet it.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought those were over.
And nobody has anything to defend with here. He should just take this down.
11. What's up? Oh, no, 1,055. This is a little high, too.
You made it 500 pre-flop.
My bad. It's like 1,070.
485.
That's 500. This is high. This is like 1,500. There you go.
Keeps going up. Ask one more time.
It's actually 35.
This is one of those spots where you move all in and you're thinking, I hope all my opponents
You've done
fold.
that before.
Say it every
And
week,
then the
you
longer
somehow
they think, you're like,
still
damn, I hope he calls. You know?
What is he calling with?
A deuce. He's got a deuce.
He's got pair draws, everybody.
9, 10 or jack blocker. Oh, you got a jack blocker.
Oh,
You faded a 9 or a 10 or a 2. Or backdoor diamonds. Oh, wait.
You rarely see Omaha equities higher than 65%. Vaca Flocka, a huge favorite in this one with just a pair
He
of
can't
fives.
even believe it. He's looking at his hand. He's thinking, what? What does he have?
You have done better than that.
Y'all want to bet? Y'all
Way
y'all
ahead
want
here
to
with that hand.
y'all want to bet Waters wins this hand?
I'll take it.
Understood.
Sorry, man. This guy runs like God. Told you.
Just missed.
Yay!
Well, he should have had that cowboy hat on.
Pair of fives, good for Vaca Flocka. You won't be hearing that very often. A pair of fives,
much
good.
Yeah, pretty much AC.
same.
That's not fair.
I was just having fun with it.
Was that fun?
Did you enjoy it?
Actually, I'm not.
Peter Fry, the hoodie guy.
I was only 2,000.
That was the prettiest Omaha hand I've got 2 times.
And it holds up.
What was it? Ace 5, Jack, King?
And double suited.
Well, you flopped the 5. Why not?
Yeah, 3 kills it.
With that hand you have, you're supposed to flop top pair like 90% of the time.
What difference make you want?
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be fives.
So, yeah, you're supposed to flop top pair. You flop.
Poker math.
It's usually not the 5, but.
Ship it with the 9s.
You didn't want the
Man,
action. You
Sanjeev
didn't want
with
the
kings.
action.
What if you, what,
I
what if
can't
you had
look
like
at these
two
hands
I hope it
one at a time.
Yeah,
Man, I'm
two
too excited. I want to play them all.
Right. Double suited kings for Sanjeev with the 7-4, so of course I love it.
Maybe you got Ace King Jack 5.
Oh, this is a raise.
Yeah, Ship It raised dark to 50. Sanjeev making it 190, which is the pot.
I like it. I hope when Tommy Shipp looks down and sees 2 9s, he puts in the proper raise.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to it. I was joking, folks.
Waters and Vaca Flocka, very similar hands here.
I want to do like $1,000 sweat.
Ace 6
ways or
deuce
something.
and
I think
ace
you gotta
6
trap
5
all
3
one.
respectively.
Swift. One swift move.
Shipp it just calls. I'm liking sweater, guys. Rundown here. Jack 10, 8 8, suited Jack.
I got some.
Queen 3-4 rainbow. Got Nick Waters.
Yeah, Waters with the rat, or open ender rather, a pair.
Open ender, a pair, and backdoor, 2 backdoor flush draws. That's a pretty good hand.
He's got 3 spades in his hand.
Oh, okay. Well, Sanjeev with the overpair and the backdoor diamonds leads out and bets into the field. He does currently have the best hand, but Waters is going to definitely play this one. And he's ahead in equity.
$800 the bet. Call from Waters.
Those wraps are valuable, folks. You don't need to actually have the best hand at the time to have the best hand. There it is.
Yeah, no waiting necessary. But 2 pairs now for Sanjeev as Waters makes his straight. So Sanjeev not dead, but way behind now. And Waters is going to bet big, 2,000.
That's a good bet, and Sanjeev probably is so frustrated right now. He's turned the diamonds.
2 pairs and king high diamonds.
I don't think he's going to be able to fold this.
No, he's only got 1350 in his stack. Almost 4,000 in the middle.
Let me see the river.
Oh, he did fold.
You don't want to see that river. 7-4 is going to get there, and you're going to be sad. Oh, good fold. Wrong board pair.
I've never been much of a rabbit hunter.
Yeah, it can't help your play any. Or help your mood.
Yeah.
If it's a good fold, you already know it's a good fold. And if you get your one outer on the river, then you're going to be like, ooh, so bad, and make a bad call later.
What would Larry say?
Huh?
What would Larry say? Nobody told me that.
That's not live.
You can't do that.
Oh, and one time we had a bounty on somebody, like an out of towner. Like if anyone busted him, everyone owes that person $100. Busted him. We all pay $100. Larry refuses to pay it. I didn't know we were on a bounty. I was like, oh, well, we talked about it as a table in the group. Like, if you want to go back and not be the only one that pays them, that's fine.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate back pedal. I didn't hear.
The ultimate would have been if he was the one that busted him. He
Oh,
gets,
yeah, yeah.
he gets all the money and then says no.
Selective
That would have been respectable.
Yeah.
listening, they call that.
Well, that would have been a true test of character.
Yeah.
Right there.
Not gonna
He'd have been like, oh yeah, I knew we were doing it. Y'all pay me.
Yeah.
What would happen? Check.
Open ender for Sanjeev. Gut shot for Will. Waters and Vaca Flocka both with over pairs. And Rockets Will spiking triple tens. Taking the lead. Couple of diamond draws out there.
Yeah, I like it.
Will can't win a fucking
He's
pot.
saying, how is Will
Sanjeev.
going to lose this hand when he's 98% right now against Sanjeev?
Shit.
Probably what he's saying.
No, I'm just thinking.
Let's see what this river is going to come. What does Sanjeev need? Probably a 4. Will still come.
I'm just thinking Sanjeev's a little frustrated, and he's
Trying to get unstuck.
yeah.
Diamond.
There's being creative, and then there's kind of being stuck and being a little too creative. You know.
Yeah, somehow everybody misses their straight draw. That's a scary card for Will, but the tens are going to hold.
Really want to do some diamonds.
Well,
Mark
the thing
it.
with
Mark this time.
Sanjeev's
First hand. Go.
You know, on the turn, it's a paired board, but he has an open ender and a flush draw, a small open ender and a flush draw. So, you know, with him leading out betting, anything that was better than him is going to call. Anyway, you know, is going to call, and then if he makes his hand, it's not going to be one he can be certain to even bet,
Right.
or call a bet, even if he makes his hand. So,
Yeah, it's
all things considered, might be, you know, just there's going to be times where you want to bluff into the field and just fire a bet out there, but there you actually had a little bit of value in your hand, and it's probably a better idea to check there.
Yeah, it's like you were talking about earlier. When you're not drawing to the nuts, you want to keep the pot small and try to win a small pot. And when you already have the nuts, you want to bet max value and try to get rid of draws and or capitalize on that maximum value.
Yeah, and by no means do I try to be like too critical of a player, because every situation is different.
Of course, yeah.
You know, and that's just being a poker player and reading the situation. It's a lot easier when you're in the booth pointing out what these guys are doing. But as I said, it looks as though frustration, I've been there. I mean, I'm a poker player. I'm there every day of my life, where I've lost a few hands straight and frustration's setting in. I can feel it, you know, weighing down on me. I can see it in Sanjeev right now. So he's, you know, he's already looking. It's not even on him yet, and he's looking at his chips, you know, and he's just frustrated. It seemed like he's trying to make something happen a little too much.
Right.
Kid wearing the Ray-Ban, the smart Ray-Ban glasses, and they allowed it.
Viet wears them sometime, and he recorded, and then the light comes on right here.
Oh yeah,
they actually told him they're.
that'd be concerning. I don't know enough to know like what they can and can't do.
I mean, what's they gonna do? He's just recording.
Anybody know the time?
I imagine they do a lot though, right? I mean,
No, they just record.
Would y'all both return?
Time for Benson.
And also, that's okay.
that's all they
You
do.
know, like I have a lot of friends who are like Sanjeev. They're like, yeah, Scott, this is my hobby, and I've got the money to do it. Yes, I'm trying to make something happen.
Sure.
You know, like, I'm trying to gamble, bitch. You
Yeah.
know?
Well, at
So
the end of
let's
the
not-
day, it's their
let's
money.
not forget that. Yeah.
They can gamble however they want, but our part of our job is to try to break down what's going on too. So it's okay to have some commentary.
I'm not gonna lose any sleep over it.
And
But
bottom two pairs for Sanjeev. He's going to try to
Go win a tournament.
make something happen right here.
Stephanie's not going to Japan for 10 days.
Waters with an
anymore,
open
I'll tell you
ender.
that much. She's gonna get back here and go to work.
650.
We saw Waters
So,
call with
supposed to
bottom
get to see
pair
Stephanie
earlier. He's
tonight.
probably not
Haven't seen her
folding
in a
top
couple
open ender.
weeks. Been in Japan.
Well, I just
And
look
her
at.
bag got left in Japan.
Pretty good, son.
Making on the next flight, but she flew through Chicago, so now she's staying in Chicago tonight. So her bag will be here tomorrow. She got to wait to get her bag. When she's coming, then
She should complain to the airline.
yeah, she probably will.
I flew United 64 times last year. I never saw her. I thought at least once I would see her on the flight.
She was based in Boston last year, so
Oh really?
you'd had to. She had
I was
very
in and out of
unique-
Boston a couple of times.
very
El Tractor
unique route.
jamming it all in here with Kings, trying to isolate
She's back out of Houston.
against Sanjeev here, who, as you were saying, looks frustrated.
2000.
Well, the other thing and this is just a train of thought, or just something that's on my mind to think
She's
about.
gonna be happy. Her ring got finished. today,
Sanjeev's
went
in this
picked it
spot
up.
where he's
Might
let
have
out
to-
into
might
the
have to bring it
field
back
with
after the
bottom
Deuce
two
of
pair.
diamond ring.
Yeah, after this game, I'm gonna bring it back.
He,
Well,
I'm just thinking to myself, if I was Sanjeev, would he have been in this situation if he was winner? Probably not.
Right.
He may have thrown the hand away. If he was even, would he have even found himself in it? So Probably not. He probably is only playing that hand and probably only leading into the field. And like everything that he's done here is probably only because he's frustrated from the hands previous. So you got to think like what in this specific situation is dictating my actions. In this situation, I feel like the previous hands are what's dictating his actions.
Right.
So just something to think about. And I mean, not to say that I don't do the same shit every day.
Sure, we all do that, but that's a valuable lesson though too. If being stuck is altering your play, or being winner is altering your play, maybe that's not the best thing. Maybe you should have a way to play all the time.
Yeah, you know, poker's crazy. You're going to find yourself in a million different situations and a million different. It's impossible to teach you and to have you memorize every single possible situation. You just want to make yourself into the best player who's ready for any situation. So at this point, if I'm the player, just me looking at it, I'm like, all right, well, I can already see what happened. So we got to move forward into the future, right? So what can I think about to move into the future? And that's one of the things. Hey, I'm Sanjeev, and I think I'm in this situation, and all of my actions are being dictated by the results of the previous hands and the way they affected me emotionally.
And I'll take Will.
Yeah, and it's hard to think of that in the moment, obviously.
Yeah, he's fucking right now. He's just like, let's gamble, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Come on, 5-5. Let's go. Quad,
Yeah.
I'm drawn for quads. Well, Will was trying to isolate and ended up getting everybody to call. And that is not a great turn.
Sanjeev
does
is a
fill.
genius.
Now, we do have a mystery hand here. Vaka Flocka could have queens.
Back up.
Oh.
Sanjeev is like, tell me what I'm thinking now, Scott.
But
Thought that was a good
Will
round.
made a big side pot here. I don't know what everybody else has. He might have a big side pot.
I still get this one, right?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. He can take this one.
I thought we were talking about the side pot, Paul. I won the side pot against your guys, so throw me the quarterback.
Yeah, it looks like kings are going to take the side pot.
Keep $5. Put it towards the ring.
Never did see what Vaka Flocka was in there with, but it doesn't matter.
I'll give it to you. You can have that.
You go, Sanjeev.
I don't want it. Bad luck.
Nice hand, Sanjeev.
Yes, my dealer's in.
Fairly was dead.
Let's go. We got some making up to do.
Now that smile we love is back on his face.
And it looks like we got another dealer change coming up. Take a look at what's going on in the room again. Maybe not.
That was a good card. Did you clean them? They're clean now?
She gonna clean you out is what she gonna do.
Well, let me the first
Her
one.
job.
Big tournament
Won't be the last
again
time,
this
yeah.
Saturday. 240 buy-in,
Third quarter
25K
right there.
guaranteed. Starts at noon.
Okay.
Check your
No.
Poker Atlas for details. Right
Yeah.
here
No, we
at
just-
I just had a
Champions
three
Club
to-
in
to
Houston.
We just came out of the locker room. That was halftime. Now, what time
Try
is
to
it?
keep that tournament ball rolling. We had such a great series here. Everybody's so excited.
It was
Figured, why not
amazing.
do it again on Saturday?
I talked about it last week, but it's worth mentioning again. You know, I was hanging with a bunch of tournament pros last week during Super Bowl, and I said I was, you know, going to take a few breaks from tournaments until this summer, and one of them reminded me, Derek Coleman reminded me, and he said, Scott, you won that bracelet last year because you played all those little tournaments
But we started out.
beforehand to get ready. So thinking about this 25K at Champions this Saturday, you know, $240 buy-in, 25K guaranteed, serious tournament, and a good one to help get you ready for WSOP this summer.
Just participate, Will. You might get out.
I've been participating.
Got to start
a lot.
working now if you're going to make things happen.
Invite your
That's
buddy
right.
Manu to the stream and you'll learn.
And
Yeah, I don't want to fund that.
obviously a $240 tournament isn't going to have the same structure as a 10K buy-in, but with 30-minute levels and a good structure, one-day tournament, you are
Perfect.
going to get some practice on what it's going to be like, and you're going to get a similar number of hands actually, because people aren't going to be tanking as much in a 240 tournament as they are in a 10K. So per level, you're going to get a similar number of hands, and you're going to get to feel what it's like to try to ladder up through a decent-sized field of players.
Well, and this town likes its one-day tournaments. I mean,
Sure.
You got out?
of course, we like our
Didn't you have money
big
there?
3-day main events that make somebody $250,000, but we like our one-day
You're the one to win this one.
tournaments. You know, come in.
And I folded
Yeah,
them.
people got to go to work the
Yeah.
next day. They want to
Who would
come
ever
play some
fold a double
poker
suit?
on a Saturday and watch football on a Sunday and go to work Monday. You know, and there's no more football now, but you get my point.
Well, it's cool because even though there's no football on the mini TV screens at Champions, there's often poker in this live stream going on, and people can
Yeah,
see my pretty face, and
we all love that.
nobody more than me.
Middle set and hearts for Waters. Kind of weak hearts, but with that set, not afraid to fire out, and it's going to get the job done.
You're a beast.
Shows that 7-4 gets
Set
there.
flush.
That's it.
I couldn't beat either one. I was actually drawing dead to both of them. Good feeling.
Good hand, Wally.
Well, my phone officially died.
Tried to bluff.
Uh-oh.
No, he had
Well, I don't know if it died from like the normal way phones died. Mine, actually, I think Larry killed it.
Not the guy that tried.
He was blowing it up with his text messages. I can't believe y'all are talking about me on stream, folding my aces.
Just put itself to sleep.
Well, he's off at a fishing tournament, you know, and he's probably scaring the fish away right now. He's so tilted in his boat.
My buddy used to has said that before they like had the brand or whatever. We used to say no gambling future on it.
So my first hand of the new year, Lunar New Year. I'm playing and the guy's baiting me into calling. I had raised. Paul was there. Then he tells me, I raised 100. He made it like 100.
I was there.
Oh, you were there too. I said, you know what? No gamble, no future. He said, no gamble, no future. So I told him, put it all in pre-flop with like, what was it? King 9 3 7 or some shit. Double suited with terrible hand. I make
200?
King high flush.
185.
It was against Tetra. And he almost lost his lid. I was like, you shouldn't have told me no gamble, no future.
Never beg a man to gamble with you. Never.
I was like, well, if you want to gamble,
Oh yeah, come on, get on in the flip. That guy always wins every single time.
my favorite thing is when the guy's running bad, or he says he's running bad, I always try to go against him.
Yeah, oh for sure. When we did the Rolex flip, they're like, Will,
Flocka,
Will, you wanna
all
do it? I
in.
was like, I don't know how much
I
this
did
watch
one.
is. You know,
Three
I was
wheel
trying to be
cards and a
like, just shut
10.
up and do it. And I was like, all right.
Ace high clubs.
Of course I won.
Of course. You were a
Ship
favorite.
it with the mystery hand.
Yeah, that juncture, you know.
Looks like he's making the call.
7 people?
I think it's 6 of us.
6 of us, so you're like a 17%.
2,600.
You were probably like 27%.
Bobby Fillet in the chat asking, where can we find the Fireman Scott episode of Unapologetic Podcast?
I
Do
would've wanna
they put
suck
that out
off
yet?
you the most.
Is it out there somewhere where people can find it?
Well, actually, it was supposed to be on Spotify, but I just looked the other day and it's not out there either. I don't know. Maybe it's still under production. I know some of us saw.
Easy, yeah.
We could see it live on Facebook, but
Oh, you're
there,
ahead.
yes,
He's
you're
only
correct,
got
Bobby.
one
There
over.
is supposed to be like
Live over.
a recording of it out on Spotify or something, and I don't think it's up yet. But I'm going to get with Super Mike and Jesse Payton this week and find out when that is coming out. And Will and I are going to be back on there soon
I've been there.
as well, just talking about our last year's bracelet run. Still an amazing story how we won our WSOP bracelets just 5 days apart, and we want to get that story out there in as many ways as we can because it's such a cool story.
Clubs and hearts.
Do the backpack trick. Put on your backpack.
Well, I saw an ace and a jack in Shippett's hand, but I didn't see the other
You're
4
guaranteed to
cards.
win. 10
Flocka
in the window.
Flocka
Clubs not coming.
with his whole stack in the middle wants to
Oh,
win
ace
this
in the
one.
window. Look, you got a straight draw, deuce. You want me to say it? Goose. Diamond. Well, now you got a 4 or 5 out too.
Clubs and
Deuce, you got all the wheel cards. There it is. He's dead.
Makes the wheel.
Good hand.
The trick. I already knew it. I knew it. I told you. Get the backpack out, you win.
Just got to pull 20K out of your backpack, and then you'll win that $700 pot.
Would have been there. Would have been there. Dry.
Baller's got a ball.
Wasted dry guy.
Nicely done.
For the stream.
I would have won. You gotta get to the river. Oh, yeah. You're never gonna get there.
No, I would, no.
Where'd you flop?
All right. Unnecessary 8K add-on.
Unnecessary 8K. That's not unnecessary.
8,000.
And still only 3 players in the green. Water's up over 8,000. Sam at 67.25, and Ship It also up 3,500. Everybody else.
I kind of like it a little top heavy.
Yeah.
You know, the pros down at the bottom end of the. Look at this. All 4. Yeah. I kind of like that. Having to pay a little bit.
It's a gamble game. We like it.
Well, you know, Will and I, we played with the same people for a long time, and you know, Will wins always. So whenever he loses, you know, nobody likes to see anybody lose, but sometimes when Will is losing, one of the players at the table, Joe C. or Eddie Murphy or somebody will look over me and kind of smile a little bit.
Got him.
You know, he wins enough. He can lose one every once in a while.
That's right. Well, there's always variance. Even the best players can have a losing session. And Rockets Will not afraid to gamble, especially on this stream. Everybody having a good time, seeing lots of flops. I'm going to leave this hand in the capable hands of Scott here and take a short break myself.
Oh, yeah, I'll talk my ass off.
You got it.
Look at Lawyer Paul here.
That's a nice hand. All right, you got this one.
Okay.
I'm not playing any more hands where I can make a set. Only 4
Well, I'll
randoms.
take another glass of wine and a glass of water if you don't mind. Thanks, brother. I'm not driving tonight. Let's go with those aces. Sam with his queen, queen, jack, 9, and a suit.
10, 12, 13, 14. Yeah.
And Sanjeev in trouble. Flopping a king.
Have a dick measuring competition.
That's about it.
What?
Because you'll win.
1,030?
Paul going to lead out here. He's got the nut flush draw and top pair, but Sam's got a set. Likely going to see some fireworks here. Sam just calls. He could be suspect of top set here with Paul. Paul's played rather snug tonight, but Sam obviously not going anywhere.
Let me get a special so I don't lose any more money.
Deuce of spades
Spend on
not
that.
changing anything. Paul going to stay aggressive with what he thinks is likely the best hand. And Sam's just going to have to play it. You got second set. The money's just going to get in, folks. If it would have came
I just ordered a
clubs,
steak and
or if it
lobster
would have
so I
came
can, at
an
least be a
ace
little
or
bit
a
happy.
10 or something like that on the turn,
This is going to
you
be a
know,
good pot. A lot of yellows in there. Ugh.
maybe something different. But money gets all
I
in,
knew it.
and
knew
Paul
it
makes a
came.
club on the river.
Someone was getting there.
Tough one for
Keep
Sam.
putting that hand up. Top pair, over pair. Nut clubs. Set.
The set of queens taken down by Paul's aces
Welcome
with
to
the
my
nut
world,
flush
Sam.
draw.
Yeah, full houses aren't hitting tonight.
No, flushes
Sam
and
not used to
cycles,
losing big
straights.
pot. That's
Flushes
11K
and straights.
pot. Nice
No
hand,
full
Paul.
houses tonight.
Tough one.
One time I went on a good run. Every set, every 2 pair I flopped, everything I filled up. for like a week. No, I have like a week or two. Like it was crazy. I flopped top 2 against.
Today all you're supposed to get hit by a vendors.
Yeah, and today I'm getting crushed.
When they're in flush draw isn't good either, so it's a 6 hours of
No, it hasn't even been flushed out. It's been strictly open.
I had one time when I hit like in Florida recently, I hit like 7 nut flushes in like 3 hours. You know how hard that is to even get 7 nut flush draws.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
No, this Omaha. I got in a game where the max buy-in was $1,000, and most people were buying in like 500. I won like 8K.
Yeah, it's not, I mean,
Hollywood.
you're not gonna fold my hand either.
It's the thing about poker is we know the math works, but we don't know exactly like when it
That was probably
works.
the best I think I've ever run. It was crazy. Like
Like
I got to a point where I just had the dry nut flush draw, and I would just put everyone all in because I knew I was hitting it. All y'all, I'm all in. All right. I have ace high right now, nothing, but I'm gonna turn y'all a bit.
I had this period online where I was playing, like, it was just like a 5-10 game, and it was these guys that were playing every night, and I mean, kind of same thing, just nailing it every single time. They were like, you hit everything, and I was just like, I know, like, I was sitting there thinking, I was like, if I went on this run, like, anywhere else, like, I would think that it was so good, like, if I was on the opposite end of it, I would
You'd be like, it's so much cheating.
Yeah,
You're cheating.
exactly. Like, but just-
There's no way.
that's just how it happened.
That was Sanjeev last week before he played the stream with you guys.
5 calls, 20.
He cleaned
was
us
in
out of
everything?
like 12,000
Yeah.
in like an hour, and then he came in here and you guys beat his ass.
It wasn't me. Oh,
I beat myself.
he beat himself.
He
He did.
beat out there, he beat everybody. I know
He
that.
he thought it was gonna be the same in here, so he went all in the first 7 hands, pretty much.
what they're saying, folks, is
Who is
very
honest?
true. You start to
Part of me feels like, no, we'll raise, no, so I should call. Part of me says, I think he's due a hand.
Thank you. I feel like I'm doing a hand too.
Tommy Shipp told us earlier it can be so streaky on the bad side that it can make you feel like almost you forgot how to play the game. But on the opposite end, you can be streaking on the good side so much that you think that you're going to win every hand, and then it takes you, once you start losing hands and the streak ends, it takes you a moment to slow down. There's a lot of adjusting and changing gears and being situationally aware and constantly taking stock of yourself and where you're at in poker. And it's a complicated game, but it's fun.
20,000 each in that game. And Omar was in the straddle and said, if anybody raises, I'm repotting. Ty looks down at 2 aces, so he raises, and Omar pots. And then it got like pot like 5 way. I think Ty actually just completed on the 5th raise instead of repotting again. Flop came ace 8-8. Ty flops top fold, they get it all in.
Yeah.
150K pot. And Omar's just drawing dead. Like, I don't even know if you looked at his card.
Yeah.
Like, it was just like the most absurd 50-100 hand you could ever imagine.
Will turning a set of kings,
And of course, it goes to Ty, right?
by far the best
Every
hand
big
with
pot ever.
80% equity. Betting 600, getting called by Sam with a flush draw, the second nut flush draw, and probably a little bit frustrated from the last hand, looking to catch a spade.
PLO admittedly didn't know really what he was doing.
Will way out in front.
Yeah.
Phil's up here with hand. He's just going to check, take down $1,200 pot. King's full of aces. Nice hand, Will.
Oh no, here goes again.
Yeah, I thought he had ace 3.
5, ace 3 against me.
Well, I had deuce 4 of diamond. That's why I wanted to play that hand.
Oh, you should have played it. You would have beat me on the flop. I probably would have just folded to your bet.
Definitely know that I would hard it. But I said,
I appreciate it. I was due to win one. I was going to hit an ace in the river.
yeah, I had to fold in order for you to win.
Card.
The one card that I'm scared of.
Can't be a 3, has to be an ace. He bets, you call.
Man, poker's my favorite game in the world.
Peter, I'm not folding. I can't get out of the trap folding. I can just get
There you go.
deeper in
You're
it.
learning. And I knew it was rubbing off on you. He's explaining
I
to
don't think
you.
I was folding.
Participation.
Honestly, Paul's my poker coach. I don't know if y'all knew that, but the last couple of years, let Paul take my game to a whole new level.
Completely.
He told me the one thing that just, it stuck. You got to participate more. And ever since I started participating more,
You win more.
and winning more.
Amazing.
Fold, you never win.
I was about to say, you
You guys are folding
better put Peter in the footnotes of that one.
I do have to credit Paul with a lot of my success. I remember the day we met.
I mean, Sanji, look, he participates all the time.
Sanji over
Why he's raking
Sanji
over.
over participates sometimes.
Really depends.
Oh, I can't raise, huh?
No,
Good. Right. Lose.
but at least you're participating. You're in here. You could win maybe.
Can I bet in the dark? Is anyone
You can do
behind
whatever
me?
you want.
Anyone's in front of me?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Check.
Buttons here.
Yeah.
5 check. 6 check. 7 check.
Lawyer Paul with 3/8 with an ace kicker. Gonna lead out and bet a little hundo. Probably not gonna get much action.
Sanji's in the fold. I know that.
Spoke again too soon. Sanjeev's gonna participate.
I feel bad. I feel bad, Scott. I'm sorry. Last week. Next week, I won't be here. You get to play.
Hey, if Scott wants to play, I'll get up.
No, he doesn't. He wants to. Scott
No,
just wants to
brother.
go home and listen to himself talk. It
No,
don't matter. If he's in there, he gets to
Sanjeev.
talk more. We'll be all right.
Think about it. He has 5 hours of listening to himself while he's doing it. And then when he goes home, he gets to replay it in another 5 hours.
Y'all know me too well.
And he gets to tell Tia, did you hear that, Tia?
Scott is good at it though.
Scott's the GOAT,
He's
man.
good at it. Honestly, he has a good.
He
voice
knows
and
more.
good-
He
and good flow.
knows more than everyone else. Is the real reason he's good at it.
Well, thank you, Will.
One
Thank you.
day, y'all will realize that he knows more than I.
Oh, he
About
tells
what?
me all the time.
Someday
Just
soon.
about stuff in life in general.
I love looking at being on the Scott, the gentleman in the house.
Yeah, of
Scott's the
course.
best. How do you not like Scott?
Oh, Scott's great.
Behind the table and outside of the table, and Scott's just an all-around gentleman.
And a scholar.
Yes, sir.
I want to say scholar.
Yeah. All right, guys.
I wouldn't let him school my kids.
You're 10. He's
I'm
20.
just screwing with you.
You're the
All right.
10.
Oh,
I'm the
I thought,
20.
I thought that was my money.
Yeah.
Well, thank y'all. I have fun in this commentating booth. I don't like being in
That's
here
right.
by myself right now, and it is a little. Even when it's just me and Dan,
You
it's
and
kind of
Carlos.
cool.
I
But
do
I
a
would
good
like to
job.
be out there at the table playing. But this does add a new aspect to it, and they're right. I love to hear myself talk, as I'm sure the rest of you do too.
Access to the
I mean, who knows more than me when it comes to the great game of Pot Limit Omaha? I've only dedicated the last 20 years
Oh, look, a queen's
of my
coming in the
life
turn.
to the game, and it's
I don't even remember.
hell, it's barely over 30 years old, so
There he is.
I know more than
Laka?
almost
Laka?
everybody. And I know all these
I liked
players,
your name when we said it earlier.
so I
I
do
think
like
I'll put your
being
name
in here commentating on the game.
Not put vodka flocka play.
I do love poker, and these guys are great. They're great players. We make fun of each other a lot, and they allow themselves to be vulnerable and come out here on this show and
Thank you.
There you go, Sam.
make
Thank you.
mistakes,
And he goes
lose
about-
hands, and
When
lose
I got to
money to
Vegas,
their
I saw you there,
opponents.
What, Palazzo last year? Year before, I've seen you running into you a few times. I'm going
But
out-
it's
I'm leaving
fun,
Thursday.
it's
I'm going out.
challenging,
This week?
and this is not a game like football where you can only play it
I
if
might
you're
not be able
7
to go
foot
down
tall
to
and
70.
300 pounds, or
Could have
basketball
paddled
where
around
you have to be
Friday,
6'5", or track where you have to run really fast. This is a
Well, if I
game
can
that
convince
almost
her to
every person can
Land
play,
here and go straight to
I
Vegas.
thought you were convinced her to
no
land
matter
here and
the
go to work.
age, sex,
She just
gender,
told me she's off work
different
until, like, May.
styles,
She's been off working in
different games.
Japan vacation.
Yeah.
It's a
She
social
hasn't
game.
worked since
You can play
She
till
got
you
the
die,
job.
and I love it.
she got the job. What are you talking about?
It must be nice.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. They don't get paid a lot for the first 5 years, or even after that, they don't get paid a lot. But the benefits are great. So,
Those things he says on the stream, he's gonna have to go apologize for.
Yes.
no, I'm not. She knows.
You nodded.
No.
Yeah. I said, what, honey?
No, I literally told her, you don't have to work that much if you don't want to. She's like, really? Okay.
So I'll go to Japan for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for her. I
She's
like
like, I need
it.
you to pay my credit card every 3 days. I was like,
Every 3 days.
yeah. I only give her a $500 limit, so she can't go too far. I'm joking.
You are digging a hole.
Yes.
No, she laughed at that too. She's like, 500. She's like, my rooms were more than that.
Play 1 to win.
I have a feeling she does what I used to do to my mom. When my mom gave me a credit card, I'd go out to eat with all my friends. Be like, guys, I'll pay. Y'all just give me cash. Y'all give me cash. Charge like $400 on the credit card and like get $300 in cash from your friends. Y'all want to play poker now? Come on.
That's strong.
My mom would be like,
419.
how are you going to all these expensive dinners? Like, what are you eating? I'm like, Mom, broke college kid. I gotta go, you know.
So many tacos, Mom.
Yeah, I was like, man, this town is so expensive. So you eat at Roadhouse every day. It was walking distance from my apartment. It was so good. And like Tuesdays where kids eat free. So we'd go in there, like me and another guy on the basketball team, we'd sit there and we'd
I'm not
order,
sure
like, oh,
what-
yeah, we want a steak. And then little Johnny wants the chicken critters with fries. And the waitress would look at us like, little Johnny, what, you want a Coke too? And they would be like, what? Like, kids eat free, right? I'm like, yeah, you gotta have kids. Like, so we just eat 2 meals. Then we knew all the waitresses, so they ended up giving us like, buy 1 tall beer, get free refills all night.
Nice.
Not sure what Vodka Flocka Flames hand is, but
top two
Peter has
and,
top 2 with the nut flush draw.
you're in
Pretty
trouble.
good.
You're in trouble, but you know how to get there. I've seen it. I've seen it once.
I didn't have more chips.
You have a jack high flush draw? Oh, you're up. Wow. I don't know who runs worse, Peter, on this stream.
Wow. Yeah. Peter loses to the Ace Jack 9. So gutter ball comes in.
Except for that day, remember you scooped that pot with 1 pair?
Yeah, but that wasn't a big pot.
Yeah, you forget about those. You scoop like $15,000 pot.
Double gutter on the
Everybody forgets
flop.
about it.
No, I remember it.
Okay.
That wasn't necessarily running bad or good.
That was running very good.
Well, it was running good.
4
'cause
ways all in.
It was
you
running
scoop-
good that I could hit a jack and a jack only and scoop the board against 5 people. It was the only thing that was running good.
Five-way
Or
all.
you get your coach.
Not much changing.
He gets all in 5
He
ways.
told me after that, too, you're supposed to fold that hand.
Nick Waters still up
5 ways, he wins
8,000.
with 1 pair.
True story.
Pot's like 15,000.
Thank you, Dan.
I'm running terrible.
It's not 15,000.
12,000, whatever it was.
8,000.
Half.
Well, I didn't drive tonight. I thought, well, hey, why not go for another glass of wine?
They got
I
the
got
good
it in
stuff in
first.
there.
Well, they were talking about how good I am on stream. I might as well mess it up and start slurring for the last hour.
You gotta love it.
He can do it, dude.
And he just turns the world and then Rivers move.
He poured it on.
20K pot, you know, like all the big pots like that, I find a way to lose them.
He poured it on me one day for like 40 racks.
Yeah. He's either going to win it all or lose it all.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of in between.
Dan, you got any special requests for next week's lineup? Will's going to be gone. I'm, thinking about who exactly. I definitely am getting Nick Waters in there. He's going to wear a black cowboy hat. I'm going to wear a green one.
There you go. Like having Nick in the game, of course. Would love to see Oreo Jimbo back. We haven't seen him in a while. I don't know if there's a reason for that or not, but I know he's a fan favorite.
Well, I'm thinking of bringing somebody you guys are not familiar yet with. Somebody named Muscle Kurt.
Got Sam's number today.
I like the name already. Like good nickname is great for a poker player.
Well, Muscle Kurt's not really into technology, so this RFID thing may be a little difficult for him.
Yeah.
We'll have to get here a little Oklahoma Larry and Paul P. age group. So we'll have to get him in here a little early and show him how to use the RFID.
Sure.
Come on, it's my turn.
But he might actually figure it out.
Me.
Aces versus aces here. Lawyer
Well,
Paul with queens.
I love Peter, but Vaca Flocka's got some 9s with his.
Yeah.
And they're all in trouble.
It's a weird hand.
They're all in trouble now.
7-4 diamonds gets there. My favorite hand. Nobody has that though. Sanjeev with the jack high flush takes the lead here. Vaca does have the dry guy with his aces.
Well, if you got the dry ace here, what do you do? Call?
Just call. Interesting.
Yeah, if I was Vaca Flocka, I'd go ahead and bet that one. But
It's crazy. Some places you just run that at though. Like, I don't believe in that shit usually, but I'm starting. Because I've been playing at the garage forever.
Been playing with me a long time.
And I run amazing at the garage.
Check, check after the board pairs. That
I run pretty good here, too.
seemed like he was thinking about maybe making a move and then realizing Sanjeev is stuck
Well-
deep and he's not the guy you want to make a move against.
yeah, you know, we talk about the dry guy bet a lot, you know, and on the river it's not going to matter because the board's paired.
Pretty bad overall.
But the time to make the dry guy move there was the turn if you were going to do it. But that's exactly the things you need to ask yourself. All right, what is my opponent's chip stack size? What is the size of the pot?
I think it's
Is
still
this
over,
even, you know, something I could pull off, you know? And then on top of that, is he a guy who is going to fold, or is he a guy who's been stuck all night and he's pretty sticky? And I think I think that's what happened with Vodka Flocka on the turn. He realized exactly that Sanjeev's a little sticky.
Right.
Maybe I'll just play this hand for value and hope my aces are somehow good.
quad.
You know, maybe if a flush would have stayed the nuts on the turn and there was more money in the pot to work with, a scarier bluff was available on the river, then he could have made a move.
Right.
But with the board pairing, that kind of ruins any plans you have. And I know, you know, I'll just be honest with you. I know what it's like to be in that position where I have the dry diamond and there's two diamonds, and I play the hand and I tell myself, if a diamond comes, I am betting full pot. I am going full out for this bluff, and then the diamond comes, and I'm thinking to myself, "Oh shit! Now I have to actually do what I said I was gonna do," and it's a scary feeling. And sometimes, when the board pairs in that situation, even though you're gonna like check and maybe lose the pot, you sort of get this sigh of relief, like, I don't have to bluff. You know, I mean, it's scary. It takes some courage to do it. So sometimes when it pairs the board like that, I know that feeling. You're almost relieved a little bit. I don't have to, I don't have to bluff the dry guy here.
I have in the chat Bobby Fillet saying, what about Ambrose for the lineup?
Ambrose, here next week. I mean, I talk to him almost every day. We play almost every day together. I don't know why we wouldn't have him next week. Done.
They don't have to make it Arctic blast, but do they turn the air on?
Lawyer
There's no
Paul
in between.
flopping the nuts.
Let's go with our round of
Has
Arctic
to
blast.
fade a king.
That's what happened.
Sam D with 3 aces as well.
No breeze.
Freeze yourself.
There is no in between.
Lawyer Paul way out in front here, and Sam I don't think is in the mood to be folding no ace king or ace queen here. Huh?
All in call. Graphics are just a little bit behind there, but we can see that there's about $7,000 sitting in front of Lawyer Paul. So
Yeah, that's what I thought. Something had to be off here.
drawn to a king or a queen makes a chop.
Whoa.
And Paul's hand just gets a little better.
Nice hand, Paul. Tough one for Sam. I don't think any of us are going anywhere.
Yeah, and that'll be a big swing. Sam was one of the winners tonight. He's going to go down into the red now, I think, after that one. Lawyer Paul will be.
Wow,
in the
17K winner?
This is just chip
Chip
counts
count.
here. Wrong board here. Hopefully they'll throw up the cumulative.
Still pretty big winner here.
Yeah,
Whatever
I'm
it
sure
is.
Paul's not in for 15,000, so he's definitely winning quite a bit.
Good try.
Got it on 6.
Uh-oh, Peter Fry, the sweater guy, adding on 6K.
Game's getting big and juicy.
Doesn't want to miss out on an opportunity.
Yeah, last couple hours of the stream, things usually heat up a little bit.
Well, everybody wants to put on a good show too, you know, and it ain't like
Of course.
you're just gonna play till like normally you'd just be thinking, all right, damn, I hope I don't have to play till
really hot.
3 in the morning to get even or to get winner. Here you're thinking, well,
He's been running hard.
Besides that
I
one
got
day,
another hour to put
besides
on
that
a
one
good
day,
show
but
and
you
get winner.
Even last few months.
No, but the last week
I
was
mean,
bad.
but sometime no, you
Just one session.
No, two. The one where the guy made 10-10 on the river, and then
PJ,
Lau.
JP,
when Lau took all my chips out of the rack.
Oh yeah. That was your fault though.
It is I mean, I shouldn't have played. I get it.
He's got all his chips in a rack. He's up like 5,000. He gives it all to Lau in one hand, the last hand.
I flopped the nuts. I had still the nuts on the turn, and he put it all in with a flush run. He hit it twice.
He didn't really give it to him. Lau earned it.
Lau earned it. He's
He
willing
earned-
to put his money in.
He earned his nickname.
Aces for Vaca
You know why
Flocka this
Asian
time.
people have
Single
the name
suited.
Lucky a lot, because they put it in bad a lot. to get that.
Good connection there.
Folks, this is just a short stream.
giving him money is
And
I'll show you how to do
Vaca
it.
Flocka wasn't catching anything at the beginning, and now he's catching aces. So when you're out there and you're thinking, oh, it's been so long, I never make a hand, just give it a while.
see what?
Poker's a little bit of a game of patience. It'll come around.
375.
You got to try to figure out a way to
You know how I met
play
my
the
poker
good
coach?
hands and the good times as good as you can.
Because they had a bunch of shootings.
Oh, thank you.
And I didn't want to go there.
And then play
I
the
went next
bad
door,
hands.
There was no games really ever going. But I walked in, and there was one guy playing, ready to play PLO, so we would play heads up almost every day. Me and Paul.
And Pete the
Pete the
Greek.
Greek would play 3 ways. Then Pete the Greek left us.
Pete,
RIP.
yeah.
But then the game started going, and then one day, Hungbo came in. And it was like the best week ever.
Well, for you it was.
For me it was, but yeah.
So what made the place next door safer than the one that was getting shot up all the time?
El Tractor raised it up.
You're going right
Double
next door.
suited ace, queen, jack, deuce.
Bigger security.
Lawyer Paul getting in there with a rundown, and now Vaca Flocka 4-betting.
Yeah.
Not his specifically.
Well, I live like right there, so.
This place getting shot up, and they got a room next door.
Interesting hand.
That was one block away.
El Tractor
Had good security. Yeah.
in bad shape against the aces.
Through the kitchen with an AR and just run through the
Thing when I came back from Atlanta about,
But what I'm interested in is if Paul's going to come in here.
how much more unsafe one of them feels than the other.
Well, part of the reason is because they have a drug house in that parking lot.
El Tractor makes the call, and you can see by equity, Paul's hand actually a favorite against these two hands because they all share so many outs.
Yeah, he
Paul gets
folded
out of the
it,
way.
and I thought with no suit that he probably would.
Yeah, tough to call with a Badoogie.
And then with him folding, Vaca Flocka's in a good spot here.
That I lost with before, but I'll tell you later.
Got one of Will's suits locked up. 67%.
Hey, last call for food if anyone wants anything.
7, 9, 10.
Anyone want anything? It's on Paul if y'all want anything.
Yeah, order the Opus one.
Let me get a bottle of Opus on Paul.
One for each person.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of felt bad that I only got one glass last time. I only got one $300
And Vaca
glass of
Flocka just jamming it all in here. He's got the kings
Yeah.
blocked. He's got aces. And Tractor, total miss here.
That's what kind of sucks for Tractor. You're like, come on, man. Like, at least give me bottom pair or something. King 9-9, one of the worst flops you can get for
Yeah,
his hand. I mean, he's got a gutter ball. And
backdoor clubs, and that's it. With a paired board already, really tough to call.
yeah, nobody wants to just throw away $600.
Tommy's over there. What do you have for like 10?
Another situation where there's so much in the pot and the bet's still so little he might have to call, but he definitely doesn't want to.
About even. Yeah, the only 2 big winners over here. Sorry, guys. Give me a second.
So mathematically, I
He
mean,
would be if you stopped
you see
calling
the
with deuce.
percentages there. He's supposed to call because he's going to win 23% of the time. There's 4,200 in the pot.
Then you call it like the fourth nut flush draw.
But he
with
knows
4 people in the pot, and somehow
He's
it's
a
the only
huge
flush
dog,
draw,
and
you
he's
get
just
there.
counting the outs. He's a pro. He's going to
bro?
find it.
Doing well, how are you?
If
play after the
somehow
stream, we're
Vaka
at
Flocka
11,
has a
so
9 in his
same.
hand here, equity is much worse. And that's what he's trying to figure out. How many times does he have a 9? How many times does he have pocket kings? And you're just basically drawing dead.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, he has aces like he does. I mean, you can look at it either way. Nobody likes it, but you got to call. Or nobody likes it, but you got to fold. You know, I mean.
Yeah. Paul would have flopped 3 9s
Of course you had it. You can't go at that board.
had he got in there with the 6, 7, 9, 10. But aces will hold this time.
6, 7, 9, 10. The hand I lost a lot with.
Why'd you fold?
Good hand by Vaka.
2,000.
Good hand by Will, finding the fold. Yeah, you
I
gotta,
know.
same thing as earlier, like look at a hand.
Is that where the $5,000?
You know, and think whatever I'm gonna think about it. And with that, if I'm Will there, I'm just like, yeah, I won there. That's a win for me. I saved my $600. That was really the only decision or thing he could do.
Right.
You know, the flop's gonna come what it comes, and it came King 9-9. He could either throw away his.
This is the
Oh,
kind
look
of
at
food you get
that.
here. We got a lobster tail with the filet, butter, pink corn. About to burn Sam's eyebrows.
Can't go a stream without talking about the
Didn't you eat
food
already,
here.
Will?
Best
We get
food in
pasta like
town.
30
It's
minutes
amazing,
ago.
and I gotta say,
No, they fell on the
Dan,
ground.
they treat me like a king here. They treat
then when does
everyone
the
like a
cake
king
come?
here,
Huh?
and
When does the
it's
cake come?
very
Not
grateful.
allowed to eat
I love this place. I was here with my
Being
wife
really good. I'm going on
Sunday
a cruise,
night,
so
Sanjeev
I'm trying
hasn't
really
had
hard
any
not
cake
to eat
today.
any
That's
dessert.
interesting.
and
No, me and Sanjay are gonna go get a dozen donuts after this.
Yeah.
we sat down to have dinner, and I said, you know, I think I'd like to have some
We're not
lobster
gonna eat them.
tonight.
We're just gonna look at them.
Yeah.
They said, sorry, it's not on the menu. We don't have it. And I said, oh, that's okay. No problem. So I got a steak or something, and a few minutes later, about halfway through our meal, the chef, the head chef, Connie, came out, and she said, hey, Scott, I'm sorry, I heard you wanted, the staff told me that you wanted lobster tonight. Well, I'm going to make sure that I have it here Tuesday night for you.
Oh, wow.
And so that's the kind of treatment that we're getting here at Champions, and I'm just a player. I'm just like everybody else. That's how everybody gets treated. I mean, this is the place to be. Like we keep saying, the Champions is the future, and they know how to treat their customers.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Connie is a wizard in the kitchen for sure. And I hear stories like that all the time. We've had players coming into town for the tournament series. You know, they're not here every day. They don't work here. They come down, they're spending a week here to play the tournament, and they mention something like, oh, I like Bananas Foster or something like that. It's not on the menu. 2 days later, Connie's got it for them, remembers who they are. Here's some Bananas Foster. You know, like, yeah, it's amazing. I love working here.
That touch. A lot of places came before it, and we all felt like, yeah, this isn't quite right, you know, and then we knew eventually we'd be getting a place like this. We hoped.
When a market this big, it has to happen eventually, you know. So
Well, I mostly
we
play.
came here to fill that.
I mean, before champ, you know, and I play mostly private games because some of these places in Houston got too rough to play at. I wasn't about. I mean, I like poker, but I don't want to go sit in a room where they come in shooting up the place at night. You know.
Well, that's the thing, and that's why we,
really cold because I didn't bring a jacket.
you know, are treating this like a casino on the strip or whatever. We have, you know, great security. We have a cage that actually has cash in it, and you know, every chip is accounted for by $1. It's never come back Thursday when we have money.
Well, so it's funny, Dan, that you say that, because there was like times where I'd walk into some of these rooms, like I mean, I'll just say it. Johnny Chan had a club here, but there was several clubs in Houston where you kind of walk in and you get this like feeling like something's not on the up and up. You know, like something ain't right.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, and it never was. And we had, you know, we went through years of this kind of crap. And so now Houston has a nice dynamic. We have champions, and which is kind of the Cadillac of clubs.
I grew up going there.
We have a few nice private games around town. And, well, the rest of them are getting weeded out.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that every other club is like that, and I'm all for all the clubs that are doing it right. You know, the best thing for poker is more poker. And but I think that we just have a crew and a experienced staff that's worked at real card rooms and casinos all over the country, and we're coming in here and taking that same model and applying it to this market. And we also have ownership that has, you know, properties in Florida and California, and they can't just be a fly-by-night, rip off the locals kind of thing, because they have gaming licenses in other states that are at risk too. So we're here to follow the rules and make a safe environment for players and customers to come in. Plus having the hotel on site, huge.
Yeah, the hotel's money.
Flocka Flocka smashing this one. Top set, gut shot, backdoor spades.
Champion Forest.
Yeah. I was a Wimbledon.
Oh, nice. We would drive
63% against the field.
Longwood to
That's
play,
pretty good.
You know, by Klein Oak. It was like a 15-minute drive back in the day.
Well, if you're not catching any cards, guys, you can
It's gotta be 45 minutes
just
now.
wait a while.
Lights and
That's
the
right.
house and traffic.
It's like the weather. Just hang out. It'll change.
Moving to Houston. If you grew up in Houston, you'll know, like, you only knew your area. You didn't know any other area. You went to downtown like 5 times.
And you
by the
really,
time you were 18 for field
and
trips.
you really knew your area.
That was it. Yeah, you
Like,
knew your,
we didn't have
yeah.
GPS and,
I didn't
yeah,
know
you had
shit
key
about
maps, but you
downtown or
knew
midtown
every
Houston until I
street.
moved back from college.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew.
So I was at the age when I got my driver's license where you go on the internet at home, you search it, you print it out, and you take the sheets of paper in your car.
MapQuest.
MapQuest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my dad worked downtown, and we lived in Spring, so I would go downtown.
And my wife grew up in Terra Nova right down the street.
Well, my best friend grew up in Terra Nova.
Terra Nova in Spring, Texas. Pretty much everybody in Spring knows Will. He grew up there.
The Harbor Ducks, the Harbor
Flocka
Ducks.
potting this. 25-75 now. Sanjeev, top 2 pair.
And it's going to be real hard for Sanjeev to get away from. That's what sucks sometimes, is the hands that you have the smallest chance to win. Oh, he got away from it?
Last card.
Very nice. Sanjeev, good fold.
No good for you.
Had top 2 pair there. That's a
Riz
tough
is turning
fold.
on the fourth quarter.
Man, like you said, man, you can't win no money if you're not in front.
When you're folding top 2 pair and there's no straight or no flush on the board, you know, that's like folding a set.
In a lot of ways, yeah.
That's like folding middle set.
You just want to start meeting, we could split the coaching costs?
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's coaching you too.
How much did that sentence cost?
Yeah. Yeah, enough. You'll get it back though, don't worry.
You flopped a set.
I mean, yeah, very tough hand to get away from. Very big fold. Yeah, great food, great hotel room, great action. Here at Champions, right in Chinatown, in one of the biggest cities with the biggest economies in the world. This is the place to play poker, and it was cool at this main event, seeing all these people from all over the state and all over the country and all over the world, I mean, who came into town just to play this thing. You know, it's cool. They're traveling here. This is our thing. Texas poker is our thing, and they're coming to our home to play our tournaments, and they spend money here, and they're visiting, they're adding to our economy. It's amazing. It's cool, you know.
Yeah.
This isn't happening in Boise, Idaho. It's happening in Houston, Texas.
50,
And
170.
Yeah, Texas poker is where it's at right now for sure.
I like what we're doing with it, man. It's
Yeah,
cool.
5s and 5, 5, 10, 190.
There we go.
Yeah, there's nothing like this in the country right now.
Yeah, that's what I like. Usually Uber drivers, they're like, "What do you do for a living?" And you say, and I say, "I play poker." They say, "Oh, don't you go to Vegas for that?" And I say, "No, I go to Vegas to gamble."
Right.
They're not a power.
Yeah.
It's every minute.
Go to Houston to play poker. Go to Vegas to
It's not every
gamble.
minute. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Lots of Broadway cards, no Broadway. Aces and tens for 2 of the players.
They all check it kind of scary to ship. Ship it, who's on the button. With 2 pair and just leads that. 2 pair and a blocker. Thinks he may take it down.
I don't even remember. 25 or
Lawyer Paul calls here
like what? 25-cent drinks or 50-cent drinks or something.
with the same hand.
This is a
Well,
while back.
game over, same, yeah.
Yeah. So they both have a free roll to a better full house, but they currently both have the same hand. And it goes check, check.
Oh,
And the queen gets there.
redraw.
The nuts for Lawyer Paul now.
Pound drink.
It was like
It was a
Wow.
kind of like the
My man running good tonight.
Yeah.
And Shipp it's going to hate seeing this. He checked it.
I want to say the pictures were like $1. I mean, it was not-
And it's hard to bet that because you don't have the nuts there. You're losing the ace jack.
Oh, yeah. Ship, yeah.
Wow. Runner.
Tommy played it just fine. Paul played it just fine. Sometimes they just played themselves. Good hand,
Yeah,
Paul.
just run into it.
Running good tonight, deserves a good night. Having one. I need to go give Sanjeev my lucky
Anyone gonna
hat.
beat Paul tonight? Anyone? Anyone gonna try to beat Paul tonight?
Maybe, but not you.
I didn't
Somebody
think it was
else,
gonna
but
be.
not you.
I was gonna say no. I was asking if any of them were. I can't beat you.
Somebody else might, but you, I don't think so. You're not listening to the coaching good enough.
I listen. I just don't know how to. I don't know how to do the things you do. Credit card.
You haven't gotten to lesson 20 yet.
My card got my card expired. I didn't get less than 26.
Yeah.
How to get all the yellow chips on the table.
You buy them.
Buy them. That's the easiest way to get them.
The old-fashioned way.
to get them. Just buy them.
It's usually the way I get them.
You can't get all of them by buying them because someone else is gonna buy some too. You got to win them from those people.
As long as I can win those 2 from you, it's okay.
I had 6 of them earlier.
Well, you only got 2 now, so I'll just take those 2.
I had 6 of them, so somehow you got them through somebody.
Will with the weird hand this time.
Uh-oh.
Suited
Premium
to the
weird
hearts. Yeah.
And Peter's right next to him with aces.
With the min click to 50.
I think this is.
Stuck Sam 3-betting to 200.
Yeah, that might have been a blind raise by Sweater Guy there. He is under the gun.
You said your hand, I call.
Fuck, I didn't know it was Sam's hand. I thought it was my hand.
No, I mean, I can't imagine Peter playing a hand without looking at his cards.
Still optimistic.
Stand by as you hand.
I think a couple of these guys have been putting the 50 on, though.
I don't know yet.
But yeah, he's just calling aces, kings, and queens all out there. And jacks and tens. Some of those in the same hand. Wow, lots of premiums.
Well, it's unlikely we're going to see a set here, so nice hand, same D.
Yeah. Rockets will actually with the best equity out of the 6 hands and picks up top set.
And diamond. No, not diamonds. Anybody got a diamond draw?
Sam
Yeah,
has
Sam
jack
D.
high diamonds.
Oh, Sam with a gutter and a diamond draw. Sanjeev. Sanjeev leading out and betting this one with
Bottom 2, drawing basically dead.
And what I say earlier, sometimes it looks like a good hand and you got the worst. I mean, only 3%. Now, Will just going to go ahead and get all the money in here because it's such a draw-heavy board. There's straight draws, flush draws, all of that stuff, and there's already people putting money into this one. So he knows he's going to get action. He's got the best hand. Let's get it in. Hope it holds
Enjoy
up.
this steak. Boy.
Sam, we talked about it earlier.
you
He
know,
don't like
Sam,
to lose. He's
you
not
bust me
used
here,
to
I'm
it.
leaving.
Where you going?
Straight to the cage.
Get more money.
Sam gonna gamble.
Check had a nice ring.
Yeah.
Come out of this one.
No, son, you said it was Sam's hand.
I'll tell you what.
I mean, if you're at home wondering what's, the best here, well, the one that
Three
looks
different
like
hands
the
today
best
that
is
if I could get
the
a
one that
set
is the
hole,
best.
That would be winning or even.
Will has the best hand,
Set of tens?
and he moved in.
Told y'all flop top set.
Okay.
I told y'all that. You weren't listening?
Sam has the worst hand and is calling.
So he can still fold for this or what? Oh, he called. Oh. Okay, well, I'm going to go all in the dark.
In this situation, I'd much rather be Will, and he fills up right away. Tens full of sevens. Sam, however, not drawing dead, though. I think there's still a...
Yeah, 8 of diamonds.
8 of diamonds gives him a straight flush out.
Yeah, we're not playing this.
But nice hand, Will.
We're not playing this red.
Yeah.
Sanjeev already folded. We're a street behind on the graphics here.
That's crazy. No way. He had 7
No gamble, no future.
He do.
It's so funny because that's a saying that I like. We sort of take it for granted in the poker world. And it's a cool saying in the poker world, but it's a cool saying it's a cooler saying outside of the poker world than it is inside,
Yeah.
You're like, shut the hell up, Scott.
No, no.
You know what I
Don't
mean?
just
Like if
cash
you're a
out, y'all have to play,
non-poker
man.
player
I mean, come on.
and you see the,
No
the saying,
yeah,
no
right.
gamble, you're like, oh, cool, that's a poker player saying, no gamble, no future. It seems
Yeah.
really cool, It is true. If you don't gamble, you have no future. You can't be folding all those hands.
Right.
Oklahoma Larry folding aces, last hand of the stream when
Hey,
you're up
man.
33K.
Quit needling the
Yeah, I
guy's
don't want
not even
Sanjeev.
here.
You want anybody
Jeez.
No, I don't want something.
It's not even needle, it's just stating facts at
He
this
gave me
point.
1,000. I was grateful for that. Thank you, Sanjay.
1,200. You know,
1,200? Oh, here.
Look,
I take it.
now you're winning. Look.
I mentioned Muscle
Complain
Kurt
enough- you
earlier.
complain
He
enough and then you get to be
pointed out something a long time ago that was very true, and now we
honestly, I
all
was
talk
sitting
about it
there,
all the
She
time.
asked me if I wanted it, and then she told me the price. I was like, I don't know if I can afford it right now, but I'm going to order it anyways because I have a feeling
Yeah.
that things are about to change.
You
Turn around and maybe I'll be able
go
to
to the
afford it
poker
by the time
room
I
because they're going to talk shit about you if you don't.
maybe
And as soon,
Or I can just
and
do
the
what
reason you keep
Tony
rebuying
does,
is
just
because
walk
as soon as you
out.
bust and walk out, they're going to start talking shit about you.
Oh, speaking of, who
Well,
owes me
I'm going
for
to talk
last
shit about you while you're right there.
year? Someone walked out on their bill and added it to my tab.
It wasn't the Opus? Something
No,
else?
it was something. It was food. I think it was Scott.
The water. Waters.
I think it was Scott. Scott, if you're watching this, I think you owe me like $22.
$9.
And 33 cents. But I don't care. We're brothers. You can have it.
Well, Will, I called you when I was at the light and said, pay my tab.
We was playing one day.
That's the same night that he got stuck with that $1,200
Oh, my
bottle
God.
of. I thought about that too. I got home and I saw it. I was like, so he got stuck with a $1,200 bottle of Opus and my $20 morsels.
So he probably wasn't too worried about your $12 chicken dinner or whatever.
Do you or?
Look at these hands. 2 badoogies, and Jack 10-9. Hard to be that big of a favorite.
She was?
I came back like, Nick, what happened? You supposed to pick this? I was like,
Well,
It wasn't really a badoogie. Sanjeev does have a flush draw.
yep, and he flopped one. He's probably going to go with it.
Gotcha. She was like, I was going to order a burger, but I ended up getting the filet.
Ship it with top pair.
I like
A lot of backdoor outs. Firing away. Sanjeev's going to get him in.
I'll tell you what, no BS. If we were playing deeper, if she was playing deeper, I would have folded that straight flush to her. I knew she had it.
No.
I promise you.
You're not.
Yeah, because you
you're not
called
leaning
it
down
right
straight
away.
No, I literally said, I go, you got a straight flush, right?
Yeah, immediately.
Like, that's the first thing that comes to your head, but you're not laying it down.
Telling you, if she's deeper, if she still has the 8,000, 9,000 runner, I lay it down.
Yeah, easy.
Not easy.
And you're lucky she didn't double up the hand before.
No, well, yeah, I'm lucky she went felt and rebought for 3,000.
Yeah.
Flocka got out of the way of this one.
She would have won the hand before, she would have had like 12,000, and I had like 12,000.
I beat her out of 7,500.
Oh, you was you. Yeah, the wrap with
Nine's
the top set.
still in the lead.
2-1 dog and hit.
I forgot it was you.
Sanjeev looking for a
You
diamond
saved me. 5,000 at least.
or a deuce.
2 pairs.
Good.
Wow, 7s and deuces for Sanjeev. Catches
Oh, my
Let's
goodness.
explain why
on
he didn't flip
second
it over
pair.
right away.
How much do we owe him? If you win 7
Tommy's
deuces in
like,
this game,
what?
we definitely got
I was ahead with him.
Yeah, he picked up a wrap. He had diamonds, though.
No,
Not
not
diamonds.
mistake. We'll pay for it.
Say it, Sanjeev. For the stream!
Stream.
7
For
deuce!
the stream
You know,
announced.
that's natural 9 in one of my favorite games.
Lawyer Paul up over $10,000. Waters almost 7,500.
Well, it
Rockets
started
Will
with,
is now in the green.
With,
No surprise there. Crawled his way from the
no,
bottom
what's his name?
to
Jimmy
number
Lamb.
3.
Started with Jimmy.
Action, Jimmy.
It was funny because Jimmy
Sam
was trying
D
to play
throwing the
really,
party
really good
tonight.
Stream. So like, there would be times that I would bet on him, and he would like level himself. He'd be like, "Oh no, he's not bluffing me here." He would lay down like a big. He's like, "I'm gonna lay down this big hand for the stream," and he'd lay down like bottom boat and stuff. And I'd be like, "No, that was good," or something. But so he, it's funny because he would never lay that stuff down. But he was just really trying to play like over the top for the stream.
All right, boys. Somebody get 9s. Somebody get aces. Let's get all the money in.
Man, it's very pleasant with this crowd.
It is.
Well, I like everyone here, man. This is a great crowd.
When I go home,
I miss Larry too. Don't get me wrong.
I like
Me and Larry have a very love-hate relationship.
Will's phone is
Well,
blowing
no.
up.
The folding aces was the dagger in our friendship, though. Was it? When I want to fold aces when I'm up,
Gonna
I
have to
hold them
field
like this.
700 texts
And
when
then
he gets
around
off
me,
the
I just
stream
fold them
today.
a little bit. I've only done it 3 times, but
Today?
I'm just joking. No, I haven't done it today. I've been stuck all day. I'm not folding
You
aces.
made the right call by folding the aces.
It just blows me
He didn't make the
away.
right call.
It worked out.
It worked out because he flopped top set. If I was
I was in that hand too.
If I was Peter, I would have
I did protest.
protested. I was like, he's not.
I haven't
allowed to
heard
play.
back from the review board yet.
He's not allowed to play. No, you heard it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not here. You heard back.
You heard it.
He got banned.
He'll be here next week, probably. I can't say no to Larry, man.
What happened?
Go back to 25.
He won 33,000 last week, which means he's due to lose 27 next week.
Yeah, that's the way. That's the way I've been thinking.
there's
That's why you
way
take a
to
week
win.
off after you win 33.
Let us
I
get
mean,
some of that
That's what
30
I've
back
been
and then
thinking. Will's gonna go out of town. I'm gonna get back in there. Larry's
Some of
gonna
it
be.
back first.
Larry's gonna be so turned up. He's just gonna basically come in and probably give me all his chips. I mean, and I don't even come after Larry specifically, but I'm gonna be on the felt next week, and hey, whatever happens, happens.
Fair.
I'm not gonna sit next to him. 3 queens. Gonna probably get it done here. Well, just as I say that.
Ooh, I'm glad I folded. I would have turned to full and not been good. Maybe? Maybe not. Yeah, it's
Not
a
even
6s,
trying
2
to
8s.
run
6s and 8s. Killed it. Sub? Is this the last dealer change?
Yeah, it looks like Giovanna coming out.
So you're
Evan
switching
coming
at
back
10:30?
in. Last dealer change of the night. About an hour left of the
My new lucky
stream.
dealer.
Talk about what's going on this weekend.
Not saying
Saturday,
my favorite.
240 buy-in, 25K guaranteed tournament. Look at the details in Poker Atlas if you're interested. Should be a great structure. One-day tournament starts at noon. 25K guarantee. Also, we still have our February promotions going on. $1,000 drawing every day at 10 p.m. $200 high hands in the morning from 9 a.m. to noon. And of course, play for 8 hours in one day, in one 24-hour period, and get yourself a free room here at Champions Club. We're the only poker club in Texas with a full hotel. And it's really a nice place, fully remodeled in March of last year. Great rooms. Scott can attest, he's stayed here before.
Oh, I've done some shit in those rooms too.
I believe it.
So, think of me when you go to sleep on your bed at Champions. No, I'm just kidding, guys. Just kidding.
I gotta give all this money back to the
No, I do love the rooms here.
Well, Scott doesn't get out of the box till midnight, so.
So I got it till midnight? Sweet.
Yeah, I'm going to be stuck in here until midnight commentating on this game. But like I said earlier, I mean, and Will asked me like 4 or 5 times this week, Scott, do you want to play or do you want to be in the booth? And, I mean, I obviously love playing, but,
When you guys watch, you guys gonna see the bullshit I'm getting.
you know, I just...
Fun to do something different.
I want this show to be as good as it can, and I want to make sure that we cover all,
Suck you in.
you know, try everything and make sure we
3 sets.
No one will ever
long-term
accuse
have
you of being
the best format, and so we're trying a few different things out, and I like being in here.
Well, we enjoy having you in here. I know I do.
Never been accused.
I love PLO, but my
of being in the...
PLO game is not as advanced as yours, so it's nice to hear your insight, and especially with these players that you've played with for years and years, you know.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is just some of it's insight that you know that nobody else could have, because you're right. I just know them personally, and that's a cool part of it.
They were in the rack and they were in play.
Oh. That is going to be one thing.
Wow, trip aces versus trip aces again. A lot of the same outs.
Get out there and you're probably going to buy in pretty
When you have a game like Omaha and the equities are so close, and you and your opponent are going to be even so many times, there's going to be other things that you need to help you become winner. And I've played with these guys so long that I know what those edges are for each of these players. I know Sam's strong points and his 2 weaknesses. I know, you know what I mean? Like, I know these players very well.
Dude, he potted this one hand. He got in like 9,000 or something against Paul in one hand. This was a different night though.
And this is a spot where 2 players have the exact same hand. I mean, they can win it with a 10 or a 9.
Oh, and the 10 gets there.
Wow.
So total free roll now for Shipp It.
Yeah, Tommy Shipp in a good spot here.
No, he had a flush draw. No.
The nuts.
It's a good hand to have on the turn.
He had a flush draw on the flop. The flop was Jack 4-6.
Then he turned. You had Jack 4. You had Jack 6 5 7.
Tommy a little famous for his expressions.
Jack 6 5 7.
3 4 5.
Whatever. You're open ended with
Open-ended with 2 pairs.
He's got a great frown.
And he went running 2 pair on both boards.
running 2 pair on both boards. And that's what
He gives the peculiar frown, fires 2 yellow chips into the pot. That's $2,000. And he gets called, snap called, of course, by Vaca Flocka, who's drawing almost dead and is dead now.
And he's probably going to have to pay it now with a double board pair.
Yeah, it's an 8K pot, and I imagine Tommy's just going to...
Yeah.
Most of the chips get in there. He does. He's got ace-10.
Yeah, and again, for those of you unfamiliar with Omaha, it's much harder for somebody to actually have a full house when there's a double board pair because you must play 2 cards from your hand. It just takes so many of those outs away. And so Vodka sort of forced to call there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Such a small bet on the river into such a big pot and shipping it for $10,000.
Nice hand. Ace-10.
Well, it wasn't all in with the sweat. He called on the river, so it wouldn't matter. He couldn't do anything. Tommy. Tommy boy.
Tommy Gun.
A lot of nicknames. One of the best movies.
Sanjeev, you want it?
I like Tommy Ship It.
Top 5. It was so good back in.
Who am I but only one of the greatest nickname creators in all of the history of nickname creation?
No. It's a straddle. Yeah, 40. Yeah, but you can't. But he's putting the 40 on. Okay.
I've never had a good nickname. You'll have to come up with something for me, Scott.
All 80?
Really?
You're up a lot.
Oh, man. Fucking A. We'll find something
Hey, Larry,
down.
you want to put the 80?
No.
Okay.
He would have probably fought.
Ultimate.
You can't pick your own nickname. I know
I got
that.
a dime right here. I never heard.
No, we've had a few people try, and man, has it
What are we all adding on for
backfired.
last hour? How much you got, Paul?
Oh, man, has it
You know how much you
backfired.
got? 15?
15 probably.
It's not done yet.
Well, yeah, I could have 0 in a little while.
I've seen
An
it.
hour to go. You couldn't tell you.
They mentioned earlier the
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
little controversy with the nicknames between, Tony Sanchez and Tony's a pilot for Southwest, so he's always thought Flyboy should be his nickname. It's a great nickname, but
Sure. He's earned it. He flies planes.
yeah. The problem was just before him, we had Flyboy Jimmy Spears, who, although his nickname kind of originated as Flyboy, it really changed to just Fly. So as they said earlier, we had Fly and Flyboy. And I know that everybody called Jimmy Spears Flyboy, but if you were super, super close to him, you really just called him Fly.
Sure. Who's got time to say 2 syllables?
Yeah, not Fly.
Sam D with double suited kings here against a lot of aces. Hard for anybody to pick up an ace.
Scott, if you're ready to play, come on.
A little late now, Will. We're in the future, and the game ends in 3 minutes. Sam blocking top set, betting his overpair, potting it for 800 or close enough to pot. And it looks like Sanjeev made the call with, he also has an 8. He's got wheel draw. Jack of diamonds doesn't change much.
Why you waste $800?
Yeah, Sam getting it done.
You have ace in your hands. You can't even get this one.
I
See what I mean?
mentioned at the start of the stream, I was expecting Sam to win because that's all I've ever seen him do. So a bit surprising to see him lose tonight. Had a couple of bad hands that just could have gone either way and just went opposite of his. But definitely a winning player, and I'm sure we'll see him on the stream again soon. Looks like getting late in the night. Here's a little deception here. We got the $20 straddle on, and then the 50, which seems strong, but he bet his red chips.
Yeah.
That's an indicator, Paul, that you're on a log a bit.
It looks like he went with 40 instead of 52, so just getting a little discount.
I mean, when you got a pile of chips like that, you know,
Right.
you're betting your red chips out. I mean, it's not like you're folding aces or anything ridiculous, but you're getting a bit nitty betting the red, putting the reds out there.
Well, he's trying to get rid of some of that pile to color it up.
You should know it by now.
Cheers, gentlemen.
Sweater guy with a double suited hand
I
on
like
the
it.
button, including an ace.
Fold them. 200.
Vaca
He
Flocka
raises
playing pretty
800.
good. Rough hand there against Tommy.
Yeah, it
Going
is.
right back at it though. Not wasting too much time sitting around sulking. It's poker. Peter though, not only a nice hand, but he has the button.
He's got those little baby
So you're not
cards that he
gonna play
loves to
anymore,
represent
yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Ace, ace, king, king. He's
I'm still
out.
playing bad, so I'm raising.
Sam, gambling.
For sure.
Man, they can't even hear me. I have my mic.
He's
muted
got
the whole time.
Sweater guy's hearts covered at least, but that's about it with that hand unless he spikes a 5 here. Wow, flops the nut heart draw.
All right, everyone give the money back.
Everyone get the money back.
You're like,
Yeah, I think you win the majority vote on that.
Sweater guy with an ace as well as Vaca Flocka.
Man, we're gonna have a hand here because, I mean, Peter's not gonna want to let it go.
No. He's got heart draw
Look at
and
Jared
an
back
ace.
soon.
Vaca Flocka with an ace and a gut shot.
said he's about to get his store open in the next couple weeks. Waiting on a few things from the city.
Board pair. Bad for everyone.
Yeah, that kind of screws up the action, man. That pisses me off, Dan.
It's bad influence on myself.
Like, I wanted to see this hand the other way.
Right.
We were playing a game one time at 52.
Aces and jacks now for Sweater guy.
Just so much, that hand's so much more interesting if the flush draw is still live on the turn.
Hour 36 or something. Chan
And Sam mucking
he just got there the second night,
with
waiting
to
for
no
like
bet
5
there,
hours. He gets
turning it into a heads-up hand. I don't really like that.
Nah, but
Vaca Flocka now makes a move and gets it done.
yeah, Sam's a little old school and, like I said, frustrated, not used to losing.
Sure.
And Chan was like,
Chan put the 400 on.
I have never seen Chan try to not play for smaller. Yeah. That's great. Chan's always usually in our game.
Turn you through the wall.
Don't you love Chan?
Damn, I feel
He
bad. I
played
missed
last
that
week.
story.
You saw him on here? Oh, that's me. It was so funny. I was sitting here and I'm looking at Chan through the stream, and I could see him just like physically getting irritated with how
40.
slow Larry is and how
You're
like
40.
slow the game is, and how he wants more action. He's up like 6,000 at this point. I'm sitting here, and I think you were next round. Like he's about to punt all day. He's about to. He even said it. He goes, "Can we play a little faster so I can punt all this off?" You know? I'm like, yeah, he's about to punt.
Chan's one of my top 5 favorite people in poker for sure.
It's hard. He can get over the top sometime when he's really drinking, and he can be really obnoxious.
Oh, that's
and
when
loud.
it's most fun.
I like it.
He's a good player.
He can be a good player.
Tournaments know that
Chan can be a really good player.
more he drinks, the better he gets.
I've seen Chan completely run over games before. And I've also seen Chan do the opposite. He used to be a really good tournament player. Now he can't even play any WSOP anymore. So.
Why?
Yeah, you don't know what happened to him? No. A long time ago, he won a tournament out in Florida, I think, and they were taking the picture like this, one of the last pictures of him winning, and he took one of like the 25K chips, and he like took it, like had it in his pocket. They were counting, they're like, oh, we're missing a 25K chip or something. Where could it be? He was like, oh, I took it for a souvenir, kind of like, what? You can't take the chips. And well, the first place was like 40 or 50,000 or something like that. They took the money. He never got the money. They locked it up, and then they banned him for life from WSOP.
He didn't want to get the money?
No, they took the money too.
I thought he
This was after the tournament. No, they kept the money too. And they had a party for all the dealers and the floors after that with his money. I'm just joking.
Actually, I
"We
don't
got
think
this
that's far
guy."
from the
Probably
truth,
not far
Will.
off.
No, just the head guy just
Yeah,
pocketed
just the head
it.
guy,
Never
for
mind.
sure.
holiday bonus.
Yeah. He's like, hey, honey, I got $50,000 bonus this month.
Hey, I got a jet
It was a
ski
good
for the yacht.
This dumbass took a chip on the way. He just scammed him out of
I don't think that's far
We
from
wrote a
the
rule.
truth.
Yeah, we found it, baby. We found it. Found the bonus.
He probably did it as a souvenir.
No, he did. The tournament was over.
100% he did.
No, he's trying to sneak it back next tournament at the Kennel Club next year. So
Yes.
starting stack at the
Yeah.
next tournament.
Yes, Chan, he took a chip
crazy,
just
though.
as a
That-
souvenir,
honestly,
and
that one chip's probably cost him.
the tournament director saw an opportunity to get him, and that's what they did. They got him.
I don't think it matters. He was just.
Good chance it was 20 plus.
Yeah.
It was the end of a tournament. Have you ever seen tournaments last a long time? Chan drinks from hand one in the tournament.
True.
So. Chances are he was a little inebriated.
He had a banner up at Choctaw. I don't know if it's still there for winning their main event. And I remember the first time I played him, he was so drunk, he wouldn't stop talking about, I got a banner. What do you have? I got a banner. Like, I fucking hate this guy. Like, I didn't know him. Grew to love him. Just talking about his stupid banner.
I know a lot of people that can't stand him, and then they grow to love him.
Talking about his banner.
I almost said it last week. Like, my favorite thing about Chan is he's like me. You either love him or you hate him.
Oh, I love him.
Most people love him. We had a $500 last longer in the bounty, and we pulled the same table day two, so it's pretty nice. You know, we got a bounty
More than
against each
that.
other, we're playing against each other.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And so when he punted all, or got in a big hand, and someone like took all his chips, you know, like, good job, man, to the other guy.
I love Chan. He is so fun to play with.
He was a great addition to the stream. You should have him back for sure. It was a lot of fun having him.
I may ask him to come play next week. That just pisses me off thinking more about that tournament where they banned him for life for.
Yeah, that seems a little egregious. I mean, I understand the
don't have enough time for
principle,
that.
but you know, obviously, case by case basis, taking one chip for a souvenir is different than having chips in your pocket during a tournament.
Yeah, he wouldn't. You know, it's just.
100%.
And it just seems like it's been long enough. Give the guy a break. Come on.
Top set for Vaca.
The Chan ban needs to be over. In fact, can we just start a petition for that? Let's lift the Chan ban. Hey, WSOP, your two newest and coolest champions.
You should change his nickname to Unbanned Chan, so every time he's on screen, it's Unbanned Chan.
I agree. I agree. I mean, WSOP, we got some pull. Will and I are the coolest new bracelet winners that they had in 2023. We're going to win 2 more in 2024.
Pressure, see, pressure's on him.
So you might want to listen up, WSOP.
Will's winning. Will's winning. Don't worry about it.
Let's have the Chan ban lifted. I see him try to ban me.
Drink.
All right, guys, we got about an hour left of the stream, maybe a little less than that.
You know what,
And
I mean,
Kyle is going
Larry
to
has
join
some
Scott
amazing
here,
stories.
and I
I
am
love
going
Larry. The
to.
stories are
I
great.
thought you were taking my place, Kyle. You're taking Dan's spot?
He just needs to learn how to act in public.
You
I
want
wish
out?
I could do half of the stuff he
I was
has
going to
done.
go hang out with the
You probably wish-
traveling
probably glad you
dealers
did
No,
the
go
other
hang
half.
out. I can
for
tell you
an hour
excited.
before I go to bed.
Go, brother.
They're all partying it up before they leave town.
Well, I got to watch Sam bust everybody last hour.
Fireman Scott, it has been a pleasure, and I will see you next Tuesday, if not before, sir.
Good to see you, brother. I won't be in the booth with you. I'll be out there kicking ass, taking names,
That's right.
lifting that Chan band.
I'll be here singing your praises.
Maybe we should put Oklahoma Larry in the booth.
No. Hard no.
The only thing that made me mad is I knew he was mad at me. I didn't know why. I think it's because I called clock on him earlier in the
No, it wasn't that, no. I think, no, you were telling the story and he was keep talking.
Oh, yeah, and I said, hey, be quiet for a second.
Yeah,
Let's finish. Yeah. Either way. He wouldn't tell me what he was mad at me. After the stream, during the stream, I was like, Larry, it's like we're 2 men. Let's figure out why you're mad at me and let's squash it. And he like wouldn't talk to me. I was like,
He does have a sensitive side.
Larry, we're not high school girls. Let's finished it. He's wanted to be a high school girl, so I can't excuse that. We're on front. We talk it out. And if we still have a problem, we go outside.
Then you get your head banged in.
Yeah, you don't want to go.
I'd fight Larry now. I probably wouldn't have fought him like 15 years ago. Well, I don't know. That was when I was probably in the best shape, when I was crazier then.
This will be 11.
He's an old man now, man.
I think he'll still beat your ass though. Just being honest.
We can put money on it, maybe. We got some bets.
I got Will. No guns, right?
Now, Larry in his prime, I wouldn't have fucked with that guy. That guy could kick 60-yard field goals.
Is he still doing that? That's
I can kick 60-yard field goals now.
No,
I
he
can
told
kick
me,
70
let me see if I can do it
Like
first
my
before we
hand.
make the bet. I was like, well, that's the whole point of the bet.
Dan Schmeek texted me and asked me about it. He goes, what do you think about this? Do you think that I should take this bet?
No clubs.
And I
You
sent him a
have no clubs?
message. I said it was an NFL kicker
Stand by, good
make
luck.
like 64% of 50-yard field goals. It's like, take the fucking bet.
In the game, though, yeah.
We've been wanting to take the bet for 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
McGinnis
And he said, well, I used to do it then. I go, yeah, Larry, I'm sure you're getting more athletic.
All right, we got a set of threes. Top two
56
pair
now or whatever. You haven't kicked a ball in 10 years.
against the nut
sure you're a
flush
lot
draw,
better
and
now
Sam
than you
makes
were
the
at
nut
46.
flush right away. And now, you know, it kind of sucks when you're Vaca Flaca. You don't want to have a pair in your hand, much less two pair when you got a set and you're hoping the board pairs.
Every other pair, too. I need a straight draw, too.
Yeah, Vaca had his own outs there in his hand.
Welcome,
And
Kyle.
back in it.
Hello, everybody.
Don't just come in quietly, start talking about shit. Not even.
I'm the new version of Dan. Late Night Dan has arrived.
We've already
But
said
yeah,
on
look
this
at
table
these
we want
numbers,
to draw,
man.
not the-
Pretty
not the set.
swingy as PLO usually
All
is.
night, the set.
you got it.
draws
Sam with
together.
that
Yeah.
climbs a little bit closer to even.
I get the draw first.
That's how deep some of these players are. Deep or shallow.
I said good luck, and he had no reaction because every time I said good luck, he was losing. No.
Yeah, he's like,
He said, please don't give me good luck.
stop saying that, Sanjeev.
I don't want to even look at you. No.
Wait, what is this? 5, 5, 10.
40.
No, you're the 40.
5, 5, 10, 20, 40. Oh, you're the 80.
For the stream!
All right, we got a live 50, and I mean a live 40 and a live 80 on from Peter and
If you get
Rockets
to the turn
Will.
somehow, then you can fold the turn maybe. But
Sam, feeling like, hey, let's go on a run. Just want a big
Only way to
hand,
get away
trying to
from
get
that
out of
is
the
if
trap.
you'll
I've
somehow
never
check
been
out
loser
the
before in my life. I got 7-10 Jack Queen. He calls.
Wait, I thought if we had the 80 on, you can't raise.
Ship,
That's what I
it's getting towards the end of the night. Tommy Ship says, let's play a hand. Ace, King, 10 deuce is good enough. One suit to the king.
We don't have time for
He
that,
was
though.
close to the button and trying to get it, but Sanjeev, a little sticky, comes along with a little suited rundown.
All right, no more
9
ready.
You
high.
want to play this card?
Please. Anybody's cards, I'll play.
Not mine.
My call range right there was pretty wide.
Me too.
That wasn't on it, though.
Should I play mine?
Spades are covered
I'll let you
by
know if
Ship
it's
It here. Clubs working for Sam D. Middle shelf diamonds. And diamonds do come on the flop here, 2 of them. Everybody getting some connectivity here around that 10 and the 9. Top 2 for Ship.
Yeah, makes a C-bet here, and Sanjeev with a flush draw. Not going anywhere.
Yeah, especially with the dealer button equity, right? That's good for usually 1%.
Now that Sam has called, Sanjeev's got to be thinking, oh shit, 8 high diamonds may not be good, since that's the best thing I got working for me. But that's the thing that came through. And the other nice thing about it is it was the king of diamonds that came. Meaning, you know, maybe I do have the best flush draw. And he does. Whoa, shit, not just going right at it. Only had, yeah, about 1,100 left. about the size of the pot and get it all in.
You gonna play? Or you gonna go?
Tommy Shipp here has three different pair,
play
aces,
after?
kings, and tens.
For a little bit? A little bit?
Maybe a little bit. We'll see.
Not like last Tuesday?
No.
Trying to decide if it's worth it here.
The reason I said not like last
About
Tuesday.
1,100 to win 3,700.
Paul was still here
7 a.m.
when the sun rose.
The nice aspect about it is
Yeah.
there's no further
He probably left
action.
2 in the
There's no
morning.
other
Yeah,
river
that's
decision.
it. Easy decision, you know. You got to
played a
lose
little
sleep
while. Like, he
over
brought
it.
back,
Just-
he played a little while. Sanjeev left around 5. I probably left like, 7 o'clock.
So three.
But I
Where's
mean,
Lawrence today?
you really think about it, and he's doing it. Your opponent's either
Lawrence
got a
is fun to
flush
play
or
with,
he's
isn't
got a
he?
straight. You're gonna have to.
I like Lawrence.
You're gonna have to hit a 10 king,
playing
right?
heads up for a long time.
After
Yeah, and
the stream last
everybody
week, Lawrence
would rather have flopped the mirror versus turned 3 pair. Give yourself 2 shots at it
morning or something.
versus
ended
just
up winning, or
one
gave it all
shot
back,
to
or
fill up here
No,
on the river.
no, he ended up winning because he won a lot.
He was up a ton.
He was
when I
up a
left.
ton because he won that big. Well, he won that big hand from
With
me.
Jason and
And
Shane.
me.
So I think we've seen
Yeah,
from
turned the eight.
at least a few
Well, yeah,
different
when he won
times
the hand
tonight. I'm
for
just thinking about it
74,
now. I'm pointing it out. It's like it's a lot of times with Omaha. It's just like sucky decisions. You know what I mean? Like you're not happy with anything there.
After
I
the
mean,
stream,
what's
we
the
just sweat.
best
After
scenario?
the stream, we just sweat. Always.
You make a call that you're not you make a decision that you're not confident with, and then you may happen to, oh, I'm surprisingly in the lead here.
One time we were here and I was
There's
up
a lot of
8,000,
marginal
lost them all, like, the
spots.
second to last
Yeah,
game.
it's just like
Arguably more marginal spots
I won,
than
like,
in
3
2-card
case
poker.
left after with
Yeah,
the
you're just
game
like-
to get it back. I was like,
well, and the thing is, in
the
2-card
ultimate roller-
poker and Hold'em, when you
ultimate
make
roller
a
coaster.
call,
He's one of the best.
there's a degree of uncertainty. I'm going to go ahead and make this. I don't like it, but I'm going to make it because there's a chance of this. In Omaha, there ain't no fucking chances. You know,
Yeah.
your opponent's got a flush, or he's got a straight, or, you know, like he has what you thought he has every time, you know?
Right.
Who, Klaus?
And so you're just like, man, like I know all the answers here, and I don't like them, but I got to do it, you know, or I don't have to do it, you know?
Calls me randomly and we talk a lot. Sends me topless pictures a lot. Of
Some guy sent you
himself.
picture. It's disturbing.
It's pretty funny. He's been working out.
His birthday's in about a
Still
month.
disturbing.
About to turn 60.
Sick day.
He's doing pretty good.
Mark's, he's sick to it. The slots and table games.
Not this year. He's,
Yeah, he says not.
yeah.
Klaus Burger. Scan those cards, Paul. Let's see what you got, bro.
It was 140, and he made it 3.
No,
No, it was 40, and I just threw out 3
You
trips.
said 300, I'm just calling it.
Oh, no, I'm way wrong.
No, it was 40, and I just
All
threw
right,
out
while
3
they're
trips.
figuring this out, I'm going to step out just a second, Call.
Oh, if it's only 200.
I kind of like 200 better than 3.
Me too.
Sanji too. Sanji might have folded.
2 mystery hands here.
Now he's gonna win.
I was mad it was 200 because I almost called.
Kings
No, I shouldn't have.
single suited for waters.
200, whatever. I already got 40 in. What's 160?
Check to the razor.
Okay.
That was not expected.
Checks around on the flop here.
9 checks.
Second nut hearts for Sanjeev. Not sure if Vaca or Lawyer Paul are holding the dry guy or a suited ace of hearts.
Gamble, gamble.
Broadway
What they say?
unlikely to
No
come
gamble, no
for
future.
anybody but Sanjeev. 2 of those kings blocked. Waters. $4,200 out there, and Ace King makes the nuts here for Sanjeev. No shot. These other 2 players in the hand have Ace
Comes the
King.
Arctic freeze.
Have to be Case King.
Brace yourselves. That's a bet.
So Sanjeev heating up here a little bit. Trying to
bet,
get paid with the nuts.
Yeah. Sanji, push it forward a little bit. Let him know. That's a bet.
That's all I can reach now.
I can reach that from here. No, maybe not. I'll just get up with it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He still got cards.
Oh, I'm out.
You're out? Book your cards. I was wondering why he checked first.
Hold and hold, buddy.
Yeah, we don't do that crap.
Yeah, we
Not on stream. People would be going crazy. Pittsburgh. Someone's gonna be watching in Detroit and get all mad.
It's only 1,000 call
Let me
here.
guys hold after they fold? You talk when someone's in a hand? You don't know how much crap I caught in the first couple of weeks from talking.
I almost want him to pay it
Like a guy's trying to
off
think,
so
you're
we
gonna be
can
talking?
see
Like, yeah, I'm drunk.
What he had.
what he has.
Well, I just came back in
I
time
get
to
to
see
talk as
another
Scott's
one of
not
these
here. I mean,
shitty decisions.
none of it's being heard
Yeah.
because I'm getting talked over in there. But they gave Scott
That's what he said. I don't know.
they gave Scott the mute button, so he's able to just mute us at any time. But all right,
I don't have it, Will, but
It's over here. Do you want me to use it?
no, just give me one of those like go-go gadget sticks where I can reach it from here. Nah,
we're
they,
about to
I
have a
mean,
dealer come in for the last 30 minutes. New dealer for the last 30 minutes.
they're pretty entertaining to me. I always thought this would be a great idea for a show rec if I could actually hear the poker players at the table, you know, telling their jokes and talking shit to each
Show the
other.
bluff.
Good
Show the
bluff,
two
Sanjeev.
kings. Show two kings.
And that's where I think we have a pretty cool
Nice
dynamic
choices.
and a pretty cool show
He's
here.
got ace king.
No way.
Because I see a lot of, I love poker, dude. You know, and
Yeah.
so I watch live streams
by
from all
slow.
over, and
That's a pure gutter.
anything that has to do with poker, I'm watching it. And
Oh, you call 1,000 for a pure gutter?
I notice nowadays
What's
that
your
when
name,
they have
Waters?
live streams, that they put together a lot of, you know, poker influencers or
Yeah.
different things like that.
It's not always poker
I'm gonna sit out this
players.
last 30
It's
minutes.
cool,
You'll have fun, guys. was
But it
fun.
ain't nearly as genuine as us. We are real life poker players, and we've played with each other doing this as our real life with each other for a long, long time.
Yeah.
So it's a real neat dynamic, I think. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like seeing people like Mr. Beast and
Right.
some cute chess player who has no
right there.
fucking clue about poker. I like them all seeing them give their money away
Yeah.
at a poker game. It's fun. It's good for the game. It's all
More,
that.
more people joining poker is better for all of poker. 100%.
Yes, I love all of that, and I freaking really hope I get to get on one of those games with like Mr. Beast or somebody, like Phil Hellmuth has
A
been
lot
doing.
of wrecks. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks awesome. But just in the poker content game, you know, we are the real deal, and we know each other well, and so I think that offers a really neat dynamic than a bunch of young strangers, poker influencers, just learning the game who don't really know it that well, and who are all perfect strangers kind of create a good time.
Right.
Well, this is our good time. This is what we do every day of our lives. We're just turning the cameras on and, you know, trying to soften it up for you guys a little bit, you know, make it presentable.
Yeah, a lot of what you see here at Champions, especially within this game on Tuesdays, it's the same game that's out on the floor. And so
Yes.
that's what, it's just an inside look to it. So it is really cool. And I think that's why a lot of people do like tuning in and hearing all the table talk. And to your point earlier, too, it's like some of these setups aren't as great, frankly. Obviously, I'm biased, but yeah, everything production-wise here is over the top. And so you can actually hear each individual player versus some other setups. It's sometimes hard to hear the players if they do even talk.
Yeah.
But
See what we all got.
here it's almost too much talk sometimes. And we do have to mute Rocket's Will every once in a while. Calls for the 8 and hits 2 of them. But he doesn't hit it.
He doesn't even have one.
Sam and Paul have it.
He said, I misread my hand. He wasn't lying. Sam has it. Paul has it.
Yeah, he hit absolutely nothing here. You can see it there, 0%.
I really did misread my hand. I thought I had an ace. I did.
Paul with a true free roll here, but a whole bunch of no good hearts, and Sam's holding 7-9 though. No boat, trip eights, and the straight for Sam here. The free roll has changed. Need to find a heart for Paul, or a king, jack, or 10 will do as well. There's one heart.
Flush.
Sam had 3 hearts in his hand, and it still comes a heart to give Paul the best hand. Jeez, Sam running bad tonight and Paul running good.
I mean, obviously, neither of them folding that at any point.
Yeah, just happened to come a heart.
So we did have that dealer change while the promos were going, and Scott and I were catching up back here. Evan is done on stream here tonight. We are going to be wrapping up things pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
Last couple hands of the night. I think we've got a little less than 10 hands to go. Do appreciate everyone tuning in tonight. This is Kyle Miller substituting in for Dan Fouts. We are the usual duo here at Champions Poker Live, but I am glad that we are getting Scott
Makes it easier for me
in the
to fold
booth a little bit more each week.
Yeah, why not? Right.
I appreciate it. I mean, if nothing else, you know, it's fun for me and good practice for me, and I enjoy it. So thank you guys. And I love finally getting to see the bullshit these guys are playing.
All
you
the
know?
whole cards.
Just the bullshit.
That's what's always fun for me is whenever I'm out playing with anybody that plays our stream, it's just like, hey man, I see how you play. Like I literally, it's in my job to see how you play. So just watch it.
You know, in poker, I often say it's opposite of everything else, and in this situation, I think it's true. You know, I'd rather be last than first.
Why'd you didn't raise that? No, these two guys don't have
As far as positions, but Will's got a pretty good hand here. Going first with aces and a suit, flops diamonds.
Yeah, top and bottom for Sanjeev here with a 7 tray, and El Tractor folds
Throws it
it
away quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, had those backdoor diamonds, but single suited aces don't connect to this 7 high flop. Doesn't need to overplay it, and Sanjeev takes it down.
Too good.
No resistance.
$40.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when people watch these live streams, I know they have to think this about me is,
Tommy boy.
and they may think it there in that hand with Will, like, wait, why didn't he fight a little more with that hand? And it's just, the thing you have to understand is when you're a player and you play every single day, you know, sometimes you look out there and you may think for just a second, do I have the best hand? You look out and you just glance, well, that pot's not big enough for me to even worry about.
Right.
Or the stream's almost over, or my food's coming. I mean, whatever it is, when you play poker every single day, well, not everything's wrapped up in every single hand. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, you might look down and say, you know what, I got the best hand, I know it, but whatever,
If
I'm going to
you-
let Paul take it.
If you get a high amount of volume in, you don't have to go all in marginal spots. And
Yeah, it's not, and I've wondered that, and I used to think that about people like, God dang, why are they so caught up on this one damn hand?
Yeah.
Well, they don't play as many hands as I do. They play once a week, and that tournament they're playing or that cash game they're playing that one time a week on their day off. It means everything to them, and it's do or die for them. And to me, it's just
I 100% agree with you. And then even adding on to it, it's a lot of people will look at starting hands, just the absolute strength of it, right?
Yeah.
But if you completely miss the flop and a tight player's betting into you, you're out of position. Like, there's no real reason, more often than not, for you to continue there.
Well,
so
in what you said, since you brought up starting hands, I'll just kind of say this. So when you're learning, one of the first things that you're going to do is look at starting hands. And then what happens with most things when people start something is they get stuck, or they, a lot of times people never really get past that element of poker. Like, what is a good starting hand? Well, in PLO, like, what's a good starting hand is just the first thing you look at. What you're really looking at is playability. Am I the type of player who can actually play this hand in this situation, in this position? And reevaluate it on the flop, and it's very dynamic.
Yeah, a lot of players, especially PLO players, like to evaluate on the turn, right? It's, hey, what kind of redraw can I catch here?
Yeah.
Do I have a wrap right now? Does this play well multi-way? Or does this play better heads up? Does this play better in position or out of position, that sort of thing.
And a lot of this stuff doesn't actually even get realized until you can start playing with deep stacks like these guys are playing now. So when you're a beginning player and you're playing 1-3 for a $300 buy-in, the actual realization of ways to win pots and these next level things, they don't even actually come into your mind. That's why a lot of people just get stuck on 1-3 PLO, or they quit it because they're solely relying on, hey, I looked at my cards and this equity and I think this is, and I got it all in and lost. Well, you're not supposed to get all your money in a PLO. That's why it's pot limit. It's an art. You keep the pot controlled, and you look at your hands and yourself for its strengths, and you work them together, and you put it all together to magically be winner.
Yeah, but
you're gonna do it a bunch of dude. I can talk some shit about poker, right? When I've had a couple of drinks in me, it's late in the night. God,
I think that's why we're here.
At Queen 8, Ace Queen 8 BS. I would hit running eights to pick one.
No surprise, hand number 75 here. A lot of these players trying to see the
He would have
flop.
been in there with that hand, and he would have won all the money.
Yeah, Queen 8.
6 players to be
Ace
exact.
Queen 8 for 3, I think, or 5.
Ace Queen 8 for 1,000.
Yeah, a lot of King Jackie type hands.
2 hearts on board. Best heart draw for Waters right now.
I guess almost the thing to do here is just like,
come on, if you get flop,
wait until the flop comes, look over at who's got the most equity, and then what do they have?
Right?
No, 100%. Like right now, we see the check mark already delivered. Everybody else drawing dead on the turn.
Drawing dead. This many people, and you got a jack high flush draw, and everybody's drawing dead.
Yeah, dream spot for Waters. Because no action. Oh, there we go. Spoke too soon. Paul does have a gut shot to the straight flush. Bricks it, but now 4 hearts on board makes you always feel a little bit better about your flush, especially if it's 9 high, but Jack high will take it here. Hey, Waters the minimum.
Hey, both of these guys better come play next week. Waters and Paul, and Sanjeev too. That whole little corner.
Yeah. And you heard Waters say, hey guys, how many more hands? I'm trying to lock it up and run out. We have 5 hands left now.
Only Will and Chris are allowed to complain more. And Sam are allowed to complain right now. And Peter, but Peter's not really a complainer. Actually, none of them are complainers, that's why.
No.
I don't think I've ever heard.
I've never heard Sam complain ever.
Never.
No, Sam only.
Yeah, no one do nothing.
Right, what's he going to do for
I
you?
haven't heard Chris
He
complain.
can give you your money back.
Will's
So it
never
don't
really
matter.
complained.
Who cares?
I see Will complain one time.
I do have to say,
Not
Chris,
complain. Told the dealer to slow down.
Flocka,
Told the dealer to slow down.
Sam's a
new to the
strong
stream.
guy. I've played with you for a while.
ran kind of bad and taken some bad beats tonight.
You're not.
Just
No,
had
you're
some
not Robert.
coolers and
No, he complained
has
about
handled
You're
it
not
like
Robert.
a man, like him on the stream so
you honestly
far.
are
I've
one
played
of
with him a few times before.
Yeah, bro,
Cool
but-
dude. And
I got two pairs. I'm supposed to
Sometimes
hold
it's
there. You know, I just can't get it stuck out on every time.
like having him back.
Wasn't the best
I like having him
impersonation,
here on the
but it
stream.
was-
We've
you
liked
knew it
having
was.
Will El
It wasn't the best
Tractor.
impersonation, but you knew it was.
Will Benson liked having him back on the stream tonight.
See it.
Of course, Peter.
Hey, Thompson, what do you want to do? What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to do? I know he's got a full house. That does sound a lot like it. Oh!
Will with a weird hand, and he's got his favorite
The
card,
string.
King, Deuce, Deuce of
You're
Diamonds.
against the two loosest
And,
players.
oh
on the
my
table.
goodness.
That was good.
Yeah, Sam with single suited aces here.
Man, and Sam has got one of Will's suits, the
And
diamonds.
Will probably just get it in versus you here. And
The
save
only suit
ours.
Will has, diamonds. Will has it.
Wow. Will is going to need to find a king or a deuce somewhere on this run out. We do see one king hit the muck, though.
We can't see El Tractor's hand.
Yeah, mystery hand in the hijack right now.
Sitting with Larry next week.
As things come back around to him,
I see your hand somewhere.
he might end up folding this, but he did bump it up initially to 200.
Wow, look at Flocka Flocka Flame.
Well, yeah, like you said, good for the stream, defending his straddle there.
Have you ever been sitting
And
He's a cool dude. I like
only
him.
a couple hands to go. He's already standing up. I
No,
love it,
man.
I love it. Where are you going?
I mean, I have no choice.
Pull another 20K out of that
Thought that I
bag.
got a choice.
Come on, man. There's still 4 more hands after this.
I'm not gonna read. Just keep your hand in there. Just keep your hand in there, though. It's empty now.
Oh!
We'll go to the Chinese. We'll play some ball
How much you playing, Sam? You got 4?
6.
6.
6 total.
6 4.
7-5-3 deuce.
No, you saying like, oh, I'm about to make a really bad call, and I'm thinking of it. I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
You're like, no.
Fair.
You're sitting there like, no, just go and fold. I don't want you to really call. Just go and fold.
Probably with a pair of deuces when I have a pair of fives, and it's terrible.
The only thing is, I wish Vodka would have said, for the stream, before he pushed it all in there.
You started it.
And you were right. Will Benson folded his hand. Probably had an ace in his hand. You know, if you're going to raise early and then fold, what did you likely have? Well, you likely had an ace, and you know your opponent has aces, or you had kings, and you know your opponent has aces. And, you know, Will does have kings, and by the time he gets back to him, I mean, he's
Only reason I
even
called, that's what I felt like. That
4 people are playing this hand.
I know I'm going to win this hand. I got the button. I have best position.
Wow, just flopping a boat here for Sanjeev.
Guess who's back? The savior. He's lucky I ain't out there with 2 9s.
Yeah, Vodka, unfortunately for him, drawing dead here. Already a paired board, 1 boat, and 2 others trying to fill up along the way. 2 chances at it.
Damn. Sam making a pretty crazy bet there.
Looks like all in for me, right?
You got a dirty right there.
Oh, is it? Dirty good?
Oh my gosh. You're in trouble now.
Now he's got more
Wow.
money.
Fold now.
Just found an extra 100 in the stack. It's a free $75.
That's the happiest look I've ever seen on a human. Look how happy he is right now.
Fold.
Yeah. No fold and hold. You were drawing to 1 out there.
Diamonds in my hand, I would have called. If there was 2 black deuces, I would have called.
Did you have those?
If I had 2 black deuces in my hand, I would have called.
I like his hand.
Just to hit deuces time.
Yeah, I don't know.
You look at deuce 375 over there.
He
I
said he
don't like
felt
my
that he was
hand
gonna win.
anymore.
He said he felt it.
Yeah, you're right.
That's a good flop for that hand.
Need an ace
Got the
from
3+
space
blocker.
for Sam
Call that,
D
you're in
here.
trouble.
Or else
3+ blocker.
Sanjeev's dragging this pot here. Meaningless flush comes in.
Yeah, that's that flush. King, we all bet.
Ace one time. Bricks out here.
You can't beat that?
Sanjeev. What a night.
Nice
Chris,
hand.
fun.
Man, started off loser. We talked about it earlier. I was
Yeah.
kind of feeling like he was
That's your friend. That's your friend.
stretching it a bit, you know, and
Not
but,
anymore.
hey,
No way. You had
kept
aces?
going
No
for
way. I don't
it.
believe
Found
it.
his
You had
spot
the
a
nine,
couple of times. Nice
You had the 9
freaking hand. Good job, Sanjeev.
buy in, man.
I had king.
Two hands, two hands.
6, 6, 7, and
I had 2 pair in my hand, actually.
Not any of those
Yeah.
in weeks.
Well, if you want to stay, 2 more hands, we're going to be doing no bets.
No bets, all sweat.
No bets. Build it back up.
Next stream.
I gotta warn those guys. Peter Fry is really good at no
Appreciate
bets.
you coming, man.
Yeah, everybody's got one of those guys
You're right, it's a good thing you
in their friend group, in their group of players.
Neil, your dad's the best player in Houston.
Daniello, who deals up
Not
the
even
other,
close.
he's also crazy good at any sort of prop bets, whether it's sweats or red black. He's just a crusher.
$10 and just throw it. What the fuck is this shit? Get out of here.
Not many chips
I mean, there was a good
and
flop.
only a few hands left here for
Good flop
Sam
Jack.
in that
So,
5
I don't know if
seat.
you saw it.
That's true, no, but still, no, I mean.
It wasn't a good flop for aces unless everyone else had kings,
Good you didn't have a 9.
queens. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have a 9.
King, king, 9.
6, 7, 9.
Wow, he made 9s full one time. Sick.
And the old king, king, 9 would have.
That king, king,
with
2
spades
spades.
would have been bad.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have spades. I might not
Gio
have called
doing
him
her
if I
best
called,
to
but I would've
push
called if he folded.
that monster
I would've-
pot
he
over there.
Ran out queen.
Has a lot of chips. He got a whole lot of chips.
She should be out there by the bar. Just find her. But
Now you big win. Yeah.
What a cool dude.
Yeah. And always appreciate seeing players drag a pot and then tip healthy with it as well. A lot of dealers love Houston and champions specifically because of that.
Well, we have people here who that is their thing.
Yeah.
They identify with being good tippers and they like to be known for that.
Yeah.
And they don't like to let their people down. You know.
I mean, without the dealers, what game do we got? Just deal ourselves in, I guess, like we probably all did, growing up in the game.
Nah, bro. They tried to get me in a few games like that. I can't do it. I'll pay a girl.
It's hard to revert back,
I'm
especially
not
when
doing
you've
it.
got great dealers like we do here.
No, if it's like a bar game or something and they're like, oh yeah, we got to pass the deal, you better find a waitress or somebody to come in here and shuffle up and deal.
I looked at 4 before. I looked at 4 before.
Is it live?
Hand number 77 here. Will in the cutoff with a very good-looking hand here.
I'm gonna fold, not just, I know they may want to see it, so.
Jack 10 9 7.
She's like, I can't get my cards.
He'd
on
love
reader,
to
so
see
it
an
shouldn't
8
be
on this flop.
Tell them they're gonna have to.
You just have to tell
They
them.
don't. They
Double
don't get
suited
to,
there
Just
for
let
him.
her know what they are and she'll tell them.
They don't get to see the second hand I folded all night.
Double suited
He
queens.
folded the first hand of the
Or
night.
sorry,
He's
single
proud
suited
of it.
queens here for El Tractor. Those spades are covered by Sweater Guy, though.
All right. Will got the button and a nice hand.
I hope my wife is not watching.
2 spades on board.
I have a deal with her.
Paul
If I lose, it's on me.
flopping
If I
the
win,
dummy end of it.
half of it.
And spades immediately just the nuts for Sweater Guy. Only thing that beats him here is deuce tray of spades. No steel wheel. So King 10 will be good.
Well, I know Sanjeev's wife is at home watching him, and she saw
Hey, did Chris find you?
her man drag that huge pot,
I'm not paying
and
anyone
so
else's tab, so make sure you find all.
she's gonna get a new nice pair of
Who did you give me
shoes
last
or something
Scott, or what
sweet.
was it that I paid? You remember how much it
That
was?
ace coming out was amazing for Sweater Guy.
Scott, I'm sending you a bill.
It's helping El Tractor pay him off. Upgraded the queen. There's only one
I paid Waters?
card in the deck that can beat him. It's got to have another spade to go with it, and it does.
Remember how much it was?
$50, $60.
200, 250?
Waters, I paid your tab last week.
No, $50 or $60.
Yeah, you
Well,
came
we have to-
late,
do we
you
pay
were
for all
waiting,
those
and then you
Especially the sizing.
We need to pay
Sorry,
for
bro. I'm
the
listening to all this tab talk.
both of them, how much?
I gave Waters that lucky hat. Don't send me his
You don't
tab.
have to apologize to me. There's 3 people that would pay for it, no problem. You're one of them.
Might have to.
Thank you. What was it?
You owe me a burger. Or whatever. That's usually probably what you got.
Calling chips.
I don't know. I was sticker shocked by the $1,200 bottle of wine that I don't even remember the rest of the tab. I didn't even care. I was like, just put whatever else on me. What does it matter?
Only card that made me feel comfortable.
Tony wanted to order a bottle of wine. Pilot.
Okay.
Super Mike's like, oh, y'all need to get this wine. It's the best. What was it, a $400-something bottle of wine? And I'm thinking in my head, like,
At the store.
he's got it here before he knows it's 400. Then I found out, no, it's $400 at the store, 400 something. So at a restaurant or
1,200
here,
here.
it's going to be 2.5 times is usually the standard.
Yeah.
This is the last
Last
hand?
hand.
So this is the last hand. Come out, y'all come out to Champions Club, drink some Opus with us. Drink some $1,200
As long as
bottle of
Will's
wine.
paying, we're drinking
It'll be a lot of fun. No, we appreciate y'all tuning in. Sorry I couldn't get Scott on here. I know a lot of y'all like to watch Scott
How much you
play.
weighing for?
I got stuck too early in the beginning, so I was not leaving my seat. And so y'all will see Scott next week because I will not be here. I'm going to be in Vegas and going to try to win a tournament. I'm not putting it on because I got extra.
Which one you're playing?
The 80?
Yeah, 80 is too much. I got 30. I'll put 30.
Okay, that's fair.
Let me see this first. No, like, if I put the 80, that makes it an advantage for Tommy on the button.
Yeah, I mean, who would want
We're not
that?
trying to give it Tommy any advantage.
Yeah, who would want that?
He's got too many chips.
It's all right.
already.
The new blind's going to be 210 anyway, right, Sam?
As Will said, I will be playing next week. He will be out of
It doesn't really
town.
matter what you put out there, pal.
There's not a single card that
Tell you
could
what
have
the
came
new
that I would
blind
call.
is.
3 weeks in the booth. I've enjoyed it. But I play poker every day,
Y'all enjoy
and this is a
last
nice little
hand.
break.
We're going to be doing sweats after this.
That's too funny.
It's the greatest game in the world, the greatest place in the world. Pot Limit Omaha in Houston,
aces, Larry?
Texas. At Champions. We're glad we have these cameras and this production crew and everything, so we can show it to you guys every
Well, 'cause you
week.
took
It's
his seat. Man, I wish I
a
would've
dream
put
come
American
true
hat
for
in the seat. I
us.
would have brought an Oklahoma hat for you to wear.
He's gonna
Sooner-
probably say, see, you didn't get me, and Sanjeev never wins, and he won. No.
That's the lucky seat. Now I know. I want seat 7 next week.
El Tractor taking his shot here
I'm thinking
towards
about
the end of the
slide
night.
back
Do
just
that,
to
Will,
play.
huh?
I'm stuck.
I believe it's this hand and one more hand.
Was it 1250?
1250, the going rate to play this hand.
You got 2,000 in his stack.
Play tonight?
Bet over half of it in.
I hear you.
You know, he's probably got aces or kings.
So, yeah.
I mean, it's the last hand of the night, so anything's possible.
For $10.
Yeah. Aces or kings would be dominating Sanjeev's queens pre-flop at least.
Here you go, so the
We saw Sanjeev outflop everybody a couple hands back with jacks in the hole. Sam D, all his chips in. All his chips in Sanjeev's stack, really. But the rest of them in the middle now with the 9-8, 7 tray.
Track, you're sexy.
$12.50?
Did Sanjeev say fold?
Yeah, once you get a shovel, backhoe, fucking hole digger. I mean, these attachments like
Well,
$2,500.
he is winner now. He
Yeah.
may be pulling a Larry on us, yeah.
So that is a fold and hold. Looks like Gio's trying to get the chips back, or sorry, cards back, or maybe just pulling in Paul's call.
It was like Facebook. It was like 17K.
Oh my goodness.
Good fold and hold.
Sanjeev, if you wouldn't have gone Larry on us, you would have made top set.
Yep. Would have got the max as well.
3,000.
Yeah, I said this is what I had feeling that this is the hand I should play.
Oh, don't.
Never throw away 2 black, ladies.
Deal.
Yes, sorry. Oh, you would have lost. He's like, never mind. No. Sanjeev flop top. Sanjeev flop top set. They're waiting.
It's a 2 pair at least for Sam D. We'll see some more tabled cards.
Flopped you down.
See who takes the main pot here.
Well, he had top set queens.
No, he's not in the hand.
He's running like
He's not in the hand.
he's.
Don't
running
see
like
any
a
other
champion.
chips going El Tractor's way. So with that,
That was it.
we will see the ending chip counts here.
Man, everybody had a good night. Sanjeev was stuck and was able to climb back out of the trap. Lawyer Paul, big winner. Man, those 2 guys deserved a big win. Happy to see it happen. Tommy Shipp, also a big winner on the stream. I didn't see what it was. Here it is.
Yeah, so Sanjeev up over 9,700, 8,100 for Paul. Waters close to 7K. Shipp 51.90, 14.10 for Rockets Will. He did get unstuck here. And Vaka Flocka Flame down over 10K. Sam D down 10K as well. And down 4K and 5K are Sweater Guy and El Tractor.
These are the types of games you have to make poker keep going.
Yeah.
That's the way. Nice job. Thanks, guys, everybody, for tuning in. Appreciate you listening to us and putting up with our bullshit for so long. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we'll see you next week when I'm out on the felt.
Yep. Appreciate being in here with you, Fireman Scott. Tune in next week. Scott will be back on the felt.
Go Stallions.